sebagai berikut. 3 lantai basement untuk area parkir pengunjung, lobi utama yang dilengkapi kafe dan loker penitipan di lantai 1, layanan keanggotaan dan penelusuran informasi di lantai 2, ruang serbaguna dan kantin di lantai 4, ruang musola di lantai 6, ruang layanan koleksi anak, lansia, dan disabilitas di lantai 7, ruang layanan koleksi audiovisual di lantai 8, ruang layanan koleksi naskah Nusantara di lantai 9, ruang layanan koleksi Indonesiana di lantai 12 dan 12A, layanan koleksi buku langka di lantai 14, layanan koleksi referensi dan ilmu perpustakaan di lantai 15, ruang layanan koleksi foto, peta, dan lukisan di lantai 16, ruang layanan multimedia di lantai 19, layanan koleksi berkala mutakhir di lantai 20, ruang layanan koleksi umum di lantai 21 dan 22, layanan koleksi majalah terjilid di lantai 23, ruang layanan koleksi budaya Nusantara dan eksekutif lounge di lantai 24, dilengkapi dengan sistem keamanan koleksi dengan teknologi Radio Frequency Identification atau RFID. Informasi agenda kegiatan dapat diperoleh melalui digital banner, informasi perpustakaan di Indonesia, dan data koleksi digital nasional, serta perangkat Wayfinder untuk mendapatkan petunjuk lokasi fasilitas dan pelayanan. Untuk menjadi anggota dan memanfaatkan seluruh pelayanan di gedung ini, silakan datang ke ruang layanan keanggotaan yang terletak di lantai 2, mengisi formulir pendaftaran digital dan mengambil nomor antrian, serta pengambilan foto untuk pencetakan kartu anggota. Dalam waktu singkat, kartu keanggotaan sudah siap untuk digunakan. Melalui perangkat online Public Access Catalog, pemustaka dapat mencari koleksi dan melakukan pemesanan koleksi dengan cepat dan mudah. Didukung fasilitas alat transportasi bahan pustaka berbasis teknologi, informasi, dan komunikasi, proses peminjaman koleksi menjadi lebih cepat dan efisien. Kami juga menyediakan Smart Locker dengan teknologi RFID bagi Anda pemegang kartu anggota Perpusnas dan memesan koleksi secara online sehingga tetap dapat kami layani di tengah kesibukan Anda beraktivitas. Nikmati juga layanan koneksi internet melalui perangkat Wi-Fi yang kami sediakan di setiap lantai dengan kecepatan hingga 1 GB per second. Menikmati beragam informasi secara online di ruang layanan multimedia yang nyaman dan menyenangkan. Atau dengan memanfaatkan salah satu dari 100 komputer yang kami sediakan secara gratis untuk Anda yang telah menjadi anggota Perpusnas. Ruang mini theater untuk menyaksikan film koleksi kami secara berkelompok, mencari informasi dari bahan pustaka kuno dalam bentuk mikrofilm dan mikrofis. Koleksi audiovisual dalam bentuk kaset, CD, dan DVD. Didukung puluhan perangkat komputer untuk menikmatinya secara individu. Kenali masa lalu dengan beragam warisan ilmu pengetahuan dari nenek moyang bangsa Indonesia yang tertuang dalam ribuan naskah kuno yang dapat Anda nikmati dalam bentuk replika pustaka asli, perangkat digital layar sentuh yang tersedia dalam galeri manuskrip atau mengaksesnya secara online di situs web Perpustakaan Nasional Republik Indonesia. Kami sediakan juga koleksi mancanegara yang akan menambah pengalaman baru Anda mengetahui dan mempelajari sesuatu dengan sudut pandang berbeda di dunia internasional. Layanan koleksi berkala seperti surat kabar, majalah, buletin, dan lain-lain. Anda juga dapat mengakses koleksi terbitan berkala kuno hasil alih media digital melalui situs web Perpustakaan Nasional Republik Indonesia. Layanan koleksi budaya Nusantara, beragam informasi dan pengetahuan tentang kekayaan budaya Nusantara yang dapat dinikmati melalui koleksi di ruang layanan budaya ataupun melalui situs-situs web tematik. Beragam koleksi foto, lukisan, dan peta. Untuk sebagian koleksi kami yang dilayangkan secara tertutup dapat dipesan melalui perangkat online Public Access Catalog yang terintegrasi dengan sistem pemesanan pada ruang penyimpanan koleksi untuk selanjutnya dihantarkan kepada Anda di ruang baca. Layanan koleksi umum. Bagi Anda yang lebih menyukai buku bacaan mutakhir yang dapat dipilih langsung pada rak-rak penyimpanan koleksi, silakan mengunjungi ruang layanan koleksi umum. Dengan desain yang modern dan kekinian sehingga membuat Anda nyaman untuk memilih dan membaca buku di dalamnya. Dilengkapi dengan sistem peminjaman buku dengan teknologi RFID untuk kecepatan pelayanan dan keamanan koleksi. Di ruang layanan lansia dan disabilitas, berbagai koleksi disediakan bagi pemustaka lanjut usia dan penyandang disabilitas yang dilengkapi dengan sarana penunjang seperti perangkat magnifying text reader, digital book player, dan komputer dengan aplikasi audiobook bagi pemustaka tunanetra. Layanan koleksi anak. Kami juga menyediakan ruang layanan koleksi anak yang sangat menyenangkan, dilengkapi berbagai permainan edukatif, komputer belajar, dan panggung storytelling untuk membiasakan kegemaran membaca sejak dini. Ribuan judul buku populer dengan beragam subjek yang sangat menarik juga dapat Anda nikmati dalam genggaman tangan melalui layanan koleksi digital e-Pusnas. Gedung layanan kami juga didukung dengan fasilitas lainnya seperti ruang teater dengan layar teknologi LED, ruang-ruang diskusi, dan ruang pertemuan ilmiah, kafe, kantin, musola, loker penitipan, dan lain-lain untuk kenyamanan Anda dalam menggali ilmu pengetahuan dan meningkatkan wawasan intelektual melalui ragam koleksi yang kami sediakan di dalamnya. Serta beragam layanan akses tanpa batas melalui aplikasi, situs web, dan media sosial kami dari seluruh Nusantara. Semua layanan berbasis teknologi informasi dan komunikasi dalam layanan kami ditopang oleh data center dengan teknologi terkini dan kapasitas yang terus ditingkatkan. Ayo, buka jendela dunia dengan berkunjung ke Perpustakaan Nasional Republik Indonesia. Karena kami tidak pernah berhenti berinovasi untuk menjangkau seluruh masyarakat, meningkatkan kegemaran membaca hingga terpenjuru negeri, dan memberikan layanan yang terbaik untuk bangsa Indonesia. Teruslah menggali ilmu dan gapailah cita-cita setinggi-tingginya.
Mas Josan, ada teknisi nggak? Password Wi-Fi-nya, password Wi-Fi tampilkan di situ.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy to all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organizations. Member organizations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation, driven by UNESCO and partners, with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors, and thematic working groups. The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional, and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance networked as peer educators through the UNESCO MilClicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MilClicks' social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or organization. Get involved now.
Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together. Promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy to all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organizations. Member organizations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation, driven by UNESCO and partners, with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors, and thematic working groups. The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional, and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance networked as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks' social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or organization. Get involved now.
Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online. Offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers. Undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network. Organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together. Promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy to all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organizations. Member organizations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation, driven by UNESCO and partners, with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors, and thematic working groups. The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional, and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks' social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or organization. Get involved now.
Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online. Offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers. Undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network. Organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together. Promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy to all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organizations. Member organizations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our hybrid seminar, Science Literacy in the Digital Era, which is organized by the collaboration of the Indonesian Academy of Science, Aipi, the International of Academy Partnership, or IAP, the Association of Academies and Societies of Science in Asia, ASA, and the Ministry of Communication and Informatics of Republic of Indonesia. My name is Aprilia Rina, and it is my honor to be your host today. But before we start this event, I'd love to ask you to stand up, and we will sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you, and we will continue with. Okay, maybe we will repeat again. We will sing together Mars Perpusnas. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in this digital era, we are forced to constantly adapt to technology in every aspect of our lives. One of the examples is the rise of ChatGPT, which gives us a lot of benefits and opportunities. But in the other hand, the public needs to be aware of its threats and negative impacts. That's why science literacy in digital era becomes an urgent subject to be discussed, especially in the science community. By inviting many prominent speakers from around the world, we hope this seminar addresses the strategic objective in promoting the importance of research and education in digital literacy. Without further ado, to start this seminar, I invite Dr. Vinaria Lego, Chair of Shared Communication of ASA, to deliver the welcoming remark. Please, Ibu Vin. Yeah.
Hello. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you, and then welcome to this event. We are so happy that you are all can come here in person and also online. And we are so happy as well. Lots of our good colleagues and new and old colleagues could come, and with a very short notice. So we are appreciate your coming in here too. So on behalf of the organizing committee of the seminar, I would like to convey our special thanks and special warm welcome to our honorable keynote speakers, Bapak Muhammad Syarif Bando, the head of Indonesian National Library, Bapak Samuel Abriani Pangerapan, Director General for Application of Informatics from Kominfo, but later will be represented online by Dr. Boni Pucianto, the Director of Digital Literacy of the Ministry of Kominfo, Communication and Informatics. And later we will have also Dr. Kavita Berger, our dear colleagues from Division of Earth and Life Studies at National Academy of Science, Engineering and Medicine, NASM, USA. And we will have also Professor Xiangping Wu from World Organization for Science Literacy, Chinese Academy of Sciences. And we have here our dear colleagues and our dear president from ASA, Professor Ahmad Nuri Yurduse, the president from the Association of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia. And we also have the president of the Indonesian Academy of Sciences, Professor Sumantri Brojonegoro. And also we have honorable speakers in here and prominent colleagues and partners. We are so happy to have you all in here. We also have a fellow from Indonesian Academy of Sciences and also friends from the National Library. So we have all participants and speakers gathering in here and also with online. So we would like to say thank you for coming and participating in this seminar. Your presence, support, and contribution to this seminar means so much for us. And uplifting our spirit, actually, to see you all in here. And this seminar of science literacy in the digital era is lately becoming more and more important. And that's why we organized this event in a hybrid mode to accommodate as many as attendees for this seminar. And we understand that this theme also notable for us for progressing science and technology advancement for betterment of humankind. Starting from about 1 year ago, we proposed this proposal for joining this seminar to our partners, ASA, and also inter-academic partnership. And lately, we asked from our Indonesian partners, it's from the Ministry of Informatics, Communication and Informatics, and also the National Library of Indonesia. They are all very welcome and support us, and thank you for them. Then, yes, very good applause. Then a backup from the Committee of Shared Communication. So in ASA, we have a special committee. We call it Shared Communication. Share is for science, health, agriculture, risk, and environment communication. They have the support too, and some of members are coming in here, which from the bottom of my heart, I would like to say thank you to all of you. So give applause as well. And thank you for the marvelous organizing, for the organizing committee, for the good work in realizing the seminar today and tomorrow. And as I mentioned, that to accommodate more participants from the international and national, we open the virtual access through Zoom platform and YouTube. So our welcome to the virtual attendees from all over places this morning, and please join the seminar up to the end of today. So to catch up with current information, we realized that digital literacy is a tool to open our horizon quickly, easily, and widely. Rapid development provides many opportunities to ease communication and saving time. However, what we should consider as well as is awareness of threats and negative impacts such as data privacy violation, security, and dissemination of inaccurate information. And how do we apply ethics in this cyberspace? So, for today and tomorrow, we hope from our speakers and panelists, we could get their experience, knowledge, as well as wisdom in the era of development of science literacy in the digital era. So we hope that we could have a productive discussion that should give advantage to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Fin, for welcoming remarks. And next, we have President of the Indonesian Academy of Science, Aipi, Professor Satrio Sumantri Brojonegoro, to deliver the first opening remark.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning from Jakarta and a warm welcome to Pak Muhammad Syarif Bando, the head of Indonesian National Library, the honorable keynote speakers and speakers, prominent colleagues and friends. Our partner to make this event possible, the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, the National Library of Indonesia, the Inter-Academy Partnership, and the Association of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia. Fellows from the Academy of Sciences and the Indonesian Academy of Sciences, Indonesian Science Fund, and Indonesian Academy of Young Scientists. Ladies and gentlemen participating in this forum and virtually. Thank you for your presence, support, and contribution for this seminar, organized as hybrid to accommodate as many as attendees who care about the theme, science literacy in the digital era, which is noteworthy for progressing the science and technology development, as well as humankind's comfort and convenient lifestyle. Science literacy is desirable, not only for individuals, but also for the health and well-being of communities and societies. More than just basic knowledge of science facts, contemporary definitions of science literacy have expanded to include understandings of scientific processes and practices, familiarity with how science and scientists work, the capacity to weigh and evaluate the product of science, and an ability to engage in civic decisions about the value of science. The best concept of science can be explained in simple terms and do not require complex vocabulary. Scientific literacy allows an individual to share the ongoing exploration, discovery, and inventions. Science is a way of knowing, a process, a product, and an institution. Science enables people to engage in the construction of new knowledge and use information to achieve desired ends. Access to science, whether using knowledge or creating it, necessitates a level of familiarity with enterprise and practice of science, as referred as science literacy. Four broad rationales have been proposed as to why science literacy is important and necessary. The economic rationale, the personal rationale, the democratic rationale, and the cultural rationale. The economic rationale is closely related to the impetus for educating the general population in science. The personal rationale is that science literacy helps people respond to issues and challenges that emerge in their personal and community contexts. The democratic rationale rests on the claim that a democracy only functions, or at least function better, when its citizens are informed participants in civic decision-making. While the cultural rationale is the idea that sciences offer some of the best that is worth knowing. Sciences are important cultural activities that offer a powerful way of understanding the world and should therefore be part of what it means to be liberally educated. Honorable participants, digital literacy is the ability using information and communication technology, or ICT, to evaluate, create, and communicate information, desirable for well-being of individuals, communities, and society. Rapid ICT development provides various platforms to give the opportunities to ease communication and saving time. On the other hand, public need to be aware to its threats and negative impacts, such as data privacy violation and dissemination of inaccurate information. The pandemic era of COVID-19 is the example that digital literacy becomes crucial to the means of promoting awareness and healthy behavior to public by various creative approaches. This evidence nurtures the spread of science literacy in society, which refers to general public engagement, contribution to information, how science and scientists work, capacity to weigh and evaluate products of science information, and ability to communicate and engage in public decision about literacy value. Distinguished participants, it is why Indonesian Academy of Sciences, or Aipi, has initiated in proposing a seminar to hasten that spread of science literacy digitally. We understand that science academies are the prestigious institution which consists of experts who are proper in spreading the trusted science information throughout digital literacy as one of the tools. The proposal is backed up by the Inter-Academy Partnership, IAP, and supported by an Association of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia, ASA, especially the Special Committee in Shared Communication, Science, Health, Agriculture, Risk, and Environment in the regional level. The national level, the respective support of digital literacy came from Ministry of Communication and Informatics and National Library of Indonesia through the advancement of public literacy program. Sharing best practice and information about the development of science literacy and digitize the communication among countries is essential, especially those producing the fact that the fast ICT advancement already there, to take the opportunity in addressing its advantages and problems. The experience shared in the seminar would be the reference for other countries in addressing the improvement of science literacy system to attract public in that particular areas. In the national level, the support from government is also a powerful catalyst in producing criteria, policy, regulation, security program, as well as incentive to speed up the digital literacy development, approaching public understanding. IAP proposes to promote the role of academics expertise in advancing on interconnected goals of healthier population, more sustainable ecosystems, and more equitable societies. Given recent world events, informed and thoughtful action has become a matter of unmistakable urgency. Climate disaster, COVID-19, and war have together taken millions of lives in a few short years, as well as had enormous cost in public resources needed for healthcare, education, and climate action. The seminar seeks to address the strategic objective in promoting the importance of research and education in digital literacy, such as promoting high quality, responsible, open, transparent, and inclusive information, communicating and disseminating initiatives and creativities in accessible ways, supporting activities that foster the next emerging digital technology through collaboration, promoting public engagement in science literacy. I hope we will have a fruitful discussion that should contribute to the capacity building in the regional as well as global alliances. and should give benefits in promoting science policy interface to advance the evidence-based policy making, so that it will be meaningful in addressing the challenges and contentious issue of science literacy in the digital era. Our hope is that people in all fields should have digital science literacy in accordance with their respective capacities, so that they can survive against the future challenges. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Satrio, for the warm opening remarks to kickstart our webinar. And next, we will hear opening remarks from Professor Dr. Ahmed Nuri Yurdusev, the President of the Association of Academies and Societies of Science in Asia, ASA.
Hello, a very good morning to you all. I'm happy to be here again. It was 5 years ago when I first visited Jakarta, and it was on the occasion of another ASA workshop hosted by Aipi and involved again Share Communication Committee of ASA. I would like to thank local organizing committee, Indonesian Academy of Sciences, Aipi, National Library, and Ministry of Information for organizing and hosting this event. Aipi has been one of the most active academies within ASA community, and Share Communication Committee is one of our active committees, one of the oldest committee. Even I don't remember when it was established. We have some other committees, and Share Communication Committee is one of the most active ones. And this seminar on science literacy in digital era, proposed by Aipi last year for the activity year of ASA 2022-2023. And within ASA, our members propose activities, workshops, seminars, webinars, symposiums, conferences, and they are evaluated by executive board and submitted to IAP for some funding and support. IAP, I'm sure all of you know, is the largest inter-academic organizations in the world. It has over 150 members, academies and science societies. It has 4 regional networks. ASA is the affiliated network for Asia. So those proposals coming from our member academies, they are evaluated by our executive board, and so far, to my knowledge, IAP never turned down our proposals. And when IP proposed this seminar, executive board was thrilled, and we were happy that this seminar proposed, and the topic is timely. Science literacy in digital era, we are going to discuss throughout today and tomorrow. It is an important subject, as you all agree, and indeed, literacy in general and science literacy in particular have always been significant for society, for human beings, and for scientists as well. Literacy and science literacy enable us to communicate, our message, and also to communicate reliable information when it comes to science literacy. It has always been important throughout human history. A group of philosophers known as sophists in ancient Greeks, they had this argument: we can never know the reality. Even if we can never understand its essence. Even if we can understand it, we can never communicate to others. Even if we can communicate it to others, they cannot understand. So as you see, this argument by sophist philosophers against literacy, against science literacy, and I have to say that they were deadly wrong. And as scientists and science organizations, we have shown that literacy and science literacy is possible, and we can communicate our message to others, to society, to humanity in general. And it has become even more significant nowadays with the digital revolution. Digital revolution enabled us remarkable opportunities in terms of accessing, learning, and communicating knowledge in general and scientific knowledge in particular. Yet, just like many other technologies, digital technology also has paved the way for increasing misuse and thus inaccurate information. And this brings our responsibility. We as a scientist and science organization have now an enormous responsibility in not only generating the accurate scientific information, but also in rightly communicating it via reliable channels. So, as scientists, we cannot just say that this is our job to generate accurate information and the rest does not concern us. We need to find ways to communicate it to society with reliable channels so that misuse and inaccurate information prevented. By examining the various aspects of science literacy in the digital era, this seminar will, I'm sure, shed light on various issues and problems in this respect. And also, I'm sure it will contribute to responsible practice, both in science community and society at large. I look forward to listening those presentations, and I'm here to learn from our experts. In concluding my remarks, I would like to congratulate Aipi and partner organizations in organizing this seminar. And once again, I would like to pledge the continued support of ASA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yursudev, for the remark. And then we are deeply grateful for your attendance this morning, and we hope you will enjoy the event. And before we start the first session, we will hear keynote speech from our experts. And the first is Director, Board on Life Science, Division of Earth and Life Studies at National Academy of Science, Engineering and Medicine, NASM, USA, Dr. Kavita M. Berger, who will be joined with us online from the States. Dr. Berger will address inaccurate and misleading information. Okay, and Dr. Berger, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm not able to join you in person, but I want to thank Professor Lego and all of you for inviting me to speak on this topic. Let me go ahead and share some slides, please. Oops, sorry. My apologies. So the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine has for several years worked on a number of different projects that are related to science literacy. Some of it is focused on science education, some of it is focused on engagement with the broader public, and some of it has been focused on addressing misinformation. And several years ago, the U.S. Academies established an activity called Based on Science, which still exists today, where they try and provide accurate information on various topics, and try and provide this information to the broader public. More recently, we have also done a consensus study with colleagues in Southeast Asia, which I'll talk to you more about in detail, about inaccurate and misleading information about things such as infectious disease and others through scientific collaboration and communication. And since then, three other activities have emerged. One is a project to understand more of the scholarship underlying misinformation and how to address it. And then another is recently a Nobel Prize Summit on addressing misinformation and disinformation. And then the third project is a follow-on project to the consensus study on addressing inaccurate and misleading information. And this follow-on study is to be able to build a trusted network of scientists to counter mis and disinformation. So this project that I've mentioned to you, the whole purpose of it was to be able to create a trusted network, to determine how to create a trusted network of scientists across a number of different disciplines and across a number of different countries to not only identify what are the issues in terms of, or what is the false information, but then how would you actually address it? And what are the methods and means based on current scholarship at the time? What I'm showing you here is the committee who contributed to that study, and our co-chairs are Dr. Dietram Scheufel from the University of Wisconsin, who is an expert in science communication, and Dr. Abhivira Kumar Sivam, who is the vice provost at Sunaway University in Malaysia, who is a life scientist by training. And then we had a very diverse committee that spanned the life sciences, computer sciences, and several social science disciplines. So this committee had produced several recommendations, and they sort of focused on two different pieces. One was this trusted network, and they had suggested, after looking at several models, that a trusted network of networks, sort of like a consortium of different organizations that could actually help to reinforce and support one another in being able to provide accurate scientific information and counter some of the inaccurate information, especially if that inaccurate information was addressed pretty early on after it was released. They had created a vision and a strategy and tactics for this. And so the idea is long-term, they wanted to create this network of scientists throughout Southeast Asia and with the international community to create a transparent, trusted, sustainable network of eminent scientists who can address mis and disinformation, largely those that are based on scientific knowledge. And they had developed this strategy that within the next 2 to 5 years, these are some specific actions that can be developed. And then within the next year or two, how we can get started towards reaching that vision. They identified a number of different things that were relevant, and I'm only going to show you a few of the recommendations. One of them is the need to be able to have and include scientists from across a number of different disciplines, including the social sciences. And here the stress was on science communication and public engagement. And the idea of providing those not only as experts in those fields, but also providing skills to computer scientists, life scientists, and other scientists and engineers so that there is an opportunity to not only do good science, but also be able to communicate that science accurately and effectively. They also had suggested working across a number of regional associations. And here I'm showing you a few of them, which are, of course, relevant to this conference as well, but really leveraging what networks already exist in Southeast Asia to catalyze collaboration among the members. And so they really are thinking about this as an interconnected network of networks. They thought that such a network could help develop resources for scientists that are take into account country-specific laws governing data sharing, scientific research, and combating misinformation. And the idea was that the approach that would be used would not only be just the information itself, it would also be in the context of the countries and the local communities that are of greatest need for such accurate information. And then to build trusted connections with country-specific programs. And so these may be different public engagement programs, they may be different programs that either individual scientists or ministries have developed to address and counter false information. There's a number of different sort of networks and programs that already exist to plug into this. So in addition to the trusted network, this committee had also looked at the underlying scholarship at the time on addressing and countering misinformation. And what they did with that information is that they built a how-to guide for scientists. And so I'm going to show you a little bit about that before I end. But some of the things that they had identified that informed this how-to network was that at the time there was limited scholarship on whether the gains from pre and debunking claims would actually be effective, or whether they are effective. The idea that domain experts and fact checkers may actually serve as collaborators, sort of positive collaborators to counter misinformation, that correcting inaccurate information before it has a chance to spread may be the most effective in preventing misinformation, that exchange of credible scientific information with the values and belief systems of the audiences in mind could actually help to counter false claims and reach audiences that may have different viewpoints than our own. And that individuals who trust science may be more likely to believe and share inaccurate scientific information. And this was an interesting finding because in this case, although we might expect that people who did not trust science may be more likely to spread inaccurate information, what a few studies had identified was that people who did not trust science just altogether don't trust it and don't share it. Whereas people who do trust science may not necessarily identify or realize that there may be inaccurate information associated with whatever they might be sharing. The issue of uncertainty was addressed. It was a big challenge. It continues to be a big challenge. And part of it is how to capture uncertainty effectively so that the information that is provided is is properly caveated, but also to inform, members of the broader public and policymakers that uncertainty really is inherent in everything that we do, and the answers may change as more data is generated or is observed. And then before providing defensible and accurate information, scientists really must understand and listen to their audiences. And so based on this, they developed a guide, and the first step of the guide is really, I'm just going to go through this quickly, is really to assess whether a claim should be addressed and whether it can be addressed through accurate science. And so that they've created a decision tree that looks at the types of harms that a particular claim may have, and whether it is addressable through science, and whether there is sufficient data available right now to be able to counter it, or whether data and needs to be generated or research needs to be developed to be able to counter the claim. And then whether in the process of countering the claim, there's a risk of being able to amplify the false claim as opposed to correcting the false claim. And so if they go through the steps and everything except for the amplification is yes, then they can go ahead and correct the claim. And so that's what I'm sort of showing you here. And then the next step, once they've decided they're going to correct the claim, that they would go through then a series of steps to figure out how. So one is, evaluate whether the claims should be addressed and how it might be addressed, figure out what scientific inaccuracies exist, what expertise is needed to be included to correct those inaccuracies, what methods would be most effective at correcting those inaccuracies, whether it is simple data analysis, whether research needs to be involved, whether it's a matter of science communication. A number of different methods might be relevant here. And then to communicate that accurate information and effectively communicate uncertainties. And so with this as well, the committee had provided some suggested methods for communication of scientific information rather than sort of using what is traditionally viewed as the deficit model. They rather had suggested that there are other models like telling stories and other narratives that might be more effective to different audiences. And then finally, they identified a number of different questions as part of this communications approach that different community sort of interested members of different communities might be able to ask to figure out how to identify accurate information or communicate accurate information. And I know this is small, so it's a little hard to see, but one of the major issues here that I wanted to point out is that scientists and science communicators are not the only people that are involved in this. That really they are part of an overall ecosystem of different actors who play very important roles in being able to ensure that accurate information is shared. And so this, in great detail, is available on the National Academy's press website, and I encourage you to go and look at all of the committee's findings. And here are the links. Happy to have this shared with you, and that is my talk. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the insightful speech, Dr. Berger. And next, joining us online as well, Professor Wu Xingping. Professor Wu is a professor of astrophysics at National Astronomical Observatory's Chinese Academy of Science. And he has been engaged in doing research on cosmology, including gravitational lensing, cluster of galaxies, and epoch of re-ionization. And today, Professor Wu will elaborate on digital empowerment to promote civic scientific literacy in China. Professor Wu, the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Xingping Wu. I'm an astronomer, actually. I work in Chinese Academy of Sciences. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the World Organization for Science Literacy. The title of my talk is Digital Empowerment to Promote Civic Scientific Literacy in China. Here's the outline. So I'm going to talk about top-level design of Chinese science literacy, and then real-life cases of digital seeing application and solve the digital problem. Finally, with briefly mention sharing digital civilizations. So let me begin with this plot. This is a survey of the proportion of Chinese citizens with scientific literacy with time. So the proportion of citizens aged from 18 to 69 with a scientific literacy reached 10.56% in 2020, which increased 9% compared to the result in 2025. But still, this ratio is relatively lower. So in order to raise the citizens' scientific literacy, on top levels, 2 scientific literacy outline was issued and implemented. That they are outline for National Scheme for Scientific Literacy, issued in 26, outline for Nationwide Scientific Literacy Action Plan, issued in 2021. We call the later one the new outline. So we realize that building digital China is an important engine for promoting Chinese-style modernization in digital age. So in particular, by the end of 2022, China had 1 billion internet users with a 75.6% internet coverage rate. So China is absolutely a nation of natives. So the new outlines are formulated against the background that digitization is increasingly having a profound impact on our daily study, life, and work. So all of this change is that the way the people obtain information and science and technology. In terms of survey made in 2020, the 85.5% citizens obtained information of science and technology through television, and 74% through internet and mobile internet. So the internet has become the preferred channels for citizens to obtain the information of science and technology. So the new outlines emphasize the characteristic of digital ages. First, it supports the excellent original works of popular science, especially emphasizes the rigorous development of popular science works in various forms, such as cartoon, short video, and a computer game. And second, in terms of media communication capability, the new outlines promotes the in-depth integration of traditional media with new media, building an instant, ubiquitous, and precise AD application-based all-medium communication network. And third, the new outline promotes intelligent upgrading for science popularization, promote in-depth integration for science popularization with ICT technologies to strengthen the perception of demand, user stratification, and scenario application, and strengthen the application for science popularization informatization, and deeply integrated with smart education, smart city, and integrated community, intelligent community. So the new outlines requires to implement a smart senior care program among the elderly people. The new outline focuses on the needs and difficulties of elderly to use smart technology and integrate into smart society. So the universities for aged, the community science popularization universities, elderly service institutions are involved to popularize the knowledge and scale of smart technologies for elderly, and improve the elderly's ability to obtain, identify, and use information, and prevent or cope with online rumors and telecom fraud. So in 2021, China implemented outline for actions for enhancing national digital literacy and skills. So major action include the supply of digital resources and the construction of a lifelong digital learning system, with a focus on enhancing citizens' digital adaptability, competence, and creativity. So secondly, I'm going to talk about real-life cases of digital seeing application. The China Science Communication is a new brand created by China Association for Science and Technology to further promote the construction and science popularization in the digital era. So China Science Communication has played an important role in science popularization for emergency governance. For example, at the beginning of our outbreak of COVID-19, China Science Communications released a large number of scientific and authoritative science popularization contents on epidemic prevention and control, responded to public concerns promptly, and promoted the formation of a scientific and rational atmosphere and contributed to social stability. So China Facts, another platform within China Science Communication, by constructing rumor banks, expert bank, and banker resources to refute rumors in mode of co-construction and sharing, reveals stress and scientific rumors, focuses on cognitive misunderstanding, and provides specific authoritative scientific interpretation to improve the scientific literacy of the public and enhance their ability to identify rumors. In particular, the Science Facts release the list of science rumors each month. So digital technology is constantly being integrated with our education system, promote the digital transformation for China's education information and enhancing the quality of education. So on February 13 to 14 this year, the World Digital Education Conference, termed by Digital Transformation and the Future of Education, was co-hosted by Ministry of Education for China and the National Commission for China for UNESCO. It calls for action to promote the technology, model, format, and the system innovation of digital education. Lead the modernization for education with the support of digital education, enable digital education to benefit all learners. So digital teaching conditions in China has been improved significantly in past years. Almost 100% of primary and secondary schools enjoy a network bandwidth of more than 100 million bits per second. More than 3/4 of schools have wireless network coverage, and 99.5% of primary and secondary schools are equipped with multi-beam classrooms. So we actually have built the world's largest libraries for education and teaching resources, including the National Smart Education Platform for primary and secondary school students, and the National Vocational Smart Education Platform. So schools of all types can make use of digital learning resources and platforms to empower research, teaching, homework, answering, etc. And then create special delivery courses, class lectured by famous teachers, and online classes of famous universities. So teachers from vocational schools, by relying on the vocational education platform, can actively carry out blended teaching, explore use of virtual simulation, digital twin, and other digital technologies and resources to create a teaching scene to solve the problem in practical training. So large-scale online education has highlighted the advantage of lifelong education for all. So development of emerging technology has boosted the education reform and innovation, building a learning society for learning everywhere and anytime, and cultivate innovative talents. In particular, China massive open online courses we call MOOCs signed a cooperation agreement with the Indonesia national platform. 34 universities in China provide 100 high-level MOOCs to Indonesia, supporting online learning for 3,000 Indonesian students. So third, I'll talk about solving digital problem. So digital divide is increasingly manifesting itself as a result of differences in digital competence of citizens. In particular, elderly people are a key concern. The solution to this problem requires a concerted effort for all parties, from a government, internet company, media, company organization, community organization, to the elderly themselves. So the citizens must have a responsible attitude of following digital ethics and a civilized code of conduct in development application of digital technology. For example, it would be responsible for public to master the use of the image processing software and use it to create a false image and to confuse public and produce negative effects. So finally, I'm going to briefly share with you digital civilization. And as was pointed out by our President Xi Jinping, China is willing to join hands with other countries in the world to develop a global digital development path with shared digital resources, vibrant digital economy, accurate and efficient digital governance, prosperous digital culture, strong digital security, and a mutually beneficial digital cooperation accelerate the building of a community of a common future in cyberspace, and contribute wisdom and strength to the peaceful development of the world and the progress of human civilizations. And in particular, China's Association for Science and Technology has initiated the World Public Science Literacy Action, has held the World Conference on Science Literacy 4 times since 2018. Some of you in the audience actually have attended this conference in the past years. So our organization, the World Organization for Science Literacy, also made a great contribution to the cultural and mutual civilization exchange. For example, during the outbreak of COVID-19, the Secretary of the World Organization for Science Literacy, together with China Science Writers Association, selected 10 high-quality epidemic science popularization sources, including science popularization exhibition, books, and animations, which were disseminated to the international community through more than 250 embassies and consulates. So we will continuously focus on addressing common challenges to human sustainable development, such as future development, food security, energy security, human health, disaster risk, and climate change. Contribute our more challenged wisdom, promotes the formation of an open innovation ecosystem with global competitiveness and participating in the global governance. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu. And ladies and gentlemen, we will open a question and answer session with Dr. Berger and Professor Wu. If you have questions to Dr. Berger and Professor Wu, please raise your hand and we will give time to your question and maybe a little discussion with Professor Wu and Dr. Berger, please. Okay. Is there any question to Dr. Berger and Professor Wu? Okay.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether Kavita is around or not. I'm Zapta Shinwari Kavita, if you are around. Thank you very much for excellent presentation. But my comments are that... So, Aipi is around, one of your co-chair. He may respond to later on personally. But the question is, that in the social media, we call it a curse or a blessing, that it's so, commercialized that even countries use it to topple the other government. So in our case, when we say science literacy, misinformation and disinformation, how could or how should we be doing a little more effort, practical aspects of the, community at large, where 60% of the world don't have, enough food to eat 2 times a day. So that community, how can we reach them? And how can we beat the people who have more resources to spread the mis and disinformation? With the limited science society, we may be doing something, but the public at large, I think to reach them, we need little more training of young people. Aipi is one example, such people like more, and then do something practical on ground so that people could really, we save them, because the world, WHO is saying nobody is safe unless everybody is safe. Any comment?
I had some trouble hearing, but I think, let me just repeat the question quickly so I understand. You're really sort of talking about information flow through social media and what sorts of practical things could we do to be able to reach individuals who might get information through that means, or training the next generation. That's an excellent question. What we had found was that at the time, very little, and including now, very little is known about how to effectively counter mis and disinformation via social media and other online tools. We do know, however, of a number of different organizations and individual experts who have done that pretty successfully. And they really, in some cases, they're working through networks of scientists engaged with one another. And in other cases, they are, just sort of using their knowledge and skills in journalism and in science communication, even though they are practicing either clinicians or life scientists, to be able to reach broader audiences. And a few sort of key things that they have shared, and then perhaps Aipi wants to provide his thoughts as well, and even maybe Finaria as well. But some of the things that we have seen that are particularly effective are using and teaching others how to use infographics and other sort of tools that can make science a little bit more accessible to a broader audience, being able to reference evidence-based information, being able to listen to the arguments of the audience and understand, or at least try to understand, what types of things they're most concerned about or where they're kind of most influenced, and try to share corrected information through those means. The idea of the influencer online as well is a very new and different sort of situation than it might have been maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. Because as you know, incorrect information has been around forever, including disinformation has been around forever, but the pace at which it is generated, it is shared, the influencer type of situation that you see online, those are all what's sort of contributing to this situation that we're seeing more and more of these days. So I don't have a great answer, but what we have observed is that if we can collect some of these practices that have been particularly effective and really look at how information flows and the influencers that are involved, and be able to really think about what's the most effective means through which to communicate science, that those combinations of things might be most helpful.
Could I ask a question for you, Dr. Berg?
Sure.
Okay, once the incurrent information spread online, even if the scientists are corrected through their way, for example, through newspapers, televisions, but the incorrect information is still there. It's really hard actually to remove it because many resources actually run in commercial way. So in your opinion, what's the most efficient way, and what we can do really actually to clean that inaccurate information? You actually restore many resources.
Yeah, I don't have a great answer for that. What we have observed is that by having different platforms, some of them do exist where they flag some of the incorrect information. That helps to at least signal that the information is not correct, and that there is corrected information. But the other sort of challenge that is kind of embedded in this is that, as we all know, science sort of changes over time. That you might have, with some set of data and analysis, this is the correct answer, but then now you have, a whole new set of data, and that changes the analysis, and now your answer changes. And so that kind of takes you back more fundamentally into how, what sorts of ways in which we can reach a broader community, not just scientists, but the general public, policymakers, and others, to really understand how science works, and to understand that this is what we know at this point in time, this is what we don't know, and to then sort of describe, how things might change. Because as you said, information is online, it's online forever. But we have seen where, for example, retracted papers, they're marked as retracted. Their explanation for why they're retracted is included. We have seen on social media flags for incorrect information. We've seen on these archive platforms, bioRxiv, medRxiv, archive, where people have commented and said, this is incorrect information. So we've seen those sorts of things happen. And of course, those are in the scientific sort of space. When you get into the social media and others, it's a lot more difficult to scrape those out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Dr. Kavita and Dr. Wu. This is Narendra Mehra from the Indian National Science Academy. And since we are in the middle of doing G20 meetings nowadays, I felt that there's no global governance framework that can ensure interoperability across systems and address concerns regarding data security and privacy. There are too many platforms for social media. They're all the time competing with each other, and therefore the most transformational digital solutions are not easily accessible. And I think there is a need for a platform maybe like this, or a G20 or a G7, to bring about rules and regulations that can be applicable globally.
It's a great, question or a great suggestion. The issue of data governance is quite complex. We actually have a different project that's focused on data governance right now, because of all of the different types of data policies that exist around the world, and how, although they on their surface seems like they are very separate things, we have observed over the last few years that they actually have they interplay in ways that people didn't really, realize before. So, for example, during the pandemic and most recently, we saw articles highlighting how challenging it was to get human samples for, identifying viremia and who has, SARS-CoV-2, because you can actually extract trace amounts of human genetic material. And because of that, it affected, or it was, the policies for governing privacy and security of individual genetic information, like with GDPR and others, were involved in presenting challenges for sample collection there. So there's a lot of there are a lot of issues that are involved in data, and you're right. There are no standards. The interoperability continues to be a challenge with the data itself. Having a common understanding of data governance continues to be a challenge. And in the life sciences in particular, and this may be true for other disciplines, but in the life sciences, we have, the policies related to GDPR, we have the policies related to access and benefit sharing through the Nagoya Protocol of the Convention on Biodiversity. We have policies related to biosecurity laws and policies with export control laws. And there's a number of different laws that kind of govern in different ways. It's a complex situation, for sure.
So actually, the data governance is certainly a very complex issue. But for scientific research, especially, I give examples. I'm an astronomer, so in astronomy area, actually seems pretty simple. So all the data from different telescopes must open for public, based on principle of a common sky policy. So we share common skies. So all the data, so we are collected from different facilities must open to the public. So things getting much easier.
Okay, what an insightful discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Wu and Dr. Berger, for joining us online from the States and China. See you next time. And ladies and gentlemen, give an applause for Dr. Berger and Professor Wu. And we will continue. And now we have Dr. Boni Pujianto, Director of Digital Literacy of Ministry of Communication and Informatics, who will deliver the keynote speech on behalf of Mr. Samuel Ebriani Pangerapan. So please, the time for Dr. Boni to deliver the keynote speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored for having the opportunity to deliver the speech on behalf of the Ministry of Communication and Informatics Indonesia in the theme of Science Literacy in Digital Era. It is a great pleasure to be here today, even though I have to deliver this speech virtually. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Indonesian Academy of Sciences, the Inter-Academy Partnership and Association of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia, who has initiated this outstanding forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this rapidly evolving world, where technological advancement and scientific breakthrough are massively happening, science literacy and digital literacy emerge as a crucial part of our life, not only for our personal benefit, but also for society and prosperity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, science literacy is defined as an individual skill in using their understanding of science concepts in analyzing problems and concluding a phenomenon based on scientific evidence. So it goes beyond memorizing facts. It's about enhancing critical thinking skill and being able to evaluate evidence and draw informed conclusions. In a world where in misinformation flooding, science literacy plays a very significant role as a shield against misleading information and help us create rational decisions. Moreover, it allows us to distinguish between reliable sources of information and fake news. By promoting science literacy, we can foster a society that is resilient to fake news as well as competent in making evidence-based decisions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with the emergence of internet and digital technology, being digitally literate is becoming a necessity. Digital literacy encompasses the skills and knowledge required to effectively navigate, evaluate, and communicate in digital space. In this regard, the Ministry of Communication and Informatics has divided digital literacy into 4 main pillars, namely digital skill, digital ethics, digital culture, and digital safety. These 4 pillars then become the main material in the National Digital Literacy Program, which has successfully reached more than 20 million people across Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the lack of science and digital literacy has been seen during the pandemic COVID-19. For instance, there are more than 2,000 hoaxes on COVID-19 and each vaccine spreading across the nation. As a result, a number of people refuse to get COVID-19 vaccine as they easily believe the information from the internet. False information from the internet. This is phenomenon that
hamper the government attempt to control the spread of COVID-19. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, science, literacy, and digital literacy are interrelated and strengthen one another. Science relies on digital tools for data analysis, simulation, and collaboration. Similarly, digital literacy allows us to access scientific literature, engage with the science community, and stay updated with the latest research. To promote this literacy, we must foster a solid collaboration with all stakeholders. Therefore, this forum is a great place for us to discuss and design a strategy to promote both science and digital literacy in our field of expertise. By doing so, we can make better decisions, contribute to innovation, and work together, solving the complex challenges of science issues in the digital era. Let us embrace these literacies and ensure that they become a part of our workplaces and our everyday life. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Pak Boni, for joining us. And the last but certainly not the least, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Syarif Bando, Pak Bando, the head of the National Library of Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the speech on the central role of the National Library of Indonesia in science literacy in digital era.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu. Honorable all passenger and speaker. Yang terhormat Profesor Dr. Satrio Sumantri, selaku Ketua Aipi, dan juga seluruh pembicara. We appreciate Aipi giving National Library of Indonesia an opportunity to contribute in the international seminar Science Literacy in the Digital Era. In substantial, National Library of Indonesia prepares digital content rather than the creation of digital application. National Library of Indonesia support this activity because there are speakers from those countries who are experienced in the digital era. National Library of Indonesia has a new paradigm of the library science in 2017, being a shepherd of knowledge from marginalized people where more than 16% of Indonesians live in villa area. This paradigm has started in the policy of 10% of human resource focus of collection management and 2% knowledge management and 70% transfer of knowledge. The result from this policy is social inclusion-based library of world-price. Bapak dan Ibu seluruh hadirin yang kami hormati, izinkan kami sampaikan di dalam bahasa Indonesia sesuai dengan peraturan. Dalam era pembangunan serta perkembangan pengetahuan teknologi dan kebudayaan dewasa ini, sumber daya manusia sebagai aset masa depan bangsa perlu dikembangkan. Hal ini sangat diperlukan dalam mendukung dan menyukseskan pembangunan nasional. Dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia, daya baca mempunyai peran sangat penting dan mendasar. Memiliki daya baca tidak hanya sekedar memiliki kemampuan dan minat membaca, melainkan juga memiliki kemampuan untuk menangkap isi bacaan, menganalisis, memahami intisari, membandingkan dengan referensi lain, bahkan memproduksi dan mewujudkan dalam bentuk beragam barang. Dengan demikian, tujuan pengembangan daya baca yang utama adalah untuk menciptakan masyarakat membaca atau reading society dan masyarakat belajar atau learning society dalam rangka mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa yang ditandai dengan meningkatnya kualitas sumber daya manusia sebagaimana tertuang dalam program RPJM Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo 2020-2024. Sebagai piranti pembangunan nasional menuju masyarakat madani atau civil society, agar bangsa Indonesia dapat mengikuti persaingan yang sangat ketat di era globalisasi. Di seluruh dunia, fakta menunjukkan bahwa suatu bangsa dengan sumber daya alam yang terbatas, tetapi didukung oleh sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berakhlak mulia, terbukti dapat membangun bangsanya dengan baik, yang ditandai dengan meningkatnya income per kapita penduduknya dan kurangnya utang luar negeri serta pengangguran. Sedangkan bangsa yang kaya dengan sumber daya alam tetapi tidak memiliki sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas, tidak dapat mengelola sumber daya alam sehingga menyebabkan income per kapita penduduknya rendah dan terpaksa berutang. Investasi yang sering dianggap sebagai pahlawan sebenarnya tidak lebih dari kapitalis baru yang hanya mengeksploitasi sumber daya alam dan tenaga kerja dengan upah yang sangat rendah. Perpustakaan Nasional memberikan rumusan literasi dan oleh Ketua Komisi 10 DPR telah membandingkan dengan rumusan literasi versi UNESCO. Perpustakaan Nasional merumuskan kedalaman pengetahuan seseorang terhadap satu subjek ilmu pengetahuan tertentu yang dapat diimplementasikan dengan inovasi dan kreativitas yang tinggi untuk memproduksi barang dan jasa yang berkualitas dan dapat dipakai untuk memenangkan persaingan global. Untuk itu, Perpustakaan Nasional mengajukan 5 tingkatan literasi dalam kelompok masyarakat. Yang pertama, baca, tulis, hitung, dan pembentukan karakter. Ini mesti diimplementasikan pada masyarakat level bawah. Kemudian pada tingkat menengah, masyarakat harus memiliki kemampuan akses pengetahuan melalui bahan bacaan yang terjangkau, akurat, terkini, terlengkap, dan terpercaya. Dan yang ketiga, memiliki kemampuan untuk memahami apa yang tersirat dari yang tersurat. Dan ini menjadi parameter yang selalu dijadikan indikator oleh PISA menjadi bagian daripada OECD. Kemudian yang keempat, perlunya inovasi dan kreativitas untuk mengantisipasi perkembangan teknologi informasi yang sangat cepat. Kemudian tingkatan literasi yang kelima, apabila bangsa tersebut mampu memproduksi barang dan jasa yang berkualitas yang dapat digunakan untuk memenangkan persaingan global. Kita melihat bagaimana implementasi sains atau teknologi di dunia pertanian Indonesia. Kalau kita bandingkan Indonesia dengan Vietnam, untuk pertanian jagung saja Indonesia masih seputar 6 ton per hektar. Vietnam sudah 10 ton per hektar. Kemudian untuk padi Indonesia dengan Thailand itu sekitar 6 ton, sedangkan Thailand sudah sampai 11 ton. Bahkan untuk pertanian tebu, sebagaimana kita tahu pada abad 16, 17, dan seterusnya, hasil tebu Indonesia masih sampai sekitar 90 ton per hektar, hingga saat ini terus mengalami penurunan. Bapak dan Ibu seluruh hadirin yang kami hormati, kita harus mengingatkan kembali bahwa tujuan daripada persaingan global adalah siapa yang menentukan pemenang, adalah negara produsen dan negara yang kalah adalah negara yang konsumen. Kemudian kalau kita lihat bagaimana negara-negara industri di Asia Timur seperti Korea, Jepang, dan Tiongkok itu membutuhkan bahan baku dari Asia Tenggara, terutama Indonesia, untuk memproduksi elektronik, dan mereka membeli bahan baku Indonesia dengan sangat murah, dan kemudian Indonesia akan membeli hasil-hasil teknologi dalam harga yang sangat tinggi. Kemudian negara-negara produsen di Asia sebagai acuan kita ada Jepang, Cina, Korea Selatan, Singapura. Tentu ini menjadi tantangan kita untuk bisa menjadi bagian dari satu percaturan global. Kemudian bagaimana kita melihat percepatan implementasi teknologi di negara-negara maju. Kita lihat dari kami selalu merumuskan parameter negara maju dengan kemampuan membuat pesawat, kemudian kemampuan membuat mobil-mobil mewah, dan kemudian pada tingkat yang sederhana misalnya kemampuan untuk memproduksi mobile phone. Ini tantangan kita dalam dunia pengetahuan, terutama di Indonesia yang sampai saat ini masih menjadi negara konsumen pasar dari negara-negara tetangga dan juga negara-negara maju. Itu barangkali yang kami sampaikan. Tentu saja kami ingin menginformasikan bahwa Perpustakaan Nasional telah bertransformasi ke digital. Pada bulan Maret yang lalu, Perpustakaan Nasional telah meluncing kurang lebih 14 juta buku digital. Mungkin bisa di launching sehingga nanti mereka bisa memahami. Dan untuk presentasi kami bahannya nanti bisa kami sampaikan ke Ibu Sari. Kira-kira ada yang bisa bermanfaat untuk diseringkan dengan peserta yang lain pada hari ini. Kami ingin mencoba meluncing tentang konten digital. Perpustakaan Nasional ada kurang lebih 14 juta yang kita sudah launching, dan semua berbasis Android, bisa diakses melalui mobile phone, komputer, dan sebagainya. Mudah-mudahan ini menjadi bagian untuk sharing dalam literasi informasi di Perpustakaan Nasional. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Bando, but I would like to ask Mr. Bando to stay on stage because we are going to witness the MOU signing between National Library of Indonesia and Indonesian Academy of Science Aipi. So I'd like to invite Professor Satrio Sumantri Brojonegoro as President of the Indonesian Academy of Science Aipi to come up and on the stage together with Pak Bando. So, ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration between Aipi and the National Library has started with one main objective, which is to deliver science to the public. So, Aipi as the intellectual capital, together with National Library as the knowledge center of the public, collaborates to communicate science in the form of seminars, public discussion, and also book launching. We hope with this MOU signing, the collaboration between Aipi and the National Library is getting stronger in communicating science to the public. So may I have a round, once again, may I have round of applause from the audience, please? Okay, and we will continue with book launching. Please stay on the stage, Pak Bando and Pak Satrio, because we will continue with book launching. And this session we are going to launch a book entitled Membangun Bangsa Cerdas. And this book, the realization of this book departed from the Professor Emil Salim is senior Indonesian scientist and scholar, honorary member of Aipi, who initiated and invited Aipi members to be able to write down their thoughts, contributing to building a smart nation. So, I will invite Ibu Kartini to join with us on the stage. Bu Kartini is chief of Yayasan Pustaka Obor Indonesia, who published this book. So Bu Kartini, we will give the book to Professor Satrio first. And Pak Satrio will give the book to Pak Bando. This book contains 37 thoughts and articles from 38 fellow scientists of Aipi and compiled based on scientific fields at Aipi, namely basic science, engineering science, medical science, social science, and culture. And then we will invite Professor Suhono and Dr. Humam for joining us at the stage. And then we will invite Pak Halim to join us at the stage too. And then we will invite Budiah to join us to the stage. We will invite to Pak Abi from Malaysia to join with us on the stage. Okay, Pak Abi, this book is in Indonesian, so it contains 37 thoughts and articles from our 38 fellow scientists of Indonesia Academy of Science IP. Thank you, Pak Hamam, Pak Halim, Budiah, and Pak Abi for joining at the stage. And Pak Bando and Pak Satrio, please stay on the stage again. Okay, thank you very much for the session, and we will continue this time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first session of this seminar will elaborate the ethical way in communicating science in this digital era. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Anjana Singh, academician from Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, to 10 minutes. Oke. Berarti masih ada 30 minutes ya? Okay, sorry. I would like to inform you that we will have break, 30-minute break and 15 minutes break, and then we will join to the first seminar, first session of this seminar. Thank you.
Masih kecil. Hilang. Parah nih Lucia nih. Keluarin aja ya. Cek satu, cek satu, satu, cek satu, cek low, cek satu dua, cek low, cek low, wah. Cek, wah, parah. Off dulu, off, ganti channel. Off dulu bang. cek satu cek satu. Masih cek oke cek wah nggak bisa cancel.
Recording stopped.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the first discussion in 5 minutes. So please back to the auditorium and be seated here. ladies and gentlemen, we will continue this event with fourth session of discussion in few minutes. Okay. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the event. And ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the first session of this seminar that will elaborate the ethical ways in communicating science in digital era. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Anjana Singh, academician from Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, to the stage and will guide you this session.
Good morning to all.
Recording in progress.
On behalf of this conference, I would like to start the session, the technical session, that is as a moderator. Myself, as she has already given the introduction, Anjana Singh, and I would like to request Dr. Hamam Riza, Science Literacy in the Digital Era, Building Ethical AI Capacity is the title of his talk, from Center of AI and Cybersecurity, National Research and Innovation Agency, that is BRIN, Chair of AI Committee of Center for Technology and Innovation Studies, CTIS. So I would like to request Dr. Riza for the presentation, and there will be 5 speakers, and for each it is 10 minutes. Please proceed, sir.
All right, very good morning. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, and certainly the moderator, I would like to have a very brief presentation here, introducing our national AI strategy, and following that, we will discuss on the challenges on ethical and responsible AI with regard to the science literacy in the digital era. Could you put up my presentation, please? So, just go ahead for the next slide. So, who leads AI by 2030 will lead the world by 2100. I think a lot of leaders in the world have come forward and present these issues and plans regarding the growth of artificial intelligence. Much of the AI discussions revolves around the futuristic dreams. Sorry, it's the wrong one. Hamam Riza. Much of the artificial intelligence discussion revolves around the futuristic dreams of both utopia and dystopia. So we are looking at one extreme to the other extreme. The good, the bad, everything's there actually. if we talk about artificial intelligence nowadays. So, in fact, some institutions, think tank was saying like, AI can be the solutions to the global climate change, and AI also can cause the robot apocalypse. So in Indonesia, participating in the global AI strategy landscape, we are fortunate that in 2020, we were able to come up with our national AI strategy. This is the first strategy on AI in Indonesia, and we were able to collaborate within this what we call quad helix, academia, business, community, and government to work together and to produce this first national AI strategy, which have 4 focus areas and 5 priority sectors, including healthcare, bureaucracy reform, research and education, food resiliency, as well as smart cities and smart mobility. Yeah, this is right. Can you put up the slide number 6, please? So this AI national strategy, which, ya, yang tadi, sebelumnya. Slide nomor 4, Mas. Yeah. So this strategy was at the forefront actually to come up with all the initiatives, all the value creations of artificial intelligence. And in this strategy, we were able to identify some of the opportunities and risks of implementing artificial intelligence, especially in Indonesia. So looking at this, next slide, looking at some of the continuing progressions of artificial intelligence globally, you will examine all these use cases, whether it is descriptive AI or predictive AI, even the non-generative one or the non-transformative one, compared to generative AI, which is representing by the large language model on GPT, generalized pre-trained transformer architecture. All these AI are meant to be used in this at least five priority sectors. Next slide. So there will be huge ambitions actually for this machine intelligence going into all our aspect, all of the aspect of our life. And for Indonesia, with the biodiversity, with the many other diversity, because we are such a diverse country, this poses really an opportunity and a threat in order for us to grow with this artificial intelligence. So in my next few minutes, I would like to just highlight on some of the these opportunities and challenges of using AI. Next slide. So we are here now at the stage where generative AI, which enters the language mastery phase, put us in quite a difficult position. If you can see, coming from the perspective of machine learning, deep learning, with all the available data coming into this model, there are certain benefits that we see from this AI, whether it is reduce human labor, increase efficiency, and improve quality. So this has the potential to drive our goals towards the sustainable development goals, not only in Indonesia, but globally, everyone is going to look on this available technology. So in this case, can you jump to slide 16, please? Yeah. In this case, there needs to be a framework where this AI framework can ensure 16. Terus, yes, stop. Sebelumnya, yeah. Where this framework can ensure the ethical use of AI and sustain the trust of employees and customers. In this AI government, we are seeing such transparency and explainability, responsibility and accountability, safe and secure, as well as the privacy concerns, which is data is not used beyond it started and agreed to use. And we can opt in and opt out the data sharing which is being enabled with this current technology in generative AI. We need to be really unbiased in developing this artificial intelligence, and the science literacy on achieving this information and the data that we are procuring for the building this large model. It has to be to ensure that the internal and external checks to minimize the discriminatory bias. In the next slide, what is actually constitute the AI ethics? The definition can vary, but in general, AI ethics is the term given to a broad collection of considerations for responsible AI that combines safety, security, human concerns, and environmental considerations. So AI ethics will include avoiding bias. It will be something about privacy, avoiding mistakes, as well as managing the environmental impact. And why does this matter? Experience with AI has demonstrated that the following good AI ethics is not just responsible behavior, but it is required to get good business value out of AI. So I have identified some of the most crucial issues on how the consumer will view the transparency of these AI interactions in the next slide. Ethics in AI, where we see transparency, auditability, fair, and explainability is really a good place where we want to put the perspective of benefiting the artificial intelligence. In the context of the science literacy and artificial intelligence, so the challenge lies in the understanding the complex AI system. Ethical AI requires a deep understanding of the algorithms, models, the data used to develop AI system. We need to address bias and fairness. AI systems are only as fair and unbiased as the data they are trained on. However, identifying and addressing biases in data can be challenging, particularly in large, diverse data set that, of course, like Indonesia, we have 472 languages as our indigenous language, other than the one official languages. Just taking the specific example of how diverse Indonesia is. So science literacy is essential to recognize and mitigate bias, ensuring the AI system do not perpetuate or amplify societal prejudice, discriminations, or inequities. We need also to navigate the digital misinformations. In the digital era, misinformation spreads rapidly, including in scientific context, and science literacy is crucial for individuals to distinguish credible scientific information from false or misleading claims. However, the proliferation of misinformation poses challenges as people may encounter conflicting or misleading information. We want to ensure data privacy and security, and the digital era is characterized by the collections and utilization of vast amounts of personal data. I also would like to highlight the challenge that we need still to bridge the digital divide. Access to digital resources and technologies is not evenly distributed globally, and the digital divide, including limited internet access, technological infrastructure, and digital literacy, can create disparities in science literacy and access to AI technologies. And we certainly would like to have some answers and solutions for the ethical decision-making and accountability. So by recognizing and addressing these challenges, we can move forward and strive toward an ethical AI landscape, responsible AI landscape, trustworthy AI landscape that upholds scientific integrity, fairness, privacy, as well as our well-being in the digital era. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riza, for finishing on time. And if we have 1 more minutes to go, so I would like to take 2 questions, if any. If we don't have any questions, then we will move to the second speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamam Riza, for your wonderful talk. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request the second speaker of this session, Professor Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari. His talk is entitled Ethical Considerations in Communicating Science in the Digital Age. He is from Pakistan Academy of Sciences, Vice President, Islamic World Academy of Sciences, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Please proceed, sir.
Can I have slides quickly because those 8 minutes and she is a very hard speaker, so I have to be very careful. Please, if you have quickly the slides. Thanks to Aipi for inviting and Professor Nouri for your leadership. I appreciate and all friends. Great to be in Jakarta once again. Can I have slides, please? And this minute goes to you.
I will start counting only after when your slides are on.
Thank you. Just joking.
Don't worry, please.
Because who is doing it? You are doing it? Somebody else. Okay. Till the time they try to have it, this topic is very close to my heart. And in the morning we were discussing about the ethics. And, one of the important issues, I raised a question, for example, that if somebody is doing unethical, specifically on social media also, because very difficult to control. Even the world leader said, have this bleach and your corona will be okay. Will somebody persecute or prosecute such people, such rumors that you spread? Anybody, from the bottom to the top. That is a question that we all need to address, and this is the event that should have some kind of recommendation where we can ask, yeah, finally we got it. So please, next please. Digital age, what we call it, when we were young, no mobile, nothing, and now we have all this. I'm not going to read everything for you, but when information is converted into digital, we call it, and this includes everything from emails, etc., the evolution that it took place. And this is not only the social interaction, but the business and everything. and a lot of things are involved. Next, please. So, accuracy and transparency. The issue that whatever you get, even from the senior professors, they don't read and they just forward sometimes, and they are not aware what they're damaging the society because their name carries a lot of value. So there is that you have to be very careful, number one. Number two, open access and intellectual property. Now UNESCO has a big, we in this very place, we had an open access meeting, also symposium. That is again, the intellectual property rights in the digital era is another question that we need to address. Next, please. And a lot of issues when you talk about all this, conflict of interest, privacy, public engagement, social media and online platform, all those issues, medical reports, for example, when you report some diseases and everything. So we are really no more have any privacy, even the photographs that we display, for example, I took today and I places without asking my colleagues whether they permit me to do that or not. So these are the certain questions that you really have to work on. Next, please. Science communication and academia. This is very important. Who should do it? Now, the academia, I don't know about Indonesia, but at least in many developing countries, science communication doesn't carry any marks for them for their future. Whatever you do, they have impact factor, citation, blah, blah, blah, blah, but nothing for communication. So your time, your energy, that's again carries a question mark that whether we should do it or not, or that percent of energy that you spend, and then what is your moral obligation as a scientist, as an educated person, how to have your say in the public to save them from those, and do you have the skills? Do our university teach you how to communicate science with the general people? Though your funding, your everything's from the general public. Your life, your salary, your comfort, that comes from the public. But back to the public, sorry, nothing. Go, please, next. As I said, undervalued, nobody, gives you any marks for it. In many of the countries, even in the developed world, there are specialized science communicators, but not everybody. But in this world, you have to be jack of all rather than only master of something. One, you have to do many things. Next, please. And then, but now, what we are talking at various platforms, like this one is included, the shared communication. I will be giving Fenaria some recommendation and then to Nouris to look into it. How can we really do this to be rewarding, to be, having some kind of say of the academia in the general world. Next, please. Now, but if you philosophically teach to a university, what is a good teacher? To be a good communicator, with, at least to their students. And if he is that or she is that, then that skills can be used for the communication in general too. Next, please. So this is that skills, engagement. I'm not going to talk about this because there are only a few minutes that I have, but just you can take photos and later on work on it. This is the way that you can, what are the pedagogy that we have, communication barriers, motivation, sharing knowledge, etc., your demand, your, audience that you have to address, all those issues. Next, please. And here is the successful science communication and the links with the pedagogical that you have to link it, like appropriate content, clarity, the ways that you do it, examples that you do it, expert knowledge that you should have, the dialogue that you are doing, what it is the pedagogical findings and examples for that you find. Next, please. Next. And you found a lot in the corona was a sort of a blessing in disguise too, that now we can communicate online. Many people are watching us. Probably Fenaria will, record it, and this can be used by my students even afterwards. So a lot of good things come up, but what we knew, and we learned several things. It was not only for developing country, even in the developed world, vaccination movement was that. In USA, for example, there was misinformation, mistrust on the government responses, and then stigmatization of those infected. The science, delegitimization of the science. People were saying, oh, scientists are not coming to our rescue. Though science has its course to go. And that is the bridge that we have to make with the society to understand them what science really is. Next, please. So that advocacy that we do and the science communication skills that we need, that how you do it. That is that you have to understand your audience, your message, your public. Who are you talking to? The journalists, the public, these science students, academicians. These are the things that basic skills you need to have. Next, please. How this meet? Why should we be doing it? Research is what? Question, data, information, advocacy. That information, that is, we take it to strategy and action. Next, please. Quick, please. There is that where it means information that is not used gathers dust. So that is that the advocacy that you use for research question. Next, please. This is why we need to be working, because the research and advocacy, they both ultimately that works together. Next, please. Go ahead, few questions. So now the questions are, the media, does the media accurately portray public attitude? Media influence the public attitude, and media as a concern influence on behavior. The media, do they invite you as a scientist? Believe me, they have little interest because of business, money. They are more interested in having something, oh, there was a tire puncture, but a big bloom, maybe something happened, etc., etc. So that is that you have to work with media and you have to realize them how important your information is. Next, please. And this is what happened, health crisis, stigma, and inequality. Next, please. A lot of slides I had. Next, please. Next. Next. So, the strategies that we need to have high impact science communication, the research, how the university researchers should be working with the media department if they have, if they don't, how they work with the public media houses, link that they establish, and the visuals and media flashes. This is this profession. So what we need to do is that from the younger lot, we have to educate them. How can they be a source of positive image of science communication with the public at large? Next, please. And how to spot misinformation. There are ways to spotting misinformation, from suspicion to language, etc., etc. This is how you guide your people to how to spot that this is misinformation or the true information. Next, please. And the difference between the two, misinformation and disinformation. What is malinformation and all this. These are basics that we really need to interact with the public. Next, please. This is how we identify the right information. There are various steps. Number one, how to evaluate it. Next, please. And then how to determine whether we can address this claim or not. Next, please. And how to address it, whether it is true or not. Next, please. Evaluating of the harm and damage. What is important for you now? How much damage will it have? The consequences for the society that the claim that you are going to be analyzing. And are these effect consequences are significant or not? Next, please. Here is the effective science communications. The actors, society, science journalists, press informations, captions. How can we really be working and how this communication is vital? Next, please. Not mine, but somebody else is probably doing all this. Science communication in the Asia Pacific. We already had a meeting here last time too on the open science, but now this is what, when we were working with UNESCO, we tried to have some kind of guidelines for how to have science communication strategy in this region. Next, please. And again, citizen science, how to involve the general public in this science that we are going to talk about. Next, please. Quick, now a couple of slides maybe. How to build a capacity of the, what we call it, citizen science with the essential elements that we have, who, why, what, how. These are the ways that you can, build capacity of the people of your younger lot. Next, please. Can you go quick? Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Here is for the share committee, being the member of that committee, to Fenari, our chairperson, and the president, Nouri, that some of the goals that you should have, how could they work more in the digital era, how can we more interact because of this innovation in the so these are some of the recommendations I'm leaving behind that we will be discussing in the committee too. Next, please. Next. Thank you specifically for this committee. The President, His Excellency, I already said that, a good friend, old friend. Thanks for inviting us, President Nouri and everybody else. AIP also for funding and all that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zabta Khan, for a wonderful talk. If there is question, I think you can put it up. Two questions is acceptable. So, Dr. Pataria, if you have a question, please put on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanwari, for wonderful presentation, very thought-provoking. One question that occurred to me is, incidentally, we, under the banner of ASA, INSA, and NISCARE, organized a conference on fake news, paid news, and ethics in India sometime in 2019, when I was chair of ASHA, Share Communication. And one question that just was floated is still unanswered. And let me share it with all of you, especially you, because there was wide experience. Whatever coming in the name of fake news, so one suggestion was or is, we can go to the source and clarify and find it. But when it comes from a source that is paid by someone, I'm talking about the sponsored research by various companies. And we have seen the scenario of GM food, GM crops, climate change debate. So they pass on the information that suits them. So, but the public needs and wants the true science. So it is difficult for the journalists, for the communicators to find out that true science, because that is coming from the source, they are already biased. So I think that is a kind of situation where how to distill out the true science. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. As usual, a very good question from you. I always expect that. I was working, I've been to INSAR, so we were working on all this. The issue is really complicated, and it's not only with the public or with the source, because in GM food, very good example, and now is this one. Even in the scientists, as I said, conflict of interest, they have two kind of people. One, like GM food, pros have GM and nothing will happen, everything is clear, go ahead. I will call it US and Europe strategy. US, go ahead, we have done enough and it's enough. You said climate change, geoengineering, UNESCO, now we work on it. I'm a part of that commission. What will happen if we have aerosol in the air and we, modify the whole air, what will happen? That's another. So within what we need to do as a scientist, that we, the next generation that we are producing them with ethical, those responses that they understand. You know, this is material world. You pay little money, the project you get from, for example, you may have some ban on the smoking companies or all those, but not on such things. You always take a project, you sign something, and you always say, I will not disclose this, not do this and that and that and that. So, at least what I'm summarizing it, Anjana is looking at me, I'm speaking too much, but what we can do is, at least the next generation that we are producing, we teach him how the basics of, ethics. Even if you are getting money, what you need to do it, how I agree with you 100% that unless we produce such good, vital people, that we have either one way or the black and white. It's not black and white, there are sometimes gray areas. So they have to understand the gray areas, how to communicate with the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the satisfying answer to the question to Professor Patelia. Is there any more one question? If we have, we can put up. Otherwise, we'll move to the third speaker. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Zapta Khan, for a wonderful talk and the explanations as well. Now we will move to the third speaker, Dr. Ganigar Shen. Her presentation titled is Curiosity, Wins and Science Communication in the Landscape of Digital Era. NSM, Thailand Experience, Vice President of National Science Museum, Pathum Thani, Thailand. Please proceed.
Thank you, Anjana, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for organizing an opportunity for us to share and learn from each other. I'm also the executive committee of the Science Society of Thailand, and I also work a lot on promoting the public awareness of science. So do we have my slide now? Okay. It would take a while. Well, just to give you a quick background. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Well, next slide, please. Well, I'm from the National Science Museum, and we are under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science Research and Innovation. So we don't only run museum, which cover science, information technology, natural history, and also ecology. But we also work on behalf of the ministry to coordinate with various partners, various science agencies to promote the public awareness. We run Science Caravan throughout the country and run the National Science Festival in collaboration with all ministries. Next, please. Well, today what I would like to share as an idea, it's on science communication, but from the perspective of the public. Just to move back, before the pandemic, we hardly use our online communication to promote science. We mostly use it for public relations and marketing. But with the pandemic and with the progress in digital literacy and accessibility to digital platform for the public, we have revisited our tools on digital platform. And we found that we have as many as 6 Facebook page, 1 Instagram page, and so many video clips on YouTube. And we realized that, wow, we have a lot of channels, we have a lot of platforms, but those platforms are not well used. And besides, we never try to make this platform access to the public as something very attractive. I mean, we never try to make our content there very attractive. So we come back to science communication and try to compare, what we are doing in in communication and in marketing. From sender, message, receiver, and channels, we try to think of our science and science communication as creator, content, consumer, and platforms. Next, please. So with that, we study a lot with our researchers and our scientists. You know, we work with the media and online professional, and we realize that with digital era, well, we have to focus more on micro content. What is it? Short bite-sized content that can be consumed quickly by the audience, primarily on social media. Examples are videos, Instagram, TikToks. Also, we need to find ways to update news, lists, headers, infographics, image on this platform. Okay. Well, what is good about it? Because it fits the new audience, which have very short attention span. Next, please. And we realize that with the digital era, content creator or the person who communicates science does no longer need to be only scientists. So it's a flip model. It means, and we found many people, not only scientists, produce science content. Who? Of course, journalists who are helping on this, but sometimes school teachers, university students, and many others. These people work as knowledge manager, not only the one who owns the science, but compile the information and try to make it interesting and communicate. Or nowadays, maybe ChatGPT could be a content creator. I don't know. However, of course, there is some complication on, well, whether or not there is proper knowledge in that, you know, proper skill on that, and proper ethics on that, as the previous speakers has mentioned. However, we have to realize that this is a good opportunity for science communication, as it is a bottom-up way to communicate science. It means science doesn't come only, you know, from us who realize that, you know, everything is interesting, everything is good, but it comes from the public who realize that what is needed, what is interesting for the public. Okay. Of course, there are risks, misconceptions, fake news, partial facts, as you just mentioned. People try to sell things through, you know, partial fact of science, misleading viral content, unknown source of information. And what can we do? Because scientific knowledge is fast moving and getting more and more complicated, even for scientists like us. Next, please. Well, however, for NSM, we try to find ways to do public-driven science communication, which means that how to have a better engagement, which way we can communicate science so that we can offer a better engagement from the public, interest-driven from the public, and also after that we could create a community of people who like or who would like to follow the same sort of information. How could we get the public feedback and monitor those feedback? And of course, how could we do the content management and strategy so that we can make sure that the science communication can make the most impact? Next, please. Well, for this reason, we work with our scientists to adapt to the new ecosystem. They have to learn new communication tools and dive into new platforms that we never tried before. For example, Instagram. Use unique resource. For example, very good scientific picture, which is very rare and not available for media or for journalists. But our scientists have these. Okay? Of course, we have to encourage them to work with speed, because nowadays, when public is interested in anything, they want it right away. We have to understand more the human mind, the curiosity of people. And next, respect public trust and expectation on the scientific community. And of course, this is the most important thing. We ask our science team to follow their impact. Next, please. Okay, this is just a quick research shown of our research we conduct in 2021. You see that actually public kind of know which have some perception of the source of reliable scientific information. Okay, they still think that television is a good source, website is a good source, TikTok is not a really reliable source. Okay, next please. And this is even more interesting. I think public knows that scientists, museums, universities are reliable source of scientific information. The point is, do we provide them enough information, speedy information, by the time they need those information? Okay, next, please. Okay. For NSM Curiosity Wins model, the way we provide the content through our platform, first of all, we use curiosity, which is a human nature. We provoke curiosity. We encourage engagement, participation, okay? Ideas, feedback. We use multiple platforms. We follow up outcome and impacts, and using data analytics, which AI can provide us. Which page, which data people access the most, which data people ask for the most, okay? And also, we try to work to promote more content creators, work with the community, not only among our science team. And then we also do the crowdsourcing information, questions. What does it mean? It means that before we are working on new project, exhibition project, we ask for questions, what people want to know from using the digital platform. Next, please. Okay, here are examples. Okay. I think my talk will be a little bit lightening and we'll finish very soon. This is how we provide. This is our curator who are expert in shrimp. She provide information with question. Which one is shrimp? You know tom yam goong, right? Have you heard about that? That's a shrimp, sweet, hot, and spicy soup. But there are many kind of shrimp in Thailand. Okay. So this is an example. They start on the page of goong. Which one is goong? And they introduce the information how we could identify this kind of goong, which is shrimp, prawn, and others. Next, please. Okay, this is another way we communicate science easily. Is it true that when bees sting you and it die right away? This is a question, and there are a lot of discussion on that before we give the answer. Okay, next please. We did that on the World Bee Day. Okay. This is another example of using questions and something surprising fact. Okay, the one on the left, okay, on my left is quiet killer on the ground. Actually, they are the worm that help to control, the worm that are help in biological control of the pest. So we talk about it. And the second one is on the some kind of creature living in the fish mouth, which everyone knows, everyone see, but they don't know what it is. Okay, next please. So I have 2 minutes left or no minute left? No. Okay. Then can we go further? Okay, these are several examples of our media. Next please. Okay, we can go further. Okay, next please. I show you this example with information of how much they have been shared and reached. For For example, this information has been reached almost several 100,000 in a few weeks because it's something they are searched for. Okay, next, please. Okay. This is from the page of the Science Museum. Next, please. Okay. This is from the Natural History Museum. It's a game where people can interact and answer the question and try to find the right answer later. Next, please. Okay, I just want to show this quickly because it's a podcast with an update science news. Okay, podcast is a great way we find to respond quickly to the hot issues. Okay. Next, please. This is just the recent evidence about the leak of cesium-137 in Thailand. And we use podcasts by working with scientists and also media to respond this, and which has a lot of people follow. Next, please. Okay, this is another program that we show that relevant science. People come to Thailand, like to eat shrimp, and then we talk about this kind of shrimp and why we have to go there to eat it. Okay. Next, please. Okay, this is the resource from our scientists, which is used on Instagram to make people understand about ant, and then we talk about bioeconomy. Okay, next, please. Okay, I think we can go 3 more slides further, and then it's my conclusion. Go further, please. Yeah. Next, please. One more. Okay. At the end, I think to make sure that science can reach to the public, we have to think as in a marketing perspective, more in marketing perspective. Learn new tools, adapt to new landscape, customer or consumer center, work fast, change fast, maximize the use of our digital resources, and of course, be aware of ethics and standards. And to do that, we need to support or work together between scientists and content creator, journalists, and other people who are interested to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ganigar Chen, for your wonderful talk. Now, since we are running out of time, we don't have any space for her questions, so this can be asked during the lunchtime. So we will move for the 4th speaker, Professor Hendra Gunawan. His presentation is entitled Nurturing Children's Science Literacy, Fellow of AIPI for Basic Science Commission, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Institute Technology of Bandung. Please proceed for your presentation.
Thank you.
And your talk is within 10 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the committee, especially Bufin, for having invited me to give this presentation. I will share my concerns about our children science literacy and also my contribution to help increase our students, our children science literacy. Next. So we know about our youngsters, Gen Z, who live in the digital era. But our question is, how good is the profile of our Gen Z, especially Indonesian, actually. Next, so the digital era definition you can find in the internet, and also I think that this era is connected to the internet era, where almost all of us, including the children, now are familiar with smartphones and everything. So next, I got this infographics from, I think, McCrindle. which tell us how many Gen Z live in the world. I think there are 2 billion children. Next, but if we talk about the largest population in the world, turns out not China or USA, but Facebook. So next, now talking about Indonesia, we have 200, maybe 80 millions now. And you see the statistics here. There are some figures about our youth literacy, but I think this figure only tell us the number of children having undertaken primary educations, because the number is, for me, is too high, 90 something percent. Next, and this tell us number of people having smartphones, and also access to internet and so on. Next. This was from 2015. I tried to find the most updated statistics, but I couldn't find one. But I think this figure still tell us that most of our youth use internet for social media, chatting, online games, and so on. And on the right side, browsing, online use, email, and online seller, which are productive activities, while the left side is the non-productive activities. So this is part of my concerns. Next. Here there are some statistics also which give us information about who and what they do. Next. So if you look at this picture, I just got this picture from the group that I'm part of it. So how many? Three children are reading books. I guess this is not very common nowadays, although we are here at the library. Maybe we can find some people reading books, but yeah, I mean, this picture will be rare. Next. Next slide. So Gen Z, the definition we can also find in the internet. They don't just represent the future, but they are creating it. Next. But I'm afraid that our Gen Z only live in era Z, but do not possess the criteria. Because the criteria is they should be connected, educated, and sophisticated generation. So this is my concern. Next, in the PISA test, our students didn't perform well. So next, you can find Indonesia there, and on the right, Indonesia is still below. Next, click. Yeah, you don't see the name of the countries, but the arrows point where Indonesia is. Next. So what? I'm a university teacher. I'm a fellow of Indonesian Academy of Science. What can I do? Well, next, from a few years ago, I tried to, of course, look at what are available in the internet, and then I thought what I could do, what I could contribute to increase our children's science literacy. Next. So from 2014 or something, I decided to blog and publish books about mathematics and science. I'm a mathematician, so I try to promote mathematics also. Next, so I wrote blog articles. Not easy, but I tried. Next, almost every week I write one article. That was my commitment at the time. And then after some time, I could collect the articles and then compose them into books. So I have been publishing 3 books, which could be considered as popular mathematics, not textbook. Next, but then I also want to do something more. So this, I try to focus on children as my audience. So I created a website called anakbertanya.com. Anak means children, bertanya means question. So children question. Yeah, this article is still about mathematics, but in this blog, I invite my friends, my colleagues from other universities, also from communities, from different institutions to write, actually to answer children questions. So first of all, I have friends who were organizing activities with children, and my friend collect questions from the children. So one by one, the questions were answered, and I asked my colleagues, depending on the questions, to answer the questions. So this is about mathematics, so I will answer the questions myself. Next. And then from the articles answering children's questions, again, I compose them into books so that I can distribute the books nationwide, not only for those who can access the internet. So I brought some books with me here. These are the picture book. So from the article converted to picture books. Next. Next, please. The books have been distributed nationwide a few years ago, and one of the sponsor is the Cominfo, the Ministry of Communications and Informatics. So the right top right, and the left, on the left top, the book was distributed through Post Indonesia, so the Indonesian Post Office. And at the bottom, you see the books have been with the children in Nusa Tenggara, Southeast Islands, and also somewhere else in Indonesia. Next. These are the books that I have with me here. I don't have all of them, but the title, the first one, what do you want to be if you get, if you grow, is does UFO exist? How old is the Earth? Who's the first doctor in the world? Who's Einstein? And these questions are from children, so I don't create my own title. I mean, these are from the children. So who's the first mathematician? Maybe some children know from their parents that I'm a mathematician, so there is one children asking this question. And bottom right is why the rainbow is half circular shape, something like that. And this one, I like this one. The original title is actually Why is Plastic Dangerous? But then this book is the last one. But then I began to modifying the title to be more interesting for the children. So this book is called Monster Plastic, Plastic Monster. So
Professor Gunawan?
yes, I think jump to the conclusion, perhaps. 1 minute, okay. Yeah, that's the title. Next. The last slide, I have my conclusion on the last slide. Yeah, okay, for next. Okay, these are the festival that I organized 5 years in a row before the pandemics. So I also have offline activities. So here are my thoughts about science literacy. So first, I think scientists have to be more active in promoting science to the society, especially to the youth, by using various media that are available in the internet and others. And secondly, I think supports from the government and industries are important. The distribution of books nationwide have been supported by some companies that I can find in this country. So in the case I presented here, sponsors. Yeah, I wrote here that sponsorship for the production and distribution of books is really helpful. And also sponsorship for the events such as science festival is also needed. And last but not the least, scientists and science graduates who are potential to become science communicators should be encouraged and supported. I think we need more of them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hendra Gunawan, for your wonderful talk on nurturing children's science and literacy. Since we are running out of time, there is no questions for you right now. So if there is any questions, the questions can follow within the lunchtime. So we have the last speaker, Professor Dr. Mehmet Emin Aydin. His topic entitled Digital Transformations in Universities, Experiences in Turkey Academy of Sciences, Tuba, Necmettin Erbakan University, Konya, Turkey. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Could we have my presentation, please? Thank you. I'd like to thank first for the organizer for inviting us and providing this opportunity. I give some brief information about universities in Turkey and the scientific works carried out, and then after the pandemic time, digital transformation, about some information about digital transformation. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yes, universities, higher education institution has been around. In Islamic world, it's called madrasa. In Christian world, it is monasteries, and in academy in ancient time in Greece. The first known madrasas is established in Transoxania and Khorasan in 907. But during Seljuk and Ottoman time in our country, the madrasa education was continued. In Republic era, Istanbul University as first state university was established in 1933, and the Bilkent University as the foundation university, first foundation university established in 1985. Currently, there are 200 universities, 127 are state, and the rest is foundation universities. From to madrasa picture from Konya, my city, and one on the higher right, Rabi Madrasa in Istanbul, which is already used Tuba office in Istanbul now. And the other one is Istanbul University, a picture from Istanbul University. Next, please. Yes, there are a few events like incentive program of Turkish Science Council in 1993 to give support for international publications from Turkey. And also in 2000 there was rule for the promotion in associate professorship. You have to have citation index published journal articles. So these 2015 there was also academic publication incentive, other ones, but these three had some effect in the increasing publication numbers. We have about over 30,000 full professors in 200 universities, 17,000 associate professors, and over 41,000 assistant professors. Next slide, please. This is researchers' publication life cycle, and the age starts when researcher had first publication, and it increases rapidly until he is appointed as associate professorship, and after that it increases gradually till full professorship. But after appointing as full professorship, it usually declines rapidly till 30 years of publication age after first publication. So this is how this is happening because of the regulations and the incentives. So if you adjust them, you can maybe keep it running. Yes, next slide, please. This graph shows simply the researchers responding these incentives and regulations in numbers. But in the regulations, there are some points in incentives, but not in the regulations. So it is not effective so much in the quality of the publications. So in regulations, maybe if quality is included, maybe that will also help. Next slide, please. Why the publication number is important? Because people also relate number of publication and the GDP of the country. So also a number of high quality publications and the GDP are related. So if you have more scientific outputs, hope that your country will develop faster. Next slide, please. And this graph shows change in research and development expenditure, and how much money you invest for research and development, and how many people working on. Of course, these also have effect. Turkey is about 1% of the GDP, with Brazil and Mexico and Korea, and Japan is in over 3% of the GDP. Next slide, please. Yes, in Turkey it is increasing, but still around 1% of the GDP for expenditure for this research and development. Next slide, please. Yes, this is for the research and development personnel. Next slide, please. Number of scientific publication per million population in Turkey. Next slide. Yes, this is also something important. Although we have increased the publication numbers, the blue bars show the award publication of articles in Q1 journals. You know, journals are separated, as you all know, in percentiles. Q1 is the top journals, and Q4 is the less impact, having less impact factor journals. So Turkey's publication is more in the Q4 percentile range. Next slide, please. And also patents are also, trademarks are also important. These are the numbers by years in Turkey. Next slide, please. If we look at the publication per million people, this is the graph. Publication side, it is relatively maybe okay, but next slide, please. In the patent, we have relatively lower comparing other countries numbers. Next slide, please. This is the graph of showing contribution of countries to science and their places in publication ranking. Turkey is located together with Pakistan and Indonesia. So we should maybe work harder to make it better. Next slide, please. In education and training, due to COVID-19 pandemic, world had to move to the digital environment, and traditional habits and concepts have changed rapidly. And we have three important institutions in Turkey. ULAKBİM, which is academic network and information center, and YÖK is Higher Education Council, and Turkstat is a statistical institution collecting all sorts of information and making available for all people. And university is also preparing educational, open educational contents for all. Next slide, please. Yes, ULAKBİM, as I mentioned just now, is Academic Networking and Information Center. This institution is providing internet for all universities in Turkey. Also, academic journals, they don't have to subscribe. The universities don't have to subscribe these journals. ULAKBİM already subscribed almost all the popular journals, books, and theses, so that universities can access freely. Of course, university has freedom to subscribe more if they want. Next slide, please. In Higher Education Council, also National Thesis Center is established, and they have at the moment 785,000 theses since 1960s are available in their archive. Next slide, please. Also, there is one facility called Dergi Park. Dergi means journal, so it's like a journal collections. It's provided again by Academic Network and Information Center. Next slide, please. Dergi Park providing all everybody, universities and other institutions, to publish their journals. Currently, they have 2,714 journals, and you can see the indexes that this journal is in. So also they support various languages in the journals, and publishing institutions is on the other box, universities, individual person, associations, etc. And everything about journals is, services about journals is carried out free by ULAKBIM, which is Academic Network and Information Center. Next slide, please. Also, this is again from Academic Network and Information Center. This is TR index services, like citation indexes. They provide this service also. Now they have 1,677 journals cited by, this is originating from Turkey, cited by TR indexes. Next, please. Turkstat, Turkish Statistical Institute, compile, evaluate, analyze, and publish statistics in the fields of economy, social issues, demography, culture, environment, science and technology, and other information in other areas, and it is freely accessible for everybody. Next slide, please. Again, this is academic archives, all through this, again, ULAKBIM's page. Through this page, you can access all the archives of institutions in Turkey. Next slide, please. Turkish Academy of Sciences also provide open course materials for basic social and engineering sciences, free and open resources for everybody's access. Next slide, please. Higher Education Council also has a courses platform, and they also have some courses available for university students. Next slide, please. Higher Education Council also have a virtual laboratory, and they have these facilities for general chemistry and general physics for the university students. Next slide, please. Yes, for the conclusion, digital research and education ecosystem should be improved. Infrastructure, connectivity, digital equipment, institutional digital capacity should be improved. Digital competence of the staff also be improved. High quality, user-friendly learning content should be prepared to combine with existing contents and learning methods. Scientific works such as research, innovation, and publication should be supported. Promotion regulations of academic staff should be adjusted periodically to increase the quality of research, education, and publication. And Rumi lived in my city, Konya. His famous word is, yesterday is in the past, my dear. Today it is necessary to say new things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mehmet Emin Aydin, for your wonderful talk and sharing your experiences in Turkey of digital transformation in universities. So since we are running out of time, there's no questions for the floor. So if there is any questions, you can just have questions during the lunchtime. And I would like to thank Aipi for giving me an opportunity to be a moderator. With this, I would like to hand over the floor to the Aipi organizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anjana and all of the speakers. And now we will have take a lunch break for an hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can enjoy your lunch in front of this auditorium, and please be back at this auditorium at 2 o'clock in this afternoon to join us at our next discussion. Thank you.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners.
Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society. The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and click wisely on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners.
Since 2013, the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance has brought global communities together, promoting international cooperation to advance media and information literacy to all. Spanning over 100 countries, the Alliance has more than 700 member organizations. Member organizations are committed to advocating for the development of media and information literacy, supporting the articulation of national media and information literacy policies, and collaborating to reduce duplication and fragmentation, driven by UNESCO and partners, with support from an international steering committee, regional chapters, youth ambassadors, and thematic working groups. The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance coordinates activities at the global, regional, and national levels. The Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network is a research arm of the Alliance. Youth are co-leaders in the Alliance network as peer educators through the UNESCO MIL Clicks initiative. You can access hundreds of learning resources on media and information literacy by following MIL Clicks social media pages. Join the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance as an individual or organization. Get involved now.
Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online. Offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers. Undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network. Organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society.
Jadi gini Pak Jimmy, kira-kira baseline saya biar laku harus pakai ramuan apa ya?
Sebentar Bu.
Bapak lagi ngapain sih? Emangnya itu ramuannya Pak?
Enggak, cari sedotan.
Kirain, jadi ramuan saya gimana Pak?
Ini Bu, ramuannya yang ini pasti laku.
Oh ini nama Ibu Zona ya? Ini apa yang kamu kasih resep nih? Anak saya sampai sakit perut. Aduh, perutku sakit. Jadi saya mau makan dengan anak saya ini.
Gara-gara bazar Bu Zona, semua anak-anak sakit perut.
Nah, terus gimana anaknya saya ini yang lain juga? Nah, bagaimana makannya seperti ini? Terima.
Alhamdulillah, cuma mimpi.
Bagaimana Bu Zona? Basreng rasa barunya?
Alhamdulillah laku keras Bu, berkat rasa dan jeruk. Terima kasih ya Bu. Saya betul-betul mendapatkan banyak manfaat dari perpustakaan.
Ya, memang perpustakaan juga bisa membantu banyak pengusaha UMKM untuk lebih banyak menimba ilmu dan mengikuti berbagai pelatihan, sehingga dapat mengembangkan usahanya dan bisa sukses.
Tes. Oh, sorry kegedean. Oke, aman ya.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
back to your seat in the auditorium as we are going to start the last session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a reminder to be back on your seat in the auditorium because we are going to start the last session of this seminar in just a few minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the auditorium. And the second session of this seminar will be discussed about digital literacy in health and building sustainable and resilient society. And this time, Professor Zabta Khan Sinwari from Pakistan Academy of Science and Vice President of Islamic World Academy of Science will lead the session.
Thank you very much, many ladies and few gentlemen. Let's start. And the first one is my colleague from UNESCO. I being worked with COMAST, you all know, World Commission for Ethics and Scientific Knowledge and Technology. So it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Marie-Louise Oliveira, if I pronounce it properly, Director for Partnership and Operation Program Monitoring Communication and Information Sector, UNESCO. It's a great pleasure. She is a very learned speaker. I happen to hear her many times. So over to you, Marie-Louise Oliveira. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, and thank you all, colleagues, speakers, participants, and organizers for having invited me, to take part in this important seminar. We really have been living in a very changing world. We know that population growth is accelerating. We will have 2 billion more people on our planet by 2050. Economic growth is actually slowing. We see unemployment, underemployment, inequality rising, climate change threatening health and livelihoods. Even when we're actually overshooting our planet's capacity to renew environmental resources at the pace that they are consumed. But it's also a world of tremendous promise and a lot of innovation. We see countries investing in renewable energy, other environmentally friendly solutions, information and computer technologies forging closer relations and speeding productivity gains around the globe, biotech revolutionizing food production and medicine and health, crowdsourcing and the sharing economy, reducing resource consumption rates and waste. So we see that advances in science and engineering have been central to human progress, and they are taking center stage again. But for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, we must not only participate in creating and sharing knowledge in innovation, but in ensuring that this progress is actually directed towards improving people's lives, not just to improve wealth. And we see automation, artificial intelligence, and robotics that promise tremendous economic growth, but we can also exacerbate inequality within and between nations. And the changes of this size, they require a really profound transformation in how we equip our societies with the kinds of skills and competencies that we need for really rapidly evolving markets, for fields and occupations that don't even exist yet. Scientific literacy has never played a more crucial role in empowering people to live dignified lives, in supporting economies to correct imbalances and thrive, in helping left behind areas to incorporate digital technologies, to facilitate transitions to green and sustainable societies, to foster international cooperation for peace and sustainable development, as we are doing right now by communicating online. Science has a responsibility to chart a lot more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for all of us. Our systems need to produce scientists that fully understand the economic, social, environmental, and international impacts of their professional activities and inventions. Our education systems need to ensure that every person is science literate so that it can contribute to formulating principles, standards, and frameworks that uphold human values and protect the vulnerable. This is particularly important with respect to digital technologies. Digital transformation, including artificial intelligence adoption, is changing how people live, work, and function, and has become one of the hottest priorities for every organization, whether in the private or public sectors. Today, we have more people online than offline. Over 5 billion internet users worldwide, over 20 billion internet-connected devices. Nearly 2 billion websites host close to 3 trillion blog posts. The internet delivers such unfathomable amounts of content that we actually struggle to make sense of it. Without the skills to interact with digital information ecosystems, our cognitive capacity and our attention become so exhausted that we can't really cope. So I'm happy to say that UNESCO is playing a leading role in facilitating international cooperation and shaping a human rights-based digital future. While there are plenty of organizations and companies that are working to make computers smarter and more connected, for UNESCO, what matters is to make people smart and more connected. And for that, we start with digital literacy, definition that contemplates tangible skills such as producing, using, sharing information in digital domains, including computational skills, that focuses on how skills are used in real-life situations, that encompass a learning process that is gradual and lifelong, and enables critical participation in different types of digital environments, from normal email to plain websites, all the way to the metaverse. UNESCO's definition brings together media literacy, information literacy, and digital literacy to highlight the kinds of competencies that emphasize the development of research-based skills and the ability to engage meaningfully with all forms of content sources and mediators, regardless of the technology that they use. Our experience shows that beyond technical skills, what we need to instill are essential socioeconomic competencies as well. Social-emotional competencies. Scientific talent is sought internationally, and the practice of science, particularly in fields related to science, technology, engineering, and math, requires significant intercultural skills to collaborate with colleagues who come from a variety of backgrounds. Inclusion must also be addressed, particularly how to ensure equality in fields like IT, which are leaving behind too many people at an increasing pace. This is very important because digital inequalities are rising again. We used to talk about the digital divides, the difference between those who are connected and those who are not connected, don't have access to the internet. But the reality is that today, 95% of humanity lives in areas covered by broadband signals. The lack of connectivity is not the reason why we still have 2.7 billion people offline. The reason is that development of use and the use of digital technologies like artificial intelligence is actually engendering new types of devices. Differences between who have or don't have access to data, to hardware, to skills to develop and use emerging technologies, and particularly, for example, these new generative AI systems that have been placed now in the hands of the public. If we talk about data, for example, by 2025, 2 years from now, worldwide data universe will grow to 163 zettabytes and is projected to double every 2 years after that. Just to put it in perspective, a zettabyte contains billions of kilobytes, and a long, long book is about 1,000 kilobytes. The economic inequalities in the digital age are going to be exacerbated by the differences in whose data is collected and who is able to derive socioeconomic value from data. Data skills are becoming absolutely essential, but lacking enormously, particularly in developing countries. This is one of the main reasons why, while artificial intelligence is actually deeply transformational technology and a motor for changing societies, and research shows that it could contribute to 13 trillion to the global economy by 2030, most of these benefits are actually expected to accrue to developed countries. We must invest in data science, data literacy, and data governance. The lack of linguistic diversity online is another barrier. Even though there are 7,061 languages in use in the world, only about 300 or so are barely represented in technology and on the internet. This limits access to information, to knowledge, and the development of new service for users of these languages. Gender inequalities are tremendous as well. There are enormous gender-based differences in the digital age. Women have a lower proportion of internet access as compared to men. They also represent only 29% of science research and development positions globally, and 25% less likely than men to know how to leverage digital technology for basic uses, like creating a website for a small business. We have a responsibility to younger generations as well. The digital economy is creating its own set of winners and losers. Economic surpluses are being captured by a handful of multi-billionaires, and the hopes of a better future for the next generation is disappearing into a kind of a gig economy that really offers no safety net when people fail. And we need to recognize young people as equal partners in co-shaping our digital future. They are the true digital natives. UNESCO is working to address complex technology governance challenges, setting standards for artificial intelligence policymaking, and ensuring inclusive digital technologies and policies and transformation for a brighter technology future for all of us. We want to reinforce the role of human agency and human-centered values in shaping the trajectory of this kind of development. Artificial intelligence and other advanced communications and information technologies so that they can actually contribute to sustainable development. Through our work, we are sparking discussions about digital inequalities, algorithm bias, social media echo chambers, or the e-waste that is generated every day. We pay attention to how international cooperation can mitigate the brain drain in less developed countries as, today, young people can work remotely and deliver their skills to other societies without even moving abroad. Realizing the promise of new technologies requires that we do no harm, that we ensure that all persons, businesses, and institutions can participate in creating and sharing knowledge and to benefit equally from the technological revolution that we are experiencing now. For that reason, we work on regulations and standards to ensure good oversight, protect the public good. Regulations and standards also encourage investment since they create level and stable playing fields in which actually innovation can flourish. It's noteworthy that all countries in the forefront of digital transformation are actually engaging in the development and implementation of regulation of digital spaces and technologies, including for social media and for artificial intelligence. UNESCO is actually a standard setter in the area of digital transformation. Our recommendations and guidelines, including on transparency of digital platforms, open science and open data, on the ethics of artificial intelligence, the ICT competencies for teachers, and others, are flexible and adaptable instruments that can foster innovation while protecting accountability and rights. So let me just return to the issue of digital skills and competences. It is essential that we develop these necessary human and institutional capacities to harness the potential and address the challenges of digital technologies and platforms. UNESCO is prioritizing the capacities of groups whose decisions and actions have the widest and the deepest impact on our societies. That includes policymakers, civil servants, particularly, for example, judicial operators, since they have a special role in shaping the environment in which digital ecosystems are developed, as well as educators who are responsible to impart knowledge in line with the 21st century requirements, and young people who are the digital natives that lead digital transformation. Media and information literacy is an essential element to build critical thinking, technical and other skills, knowledge and attitudes that enable us to derive value from digital information ecosystems while avoiding the traps that they set by misinformation, conspiracy theories, disinformation, cybercrime, and so on. Regaining ground on a vigorous and healthy public debate requires that we protect information as a public good, while defending freedom of expression, access to information everywhere, but because it's a scale and reach, especially online. As individuals and as societies, we need to relearn to value facts and knowledge. We must set up and support a fact-based evidence-generating bodies such as academia and science institutions, as well as public interest, independent media. Our governments must strengthen their legal basis and their capacity to address the social harms brought by digital ecosystems and technologies. We must direct our digital commons towards becoming a global public good. Research by McKinsey Consultancy shows that there is an increasing demand for digital literate professionals. 25% of employers think that finding employees with the right skill set remain their biggest challenge over the next 5 years. 50% of all employees will need reskilling in the next 5 years. According to a study published about digital skills for career progress, the number of jobs requiring digital skills is predicted to increase 12% by next year. 94% of business leaders expect employees to acquire new skills on the job. And research by WIPO, the World Aipi organization, shows that Indonesia, for example, is struggling to transform its technical skills into technology-based innovation. They found weaknesses in capacity development because of the soft skills and the gender inequality in access to jobs by females with advanced degrees. There's a growing literature on the impacts of a digital savvy workforce on economies and societies. So let me quote a study by the World Bank. A digitally competent workforce can help strengthen the foundational pillars, the installation of the digital infrastructure, for example, connectivity and data repositories that is most relevant for each context, the growth of digital entrepreneurship, the development and use of digital platforms and digital financial services. Moreover, a digitally competent workforce comprising a large majority with basic digital skills, a critical mass of skilled personnel and advanced specialists can help to extend the application of digital tools and processes in a wide variety of sectors, from the informal sector, agriculture, energy, transportation, health, education, all the way to the high-tech ones. One group that has been consistently neglected in skilling up efforts are civil servants, due to a culture of outsourcing technology development to consultants. It is no surprise then that our research shows that important gaps exist in digital competencies within governments, and that these gaps appear to be wider in the Global South. Failures of digital transformation projects many times are due exactly to that. So for that, UNESCO has developed an artificial intelligence and digital transformation competency framework for civil servants. We want to place all our tools at your disposal. And let me tell you, please do not hesitate to reach out to UNESCO. And I want to thank you for bringing up our voices and your expertise to this critical conversation. And we are looking very much forward to the insights the seminar will generate and the actions it will spark. And we want to be part of this community with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and a big hand to Maria Eliazar. Thanks, a great presentation, and you covered a lot of things and had left no space that we could ask you many questions or comments. The things that you highlighted are of everybody's concerns, like gender equality, education as a public good, inclusiveness, equity, diversity. So you covered a lot of areas. Great, Maria Eliza, and let me thank you on behalf of all the participants, and hope to see you in Paris soon and somewhere else too. Keep on doing great things. A big hand to Maria Eliza.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you as well, and all the organizers again.
Thank you, and hope to see you again. Have a good day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. And let me request another renowned global scientist. He is well known throughout the world, so doesn't need much of the introduction. My friend Narendra Mehra, who is Vice Chair of Indian National Science Academy, INSA, He's a great expert in transplant immunology, clinical immunogenetics, etc., etc. Sir, if I speak, I will consume your 10 minutes, which I want you to consume it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank you very much and namaskar from India, and I bring greetings to you from the Indian National Science Academy. And I thought I'll discuss with you the science literacy in the digital era in relation to the developments in India. Now, science with its constant pursuit of knowledge and discovery. Could you also start showing my slides, please? Because whatever I speak will also come on the screen. Yeah, go to the next slide. So science with its constant pursuit of knowledge and discovery has been a powerful propellant of human progress. It has become the instrument of powerful human, it has become the instrument of human follies and also the remedial tools that rescues us from their consequences. Look at the example of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic, and I was very active during the pandemic. I used to write very frequently in the local newspapers, the popular articles. And the COVID-19 pandemic, the emergency of novel viruses, the growing menace of antimicrobial resistance, and the impact of climate change have all become a major threat to human survival and well-being. With developments in information and communication technology, digital-based education with its multifaceted benefits has emerged as the most important and the impactful innovation of our times. The next one. Paul Gilster, a historian and educator, first coined the term digital literacy in 1997, arguing that it went beyond just skills in using technology. Indeed, evolution of digital technology has changed the way we interact with our surroundings or perform our daily life tasks. Digital literacy is now an important life skill that people need to deal with the challenges that they face every day. In a country like India, where internet penetration is increasing with every passing day, digital literacy is very important. Next, digital literacy. The Digital India is a flagship program of the Government of India with a vision to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledgeable economy. The program was launched on July 1, 2015 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, is now regarded as a global success story. The Digital India's mission tagline is Power to Empower. These schemes and policies, along with digital innovation, are accelerating the growth and opportunities of micro, small, and medium enterprises, what we popularly call in India MSMEs, for the inclusive economic growth and sustainability through entrepreneurship, both in the rural as well as the urban areas. In fact, the implementation of smart cities, smart grid, and the smart communication is now paying dividends. According to the next one, please. According to, yeah, this is fine. According to the Indian National Statistics Office, a digitally literate individual is at least 5 years old and can navigate the internet via a web browser using email and find, evaluate, and communicate information using social media tools. In fact, Tuvalu, a small island nation in South Pacific, has become the world's first digital country. As per the start of 2023, there are over nearly 700 million internet users in India, and the country's internet penetration rate stood at 48.7% of the total population. Only 30% of the women in India are digitally literate, compared to double the number of men. In relation to age, if you look at, similarly, only 30% of the adults over the age of 50 are digitally literate, compared to double the number of adults in the age group of 18 to 29. The Pulumpara Town Council in Thiruvananthapuram district of India and in the state of Kerala has achieved the distinction of becoming the first totally digital literate panchayat in the country. Next, the three core components of Digital India initiatives are digital infrastructure creation, digital delivery of services, and digital literacy. In fact, there are 6 common topics that all digital literacy curriculum should include. And these are information literacy, ethical use of digital resources, understanding digital footprints, protecting yourself online, handling digital communication, and of course, the cyber bullying. Next one. According to the technology acceptable model, acceptance model, 3 factors motivate people to accept and adopt any technology. And these are perceived usefulness, perceived use, ease of use, and attitude towards the usage. The Digital in India 2019 report revealed that nearly 100% of internet users in India use a mobile device to access the web. Age, gender, occupation, geography, cost, and other variables have also been shown to shape the diffusion of the technology in India. Next, and in fact, India's state-run digital literacy program is one of the largest in the world. Still, there is room for improvement in terms of design, capacity, and implementation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I keep on talking about COVID-19 pandemic because I'm a doctor, so I dealt with the COVID-19. India experienced transformative digital tools in public health platforms like CoWIN and eSanjeevani. Now, these were game changers in the delivery of vaccines and healthcare services. For example, the CoWIN, the COVID vaccination program's digital backbone, democratized the vaccination drive. Rich and the poor, everyone had the same access and the same role, and the platform quickly generated the digital certificates as proofs of vaccination. Similarly, the e-Sanjeevani, the telemedicine service that we had, allowed online consultation with doctors from home. Everybody was consulting the doctors from home. At its peak, it handled over 500,000 consultations a day. Indeed, a digitally enabled COVID war room helped make the real life policy decisions. Similarly, Arogya Setu, the RT-PCR app, and the other digital tools allowed the data to inform policy that strengthened India's COVID response by an order of magnitude. You know, we had our own vaccines, and to exploit the potential of the digital tools in public health, India is building now a national digital health ecosystem, which is called the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, that empowers patients to store and access medical records, share these with healthcare providers, and ensure quality treatment. Of course, there are immense challenges as well. Next one, please. Yeah. Of course, there are immense challenges. Number one, digital literacy initiatives need to track the different levels of online efficiency as well as who has the access to internet. Number two, when assessing the influence and effectiveness of such initiatives, factors like age, gender, education, and technology experience should all be taken into account. Number three, most transformative digital solutions are not easily accessible because they're blocked by copyright regimes and proprietary systems. And number four, also there are unevenly distributed in terms of language, content, and infrastructure. And number five, there is no global governance framework that can ensure interoperability across systems and address concerns around data security and privacy. If the global community, like this one, resolves to converge its efforts under one umbrella, like for example the G20, could become the apt platform to build future ready vision for the digital health. Now, for India, the need to improve digital literacy is increasingly urgent with the increasing prevalence of e-governance. There is so much study material and learning information available on the internet that learning and education are no longer restricted to physical textbooks. This technology also helps students to become even more efficient by removing the barriers to communication that existed between the students and the teachers there. I see that the chairman has walked up. I will try to wind up in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Under the National Digital Literacy Mission, India has launched a dynamic and integrated platform of digital literacy awareness program designed to help rural communities to take the lead in global digital economy and help them in maintaining the competitiveness and also shape a technologically empowered society. I want to tell you, friends, that across 650,000 villages, the literacy rate has already jumped to about 70 to 75%. But the digital literacy is almost non-existent. This is where we will have to work. The goal is to create a digital data house at every rural community level to make them economically viable and create opportunities for the community and its members to stay connected to the world through the internet. I want to end by stating that the vision of NDLM is to work with multi-stakeholders to digitally literate at least one adult from each of the 147 million rural households in India. And my last line, it is important to remember that children born today are born in times of hope. To live a full life in the modern world, one must be literate, digitally literate, and more importantly, science literate. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Great, you had a great speaker, and that's why I was, coming very, very slowly. He's stronger man, and he knows the immunity also. So he has the immunity, and I don't. I thank you, sir, on behalf of everybody, and hope that the share committee will have another meeting, and we will hear you for 30 minutes to speak. And you promised that you would give another lecture. Thank you, sir. Now we move on, and we have another great guy online, Professor Budi Viveko, if I pronounce it properly. And again, a health person will be talking about health and digital literacy. Let's see what we hear from now on for another 10 minutes. Hope I request the professor to take 8 minutes so that we could talk to him for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Professor, and please go ahead. Professor, go ahead. Professor Budi. If you are muted, unmute yourself. He is unconnected. Okay, sir, we move on. We have another speaker, and let's we resolve your issues at your end. We still need some digital literacy. Hope that in next 10 minutes time, Professor gets online. And now, another great person, Nihonjin Choto Nihongo de Nashte Mui, Kamushirna Kedumo. Let's invite Professor Dr. Koike Toshio-san, Sensei. He is going to talk about integration of knowledge and capacity towards sustainable development and having a good, resilient society. He's Executive Director of, you are here, Sensei, Dozo, and we expect that we hear a lot of good things from you on. Thank you, sir, and most welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would focus on this is a science literacy in the digital era. I would focus on the topic on the disaster issue. Let me briefly summarize. Next slide, please. Summarize the disaster resilience and sustainability at a global scale. The more than 80% of the human loss occurred in lower, middle, or low-income countries due to the disaster. And economic loss accounted for the more than 3/4 economic growth accounted for in upper middle and high income country. However, the economic growth relative to the GDP account for higher value in low income and lower middle income countries. So the preamble of the 2030 agenda emphasized the sustainable and resilient path, and no one left behind. We need to take a bold and transformative step. How to realize these steps? Next slide, please. Our Science Council of Japan, my committee, a committee on international cooperation for promoting the science-based disaster risk reduction, published the recommendation in 2020 titled on the building of resilience, building a global building a sustainable global society by strengthening the disaster resilience. We provided the 4 recommendations. First and second, we emphasize the online synthesis system and facilitator. Next slide, please. Our science community needs integrated knowledge beyond the discipline. For that purpose, we need to enhance the function of the data and information exploration, collection, archiving, and such. And we also need to improve our prediction, simulation, and visualization capacity. And data integration, information fusion capacity should be enhanced, and we need to enhance our coordination beyond the discipline. For that purpose, we need to a support system that is a synthesis system, hopefully online. Then our science community can develop the consilience, the integrated knowledge. But we recognize there is still a gap between our science community and society. How to fill the gap? I was much impressed by the previous talk by the head of the National Library, and also the National the Science Museum and children's book. That is, I think, the facilitator. Facilitator is not just as a master of ceremony, but a kind of the catalytic beings who can establish the trust-based relationship with community, who can explain the causes and the structure of the on-site problem and local implication of the data and information, and who can suggest the goals, the possible solution and governance, and on-site stakeholders' responsibility. And most important one is who can convince the community. So this synthesis system, including the mutual risk communication capability, can help the facilitator to work with society. And then the society are willing to cooperate with science community by providing user needs and local data and knowledge, indigenous knowledge. And the science community can work more and propose a new framework, and then we can provide fresh learning opportunity by integrating scientific knowledge to the community. We developed proposed this framework. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Yes. And then, in turn, the on-site stakeholder, the society side, in cooperation with the facilitators and by making a maximum use of the online synthesis system, they need to develop integrated scenario for disaster risk reduction or environment and development issue. Next slide, please. With regard to the climate change adaptation, by using the climate model and the various data and downscaling bias correction, quantifying the uncertainty, the output can be used as an input into the, for example, hydrological model. And then the output of the model could be connected with environmental and the socioeconomics and culture and history. And we can implement the holistic impact assessment of the climate change. Based on that assessment, we can propose the adaptation options, and the decision will be made and implemented, and the result should be reviewed and reflected to the next step decision making. This kind of the scenario, incorporation and coordination of the science community and engineering community and the socio-economical community through the coordination, science and technology, and governance and finance. In this case, we need to tackle the large increase in the volume and variety and velocity, high throughput data we need to handle. And also, we need to keep the veracity, the quality. In Japan, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. We established a data integration analysis system 17 years ago as a national key science and technology policy program under the Cabinet Office. At this moment, the storage capacity is 100 petabyte, and calculation performance is not so high, but this system connects with Japan's Science Information Network, SciNet, directly. And then I myself, I'm a water person, and a climate person, agriculture, biodiversity, urban economy, health. So these disciplines, the colleagues can work together on this data system. Next slide, please. We also need to convey our idea and our achievement to the international society to get support to the development of this system and foster the facilitators. Next slide, please. In occasion of the 4th Asia Water Summit, the 18 heads of state and government gathered together, and they declare to require the transformation, quality-oriented society that are resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. And they declare to improve the governance and close the financial gap and appeal to the science and technology community. And they request our science and technology community to explore what role science and technology should play in the cross-sectoral decision-making of leaders. We discuss, and the conclusion included in the chair's summary, by emphasizing resilience in open science policy and fostering the facilitator and taking the end-to-end approach. And this message, next slide please, convey to the, next slide please. This is last slide, yes. UN Water Conference, which was held at the UN headquarters in New York last March. And the key message, the key for breakthrough is, among other things, the open science policy and facilitation between science and decision making, end-to-end approach, and water cycle integration. This is a message from Special Envoy of Prime Minister of our government at the concluding remarks of this conference. In this way, we can share our idea with a large community. Thank you very much.
どうもありがとうございました。本当に面白い話聞きましたよ。すごい。どうも。 let's move on. And this was just a pass of languages. And I don't know whether we got our Professor Budi online or not. You know, Professor Tushu very nicely, I repeat his word, facilitator is not only master of ceremony, but as a catalyst being. And the 4 V's that you explained of data are really important. Thank you, Sensei. Kokoro kara hanashi. Hontou ni arigatou gozaimashita. Hi. So, my online people, he is not available, and I would ask now again my friend Narendra to take revenge. Whatever I work for him, he can work for many people now. And let's ask him, request him to take over the chair and continue the session, sir. Over to Narendra ji. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much. I think our next session has 5 speakers, and we have a total of 1 hour time, which will mean that each one of you will get about 10 minutes. I think keep it to 10 minutes. And after you speak, you see the organizers have made a very good stage over here. So I would like you to finish your speech and come back and occupy one of the chairs, so that the last 10 minutes we will spend in question hours, question answers and all. So my very first speaker is Dr. Aristotle Kerendang from Philippines. Aristotle, what we are, what we do. There you are. Please come. I will sit right here, and you finish your speech, come right here by my side. And after all the 5 speakers have spoken, we will have a Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to all. Mabuhay. They grabbed my picture from my Facebook account. And sir said, that's my grandson. Is that my grandson? Okay. Okay. It was, taken yesterday only. See the difference? Okay, so mabuhay. Welcome to the Philippines, the texting capital of the world. And may I request everyone not to fall asleep, because if you fall asleep, you will dream of me. And when you dream of me, you'll have nightmare. Okay, you look so sleepy, so let's pump up a little adrenaline here. Can I have my slides, please? And I promise to finish this in a few minutes, so I can sit there. Okay, can I have now my presentation, please? And the title is, while waiting for that, I hope the time is not running. We are what we do. Yes. And we are what we eat. And the Philippines is the tax capital of the world. I don't know if I can be very proud of that. And this is the digital age. And I'm running out of lines. And tell us a joke. Well, I'm 16. Yeah, I'm 16, no longer sweet, but very dangerous, So beware. Well, I'm, in the Philippines, we call this the barong. The barong is a native Filipino outfit that is used also for formal wear, but many Filipinos do not know the background of this, even the scientific background of this. And this is one thing that I do now, as I go to the indigenous communities. Because I used to work in the national government for science and technology information for 20 years, where, I met good friends. I've working with, while waiting, oh, this is a good introduction. While waiting for my presentation, I'm using some of the time. I'm with Share Communication, used to be, thanks to our friend from Korea, who introduced me to the science communication area in the world. My special regards to the chair, who's been with me for the past 10 years. And of course, this is sort of reunion for us. From Indonesia, Dr. Finaria Lego, are you here? Dia also, and Miss Ganigar Chen from Thailand. Hi, I hope you're taking my pictures. I request her to take my pictures and a short video for my Facebook post tomorrow. Now I'm doing a stand-up comedy here. Come again, sir. How much we were talking about dollars a while ago. Okay. And also, I would like to start this while waiting again for the presentation about the facilitators that Dr. Koike mentioned. It's very, very important. And do you know, everyone, I am part of that. I'm part from the Davao team of the Help Davao Network. And thanks to iCharm Japan, I was there this February. I attended the conference there for the flood hazards. And I am very fortunate to see the emperor in person in Tacubaya University. And I am doing things like this, and I'm rambling and mumbling, and I'm going to do some tumblings here for entertainment purposes. Okay, my age. I'm 16. No longer sweet. 16, no longer sweet, but very dangerous, you know, so take care. Keep a safe distance from me. Okay, and since I mentioned about the facilitator, I was quite captivated by what Dr. Riza this morning mentioned on. I was just taking down notes as if I was listening. I was not really listening, I was daydreaming. He mentioned about the collaboration among different sectors, like mentioning the quad helix principle. But to share with you, in the Philippines now, we're already starting to adopt the pentahelix model, where we should include the media in all the things that we do, aside from the 4 traditional areas joining hand in hand together. Okay. Shall I be able to present like in a week? Anyway, it's very, very short. I would just like to introduce you to what we have done and what we are currently doing and what I am currently doing in a small part in southern Philippines. I'm no longer with the bigger institution on science and technology information, but I'm more focused on working with indigenous communities for them to better understand some of the things that are happening around them. Okay. Shall I sit now? While waiting. I did send, but I have a copy. Perhaps somebody else can take my place first. I still have 5 minutes. Okay. So we'll be sharing more in my 5 minutes. In the area really is like, they just told me that they did not receive my PowerPoint. I sent it last week. Yes. Is the online speaker available right now?
Each speaker has 10 minutes, so you have
Okay.
half of it.
So I'm very sorry because they did not show my PowerPoint.
Or the PowerPoint is not working.
They have not received it. Anyway, so we've been doing so many things now in this digital era. We used to be very traditional in the things that we do. And I've been very active in newspapers, magazines, developing materials on various topics on science and technology, including those that discuss on climate change. No, I was the project leader on the very, very used to be famous Project NOAA of the Philippines, and I was the head of the strategic communication, where we were able to develop some materials. And one of the most important outputs there was the book called RED, or the Reference for Emergency and Disaster. And we were able to distribute posters ranging from all the what to do's before, during, and after disasters, all of those disasters, and were distributed to all schools in the Philippines. And these things have been translated because we knew that it can only reach so much if in the traditional format. And then we later on realized, upon doing some surveys, that we should distribute this to using a new platform, and then it became digital. Sad note is, in the most recent PISA data, what that was also shared by other speaker, the mathematician, but his data was on 2015. I was able to get the 2018 results, and the Philippines was on the second to the bottom, and it's quite sad. It's quite sad. It's sad, but you know. Oh, it's here. So you received my slide. Okay, so can we now proceed? And that's where I am right now in southern Philippines, the map with the red. It's on the south, really. And just like Indonesia, we are an archipelago, if you're not very familiar with my country. But we're smaller. We're smaller in size, and we only have 7,107 islands during low tide. And it becomes 7,106 during high tide. But with what's going on around the world, I think we are now losing some of our islands. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the common definition of science literacy. Please proceed. Okay, this is where we are. We are like over there, according to the latest data from macro trends. The Philippines has like 100 plus million people compared to Italy, which is about 50 and the same size as the Philippines. So we're very prolific. And you see here the trend on the UN projections. Population rate will not go down until that period. I don't know, are we still alive by that time? Next slide, please. And here are some infographics on population by age. We are now about 117 million. And this is a distribution on the age brackets. We are a very young population, if you notice. Next slide, please. And that's the internet user over time. You see it's rising. 11 years, from 2013 to 2023, 85.2 million Filipinos are connected. Okay, please. Okay, due to several reasons, and one of this, well, paradoxically, is because of the pandemic, as everybody shared. It did not just happen in the Philippines, it happened all over. Next, please. And you see the reasons for using the internet. Number one still is finding information. Almost the same with staying in touch with family and friends, and that's very Filipino. We want to be always with our family in whatever form, in whatever medium. However, I have a question on finding information. Please, next slide. Yes. The same thing, we are always fascinated with everything. We are family oriented. However, please look at the social media. 84.5 million are in social media. We are very social. Next, please. However, look at this. Okay, this data reach 85 million almost, 84.5. That's equivalent to 72.5% in terms of our population. 3/4 of the Filipinos are connected. Next, please. And this one, according to my friend's media outlet, the Philippines is top 4 country on time spent on social media. My goodness, I don't know what they're doing. I'm part of that. Next, please. Yes, they are into cryptocurrency. I'm not, because it's cryptic. Next, please. And 95.8% of internet users in the Philippines play video games on any device, making it, yes, again, we're number 1. The number 1 country, no, even ahead of the global benchmark of 81.9%. They're busy in video games. Next, please. That's the average, about 1.5 hours spent. Next, please. And this is other key findings. Please, next. Vlog consumption. We are ahead of Indonesia. Indonesia and the Philippines want to watch vlogs. So perhaps Finaria and myself can sit there together side by side the whole day without talking to each other, just watching vlogs. Next, please. Okay. Next, please. Again, higher. Music. Filipinos are music lovers. I sing. And these are some notes to think about. Well, sadly, as I said, information about the interest on science is few or non-existent at all. If you remember the graph that I said, I have some questions about that. Finding information, but it does not talk anything about science information. It's the sad part there. So we are on social media, we are in everything, we are number 1 in everything, and yet we are second to the lowest when it comes to our students in science literacy. It's quite ironic. Next, please. And then I found some new articles while preparing this presentation that really corroborate on the veracity of that finding. Next, please. Yes, that's another study by my former boss, Bernardo et al. Next, please. But behind every dark cloud is another cloud. Okay, of course there's a silver lining, but not all is lost. And so,
tapi tidak bisa buka lagi, nggak bisa buka audio, videonya nggak bisa buka.
Yes, not all is lost. Okay, please, next, please. Okay, there are some opportunities to this situation. If we will just sulk there and be sad, my goodness, nothing will improve. So the private sectors, the government people, all this, so we're now doing the pentahelix model, and we are now including the media in all of the things that we do. Okay, please. And then, though that includes the DOST, Science and Technology Information Institute, and then please, another one, and then the formation from the different private groups. We founded the Philippine Science Journalists Association in 2000, and now recently disbanded, and then another one came up recently, this 2023, called the Science Communicators PH. Next, please. Yes, next, please. And all this have taken, as I mentioned in the introduction, that all of these materials have been transformed into digital formats, now reaching further audience. Next, please. And these are the samples that I mentioned about the Red Book, which I prepared, and these different materials that we distributed to different schools all over the country. Now they also have their different format, the online versions. Next, please. And then the Philippine Science High School system is where our champions in science and math Olympiads in the world come from, but they're just a handful. Because this is different from the Department of Education curriculum. This is a special curriculum for the brighter students, and together with the Science Education Institute that provides the scholarship. Next, please. And then, as I mentioned, the Philippine Science Journalists and now the Science Communicators Philippines. Next, please. And this is what we do at the moment. In my own little way, in our own little part of the world, we have just finished one project that was funded by the National Research Council and have been focusing more of my energies now on the indigenous communities. No, because a new office has been established for me as the director. It is the Institute for Indigenous Science, Technology, Arts and Society, or I2STARS. And now we're going down to the most marginalized of our country, the indigenous people. They are the very vulnerable part of the population. And we let them understand all these things. The things that they do, helping preserve their culture, while at the same time letting them understand the science in what they have. That's, I think, very, very important. Okay?
The time is up.
Okay, so my time is up. I will keep quiet now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Okay, we must move on to the next speaker, which is online, Dr. Johannes Haryat Moko.
Thank you very much. But
University of Sanata Dharma.
Yes.
Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Talking about digital era, educators' mindset change for the new learning models. Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes for you. You have 10 minutes for you, sir.
I'm sorry, I cannot share my screen. It is said that host menonaktifkan berbagi layar. The host must give me a co-host. I cannot share my screen.
You cannot share your screen?
Yes, it is said that the host...
Can somebody help him to share his screen, please?
Okay, now okay.
It's coming. There you are.
Thank you very much. So the biggest challenge today is to face an uncertain future. And uncertainty is a source of anxiety for most of people and leaders, and even a threat to all forms of establishment, including the education system. And radical changes in business and leadership models in this innovation era must be followed by fundamental changes in the education system in order to respond to the new demands of the more qualified workforce. And so I would like to give a small illustration about the trend of workforce availability. If you see this diagram, you see the lowest, the green color, it is agriculture. The trend of workforce in agriculture is in decline. And the red one is for white collar and blue collar, also in decline. Only services that is still stagnant. And in inclining is the color of brown, light brown. It is work of creativity. What kind of creativity that will be available and that will be needed in this era? We can see this, what kind of works is 50 new profession in digital era. Data scientist, artificial intelligence engineer, cybersecurity specialist, digital marketing specialist, user experience designer, virtual reality developer, blockchain developer, social media manager, cloud architect, digital content creator, e-commerce specialist, augmented reality developer, robotic engineer, data privacy consultant, chief digital officer. These are the 15 that will be needed really in this era. And the question of education, I would formulate in these three questions. What kind of knowledge, skills, and competence required to that the young people could be successful in navigate the digital era? And the second question, how can learning models prepare young people to face disruptive, innovative demands, and how to determine the indicators of success? And the third question, how to help educators change their mindset to the demand of a new learning model where the center is no longer educator, but the learners. And that is why I would say what kind of competence and skills is needed to be developed in digital era. What is the basic is skill in conveying ideas, written, oral, visual ideas, simplifying ideas, and coding literacy. And the second one, analytical and critical reasoning. The third one, skill in information technology. 4, communication and cooperation skills, management skill of fascinating organization, and planning organization within an innovation framework. These 6 skills require the exercise of analytical critical thinking. According to Bloom's taxonomy, it aims to higher order thinking, and the focus must be on creative problem solving. And this analytical thinking, I think all of you know well. I will skip it. And the collaborative, innovative skill transform learning model, especially what learning focus on analysis, collaboration, real world problem solving. And it consists in 2 things. We have new strategy in placing learners, a new role of educators. It means the change of the educators' mindset. And learners placement strategy, we have to say the responsibility is put on the learners, not on the teachers. And the content is taught separately. And learning should be just in time, not just in case. Failure is useful. The process of allowing learners to fail, but in a safe zone, can help to reframe mistakes as a valuable learning experiences. And thinking ahead, learners move from a present mindset to future one, always learning new again, and challenge the belief system. Learners need to open up their vision of the world to broaden the understanding of belief, perspective, opinion, and belief, opinion, and values, and widening demand on cyber-physical space convergence. And the last is the main concern of Society 5.0, collecting well-being. And I wish to that is why what I propose is the changes in educator mindset and changes in learning model. And I think what is now the center of learning is the learners themselves. And the educators take a new role as a learning empowerment designer. What does it mean, a learning empowerment designer? There consists on this new role consists on 3 things. Learn educator as a designer. It means that educator prepare learning to achieve objective with a choice of strategies. An educator have the competence of problem-solving skill, designing learning project facing concrete cases through observation. And also learners have to have the ability for implementation, English, practical tasks that focus on material, method, pedagogical communication, and evaluation, especially formative evaluation, not only summative evaluation. And the second new role is limited resource person. It means educator place knowledge in context, posing problem, spurring understanding of the enigma. Educators provide information, purpose, activity, tools, method, and task involvement, and to give an achievement indicators and evaluation. An educator proposes ideas to be processed, to be criticized, to be selected. An educator invites to focus on exploration, self-inquiry, allowing asking, questioning, and testing, critiquing, and also relativizing opinion. The second new role is problem-solving ecosystem manager. It means that educator organizes space-time sequences of learning and facilitates the learning process run smoothly and determines the rules of the game. And also in the same time, educators must create a climate that everyone feels cared for, respect for peer encourages creative collaboration, and learners focus on problem solving. And the fourth is facilitator, mentor, and guide. It means that educator, facilitator of activities, group work, personal work to ensure efficient use of time and facilities, technology, interaction time and facilities, and also methodology facilitator, resource for creativity, and also create problem-solving opportunities and motivate the class to be a hub of knowledge and creatively and innovation. And the fifth is innovation motivation resources. It's mean what? It's being a friend and companion, comforting when it discourages dealing with problem and help regulating emotion and self-control. Training the cognitive flexibility to help the student open the different ideas, accepting input and willing to correct for better ideas, and also encouraging creativity, having the skill expected by the learners. And the sixth is what we call always willing to learn and to work. It's mean ongoing learning and networking, always motivated to learn, enhances social adjustment, shapes competent citizens, and personal development. And benefits of educator network, we have to have, educators have always to have many networks. And finally, the seventh is comprehensive assessor. And this comprehensive assessor not only for the summative evaluation, but especially on formative evaluation. For formative evaluation, usually educator need for kind of portfolio, showcase portfolio, growth portfolios, process portfolios, and cumulative portfolio. And finally, we have to say also what is. What is aim here is to aim to the higher order thinking that means
may I request you
and create.
May I request you to please summarize your overtime?
Okay, and it's until the last one.
Okay.
That is why this 5 problem-solving based learning methods, spurring creativity and innovation, is the first abductive logic or abduction. And the second, 5 steps to solving problems scientifically. The third, design thinking. The fourth, computational thinking. And the fifth is critical discourse analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please don't go away. We will call you if there is a question for you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
We have one more speaker which was not taken last session. Dr. Budi Viveko. He couldn't join at that time, but he's right now available to us. He's going to speak on digital literacy in health. He's a fellow of the AIPI for Medicinal Science Commission, Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much,
Professor
Mr. Chairperson.
Budi.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to share about digital literacy and health, a little bit about our experience in our faculty. So we know that three important things that will disrupt healthcare providers and also healthcare systems within 20 years ahead. They are genomic medicines, digital medicines, AI, and robotics. And this is from our Ministry of Health. We can see how the digital technology is quite important, ranging from fetal, baby, children, teenagers, young adults, elderly, and critical care, including the critical care. So that's why the role of digital technology is quite important for delivery health services in the near future. We can see in these figures personal health devices, telemedicine, diagnostic, personalized therapeutics, and many others that technology is an enabler of health services, including the digital health technology. It's very interesting quote from Jonathan Lincolns, chief CEO that in the age where the fleet consumer manages nearly all aspects of life online, it is a no-brainer that healthcare should be just as convenient, accessible, and safe as online banking. So that's why we can see how now GP is wearable technology in UK. This technology already, I think, up to more than one people use this kind of technology that was developed by National Health Services UK and emphasized, completed by machine learning or analyze data from wearable technology into precision medicines. This is quite how people voluntarily report their daily conditions regarding health to the primary care, to the family physician. And this is one of our study in Indonesia, in Jakarta. We're establishing a formula, Indonesian calculator of our site, that by using this kind of technology, people knowing a woman that calculator, they will know how they are biological age with something really different chronological age with biological. For example, we female, her age is much older than her chronological age because the level of AMH level is quite low. So the very interesting result when we asking the women about the use of the digital technology in determining their biological age, most of them are really agree that they want to check, they want to know their biological age. So they know that biological age is quite important for the women, and we can see what is their attitude and their behavior while they know their biological age. Most of them, when they know their biological age is quite older, they're willing to have a children immediately. To get married, they're willing to freeze their egg, to store their eggs, or even to store their embryos and many others. Some female also, some women also still confused about what they want to do if they know their biological age. Another important thing also, we established digital health technology that bridgings between healthcare providers with the patients and also with the professional organization and the governments. We call it Jakarta Healthy Reproductions. And from this digital health, we also provide the information about healthcare provider, setting appointment with healthcare providers, and also we do disseminations, all the knowledge regarding the healthy from the teenager, from the female, pregnant women, and then all the education and knowledge that we disseminate through this kind of mobile health applications. And we connect, we use this mobile application to connect among the primary healthcare in Jakarta city. And then regularly in every month, we visit the primary care to educate all the female, educate all the women in the primary according to the knowledge that we disseminate from the mobile health applications. And this is one of our study that try to see the qualitative study about the knowledge of the females about the cervical malignancy. For example, this is cervical cancer. This is before and after they use the digital health technology. Before and after they use the mobile health applications, it looks in some case the knowledge was the same between before they use and after they use the mobile health technology, but in some extents their knowledge is still some mistake. For example, in cervical cancer, one of the method to make a diagnosis of cervical cancer is blood test. Even they know cervical cancer is located in the vaginal neck. Also, they know that for prevention, HPV vaccination is important, but still some knowledge. Still, they have some mistake and there's a lack of knowledge in some constants of the cervical cancer. The other thing also, we develop online support groups, and then we did evaluation of multimedia and online support group content and application of information using by infertile patients. This is our mixed method study in Japan as well in 2016, trying to see the two issue, the information regarding infertility services and also use of available information by the patients before they deciding to use infertility services. Again, study by the qualitative study, we can see how actually the infertile patients, the patient is quite very sensitive because they need seeking help to the doctors. So that's why the community such as online support group is very important. Initially they are feel embarrassing, but when they see so many people have the same things in complaint, so they are not feel embarrassed again, and then it and emphasize them, enhance them, improving their spirit to go to the doctors and then to join, for example, the test tube baby or infertility program in the clinics. And the last also, in the way to make a digital literacy in our faculty, also we established health big data centers. This is the health big data center that providing the cloud database storage, data catalog, data labeling, data analytics, and also consultation, so people can store the data, and also we can help the people to analyze the data. And then also we do these disseminations, how the important things about the big data, the important thing about the digital in the era of the digital technology such at the moment. This is, for example, our activity in data literacy and also digital literacy. for actually for community, for the college student, and also for the junior high school student, for senior high school students, how they should know what is the data, what is the big data, what is the DNA, what is the protein, how the disease, how important the disease, how important correlation between data and the disease, thing like that. And I think I come to my last slides. So right now, I think digital literacy is quite important because we are in the era of empowered patients. So very important for doing empowering society. And I think utilization of digital technology, this is very important in education and touch. This is again one of the big homework for our country. And then education also, systematic and comprehensive education is quite important to know, to make your people knowing well what the data, what the digital technology, and very important building awareness of the society regarding the digital health literacy. And this is, I think, very important in the term of health. Digital technology is enabler. Technology is enabler of big data. Is quite related with the precision medicine in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Viveko, for a very comprehensive talk on health services. We move on to the next speaker, Dr. Abi Veera Kumara Sisavam. He is from the University of Malaysia. We're going to talk about educators' mindset change for the new learning models. Oh, we're going to talk about bridging the trust deficit, embracing our social responsibility, enhancing science literacy. Thank you very much, Abi. Go ahead.
How can we as a scientific ecosystem also use this as an opportunity to reflect on our own operations? Next, please. And so that's why I brought in a dimension of social responsibility, which I think Zapta did allude to earlier. Next, please. Yeah. So I think we all know science matters, and I think there's enough evidence. The only reason why we are back again together here at this ASA meeting is because of the vaccines and the various different opportunities that it's actually allowed. But the bigger question is, next please, do we matter? And actually when we ask about this problem of science literacy, and I think the great work that you presented just now shows that people are interested of information. The question is what information and why is it not relevant to them? But more importantly, us as scientists or researchers or the scientific ecosystem, the question is, do we even matter to these individuals? How much are we actually relevant? How much of the work that we do actually impacts them? And I think this is best captured with the fact that there has been a crisis of trust at all range of society, be it economic, political, social, as well as media institutions. Next. You're going to find I'm going to say next a lot. But interestingly, this data shows and captures that although there's an erosion of trust, they actually trust the scientists still higher than business and community leaders or politicians. Right? So there's actually quite hope. And I thought the work that Ganiga presented earlier affirms that trend. Not everyone, right? 73%, but still there's something to be built upon. Next. I was going to initially think about presenting on this work, but I think Kavita today presented the work that I co-chaired. And really, this idea of misinformation, disinformation when it's intent, but also malinformation where now the intent is to actually harm an organization or individual is something that's quite real. And one of the things that we are trying to do next is actually to try and create new ways, next please, new ways to be able to help researchers identify and address these inaccurate scientific claims that Kavita presented, which also includes when you decide not to even say anything, because sometimes we create that digital oxygen. Next, please. But the question is, why does it matter, right? Next. The first thing is that we have to understand that the world today is very different than the world that was, even 10 years ago, and certainly even before post-pandemic. When we talk about risk and benefit within our echo chambers here today, we rely a lot on numbers, right? Actuarial, probabilistic. But the reality is that the people out there in the community, and I think the work that presented today, suggests that different individuals' perception of risk is really perceptional. And this is, of course, influenced by the biases, including the biases that we also have within ourselves. There's also other elements such as reputational, political, and also this idea that, oh, we have to be safe. Let's not take the vaccine. Can you imagine if you chose that step, not to take that vaccine? Shouldn't those individuals that say don't take the vaccine now to be called that question? Because it's easy to always, err on that side of caution. Next. And so appreciating that understanding is variable is also the next step that us as a community needs to understand, the complexity of the science, society, and policy network. That what is evidence? Evidence to us is very clear through an analytical process. But the reality is that the data that we produce does not necessarily equal information, and that information certainly does not necessarily equate to knowledge or irrefutable evidence. We have to understand that the value systems that we as a scientific community actually hold is very, very different to the values that the politicians or the society actually holds. In fact, it's a lot broader. And next, this really is something very important. What we think as truth, as Kavita talked about how this truth can also change because our science discovers the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns and suddenly shifts what we think is true at a particular period of time. But we also have to acknowledge that the rest of the world outside the scientific ivory towers have something called the belief systems that is also part of that individual's truth. And so how do you actually harmonize that? How do you actually find ways in which they start believing in you and not feel like you're another person? Next. And this is where we have to reflect that today we operate in what is called a post-normal world. A post-normal world is not an abnormal world. But the difference here is to understand two components. In the past, the work that we actually do in the labs or in research does not have the same level of urgencies for decision. But what it had was perhaps a level of certainty that we were sure, only when we were sure, we get these things published. But in today's world, you can see how, we heard from Professor Mehmet, there's incentivization to publish more, right? Data is out there, open access is out there. Now, the question is basically, how certain are we with that information that's actually out there? But equally important in the world that is called Barney, where there's so much anxiety, there's so much non-linearity, there's a need for greater interdisciplinarity. There's an understanding that more people have to be integrated in this post-normal world. Next. And then another element is, of course, the economics. How do we actually ensure that when you talk about sustainable development, right? How do you actually balance the needs for sustainability with the need for people to have food on their table? Next. And so the question then comes to us, what makes a good researcher? And today, honestly, even the university that I'm working for, if you try and define what a good researcher, next, it's based on academic impact measures. We define quality based on H indexes, citations, Q1, Q2, publications. Next. But let's talk about what makes a good research study. And I'm not going to throw shade on this. I made sure that none of you have published this work. Next, please. You'll all agree, a good research study must be high fidelity, it must be reproducible, it must be constructively aligned to the problem statement that you wanted to achieve, it needs to be objective, it needs to be precise. Let's take a paper that was published in a Q1 journal. A study that was conducted to investigate different parameters to decide what happens to the knife when they chop onions. And the whole paper basically chops they take the knife to chop the onion, and then they find that the more you chop the onions, the surface actually becomes blunt. This paper gets into a Q1 paper. Now, I try to spend a lot of time thinking what is the value of that paper, right? I might be wrong, and maybe you can tell me what the value is. Next. But think about this. If this is public funded money, and this is money that's actually being used to actually help the world better, imagine how this actually will influence a public if they actually hear this. And you find that this is actually a common feature. Many research that are being published, Q1, Q2, or high citations, have limited impact. A lot of it's redundant. You see at the end, we need to do this in the future. We need to have more sample size. We need to do that. And also, sometimes draw onto others' wrong conclusions. Next. And so very quickly, you'll see that in the field of biomarker research, and that's what I do, you'll find that less than 2% show negative association. Everyone says there's positive association. But tell me, how many new cancer diagnostic tests have been identified in the last 10 years? But there are at least 100,000 papers saying that they have found the next big marker. Next. And this also applies to drug discovery research. Next. And so this circuit of futility, where ultimately we publish, but where does it actually go? It doesn't get translated into clinic, is something that a lot of biomedical researchers are contending with. Next. And then there's an element of conflict of interest. How much of the influence of industry influences the way in which we run our work? Next. And so, next please, yeah. All of us are here today to a certain extent, and we talk about science literacy, is because of another scientist himself, right, who took it another different way. His work in Lancet, Andrew Wakefield, is the reason why we have MMR vaccination rejecting, and of course, vaccine hesitancies. It led from a scientist. And that's partly because of our key performance indicators. When you think about a scientist's key performance indicators, it's how many papers you do, how many papers you publish, what is the citation, what is that, and then we can Google ourselves. I like the way today when Ganiga talked about science communication, thinking about how marketing and learning from their processes. It's the same thing. How much of us as scientists do we think about our social responsibility? We know our responsibility to publish papers, but what is our long-term goal? Why do we do science? What is our long-term relationship with the public and as well as the different stakeholders? Until we actually are able to manifest this social responsibility, how can we believe that the scientists are truly going to trust what we are trying to achieve? How can we also ensure that scientists can truly communicate the science that matters when they themselves don't know what matters? And so we really need to question ourselves on these KPIs, and as leaders in ASA, I think it's about time that we ask this question: what kind of KPIs should we set? Right? Because if it's things like publishing in predatory journals, many of them are in Q1, Q2 journals, this is really not a statistic that Malaysia or Indonesia want to be too proud, right? That we find ourselves publishing in these predatory journals. Next, please. And so this is where we need to ask ourselves, what kind of impact should our research ecosystem create? What kind of impact do we want to create that then the people out there can appreciate the impact that we have? It's only through that impact that they feel can they then want to learn and search for those information. Why do they search for the next Miss Universe from Philippines? Because it makes them happy. But how much research that we actually put it out there makes people happy? Next. And so the last element that I want to just bring up is something that we have been trying to do in Malaysia by the Young Scientist Network, and I credit two individuals here, Prof. Chai and Dr. Chow Deming. A couple of years ago, they thought about creating this module together with the US National Academy of Sciences, which is to think about the responsible conduct of research. And that time, we talked about the misconducts, the fabrication, the plagiarism, the things that people do wrongly, intentionally. But what we have realized post-pandemic, that actually it's time for us to also ask ourselves, how are we training the next generation of scientists? I love the presentation previously. They talked about how we need to improve the way we train learners because they need to have the values and mindset. But are we also thinking about the values and mindsets of the next batch of researchers? Are we trying to get them to communicate science, or are we trying to get them to communicate science of value? Next. And so this project is currently ongoing, and we will actually finalize in 2023. And we're really proud that, next please, we actually have all 10 ASEAN member states actually running some pilot studies at the moment, including here in Indonesia. And it's something that hopefully will resonate over time. And the pandemic may have affected us, but it's amazing how that we can still organize things, thanks to digital technology. Next. And so I end my short presentation here with a plea. I think, when you talk about ASA, when you talk about the region, it's always been easy to be able to strike a balance when the amount of research and capacity or the impact of research is very limited. It's easy to regulate. Next. But if there's progress, but if it's not mitigated, then the problem is, who are we protecting, or can we actually protect from that progress? And we know of the dangers, that science can also create. Next. But if we over-regulate, then the problem then, is a stifling of research. And so what I believe that we need to create, and I think it's not just me, next, is really how can we think about, next please, just click on. Just click on, yeah.
You were really
minute.
over time.
Sorry, last minute.
You got
next,
to
just the last one. I know it's funny, right? We are in a science communication, science literacy forum, and we all struggle to keep on time. Next.
If you are not on time, you
That's
will
it.
not get your dinner.
You're done. It's actually, so your priorities, right? You talked about it. It's about creating that culture of responsibility and really going back to that idea that science serves larger than just a scientist index. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please come here. I'm sorry, I have to cut you down because, the organizers are giving you just 10 minutes time. So 10 minutes for me would be not more than 10 slides. Anyway, we move on to the next speaker. This is from the Vietnam Academy of Science, Dr. Nguyen Tuong Lan, and she's going to speak on the Digital Transformation Program in Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology. She's the manager of SNT Development of Forecasting Department, Institute of Scientific Information there. Thank you, Dr. Lan. The simplest name is Lan.
Yeah. You can call me Lan is
Yes.
better. So, and my name Lance, and I work in Institute for Scientific Information of Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology. And today I would like to present about the digital transformation program in the Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology. And firstly, I will introduce the National Digital Transformation Program of Vietnam. And after that, I will show the digital transformation program in VAS, include the targets of the plan and the solution to implement. Next. Digital transformation refers to a model driven by the change associated with the application of digital technology in all aspects of human society. And nowadays, advanced technologies become increasingly related to information area, including big data, blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, and so on. And the level of development of the digital transformation and the proportion of the digital economy sector has become to be an important factor in the competitiveness of national economies. And Vietnam is among the first countries to start the National Digital Transformation Program and targets the digital economy to account for 20% of Vietnam's GDP by 2025. The program will target business that want to adopt digital transformation to improve their production, business efficiency. Next. And the National Digital Transformation Program includes the follow goals by 2025.
There are 10 clear targets, you can see that. And 8 sectors are the focus include finance and banking, healthcare, education, agriculture, transport, logistics, engineer, energy, um, national resource, and environment and manufacturing. And next. And Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology, a leading agency in science and technology in Vietnam, is very active in building its own digital transformation plan, and the target of vast digital transformation program up to 2025 is the first is okay. Yes, the first is improving operation efficiency, and the second is developing the digital economy, and final is ensure information security. And about improving operation efficiency, uh, um, the VAS target that 19% of work documents at VAS level are to be processed on the network environment. 100% of VAS report will be updated and shared on the VAS website. And 50 of inspection activities of state agencies are be carrying out through the digital environment and information system of management agencies. 100% of records of employees of VAS will be managed electronically, and 100 of employee will grant account to access IT application. And what will have an integrated information system using big data and AI technology to manage, analyze, and provide information to support decision making for leaders. 100% of leader and employee in VAS unit will annually participate in training and updating knowledge about digital transformation and digital skill as well as digital technology. And 100% of us internet network will use new generation internet protocol address. And 100 of us agencies and unit will connect to direct data transmission networks, and complete data connection and integrate platform will be supplied to ensure direct connection with ministries and other sector, and connect platform and integrate with national data sharing. And in order to develop the digital economy, was we submit to the government project to launch a high performance computing and big data storage center that contribute to the development of the digital economy and digital society in Vietnam. And in this plan, ensuring information security is very important, and but target that 100% of the information system is ranked, and the plan is implemented to ensure a level of information security, and 100% of staff participate in training courses on information safety and security, and strengthening application of model IT equipment and security technology. And next. And to meet the goal, what has solution to to develop more platform for digital transformation, include 8 solutions, and you can see in there. And next. Okay. You can next slide. Okay. And firstly, what activity promotes communication and royal awareness and responsibility of leaders and officers about urgency and benefits of digital transformation. Regularly update content regulate to digital government and digital transformation on vast channel such as website or office email system and on yes. And but regularly issue, review, and update legal document about digital transformation, and develop a special policy for IT staff, especially staff in charge of information security. Next. And the next solution is digital infrastructure development and vast invest and upgrade IT equipment and install national security operation storage and backup blocks. Besides that, deploy data centers for digital transformation and say digital platforms such as online meeting platforms, online monitoring platform, and so on. And exploit and use national database online public service system. And next. And about data development, the main action is design an overall data architect for the VAS, set up the shared economic data center, organize the collect and convert the data into electric data, and apply big data and processing data using AI to collect, measure, and sharing of data. Next. Come back. Okay. And the next was build the digital platform, build a cloud computer technology with deployment models and different types of cloud services, invest in purchase digital equipment and software. Next. And the next solution is ensuring safety and network security, was focused on developing an backup plan, backup data, and ensuring the continued operation of the academy. And the next slide. And in addition, was improve international cooperation in research, development, and innovation in the digital environment, building the computing system with a strong enough capacity to process and analyzing data, and also organizing and business to exploit and develop product ecosystem, and participating in a forum, conference, and seminar of international organizations to study. And but also organize training courses on digital transformation and information security for employee. And in summary, to meet the development of science and technology in particularly, and develop the country in general, was to develop the digital transformation plan, and with a solution, it is hoped that the academy will quickly achieve the goals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lan. Thank you for giving us a glimpse of the very impressive transformation program that is being done by VAST. You want to come here? Thank you very much. And we have the last speaker, and this is going to be online. This is Melanie Hughes from Australia. And Melanie is a curriculum specialist, technologies, and Simon Collier curriculum specialist of science. Is going to speak on the digital literacy in the Australian curriculum, with focus on science and the digital technologies.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen.
Are you there? Melanie Hughes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, we're both here.
Fantastic. Excellent. So I'm just going to share my screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mel, if you could just let me know. I'm just about to present that one. Can you see that?
See it? No.
How about
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Fantastic. So thank you very much for your time. The digital literacy in the Australian curriculum, a focus on science and digital technologies. In the Australian curriculum, learning area specialists such as myself and Melanie work together to explore transdisciplinary opportunities. But before I commence, I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of Australia and all lands upon which our organisation is located. In particular, I would like to acknowledge that I am meeting with you today from the traditional lands of the Wadawurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and I pay my respect to the elders past and present, for they hold the memories, the traditions, the cultures and hopes of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australia. Science literacy in the digital era. The Australian curriculum aims to develop students' scientific literacy and digital literacy through the 3 dimensions of the revised version 9 curriculum, which was published in November 2022 following an extensive consultation. Developing scientific literacy enables students to engage meaningfully with contemporary issues, evaluate different points of view, and make informed decisions. The Australian curriculum aims to ensure students can experience the joy of scientific discovery from the first year of schooling, encouraging them to nurture their natural curiosity about the world around them. This includes communicating science understanding and inquiry with others in a digital era. As outlined in the OECD 2019, science literacy is described as the ability to engage with science-related issues and with the ideas of science as a reflective citizen.
The Australian curriculum sets the expectations for what all young Australians should be taught at school, regardless of their background or where they live. It's a 3-dimensional curriculum, which includes learning areas, general capabilities, and cross-curriculum priorities. Together, the 3 dimensions set out essential knowledge, understanding, and skills for all young Australians
the sorts of things that they need so they'll be able to learn, contribute and shape their world now and into the future. The Australian curriculum is presented as a progression of learning from foundation, age 5, to year 10, age 16. It makes clear what's to be taught and the quality of the learning that's expected of young people in 8 discipline-based learning areas. The general capabilities equip young Australians with knowledge, skills, behaviours and dispositions to live and work successfully, and they are developed through the content of the learning areas. The cross-curriculum priorities support the curriculum to be relevant, contemporary and engaging, and importantly reflect national, regional and global contexts. The cross-curriculum priorities are addressed through the learning area content. These particular dimensions of the Australian curriculum, science, digital technologies, digital literacy and sustainability are all essential components of science literacy in the digital era. Science is a dynamic, collaborative and creative human endeavour arising from our desire to make sense of the world. Digital technologies empowers students to shape change by influencing how contemporary and emerging information systems and practices are applied to meet current and future needs. And digital literacy encompasses the knowledge and skills that students need to create, manage, communicate and investigate data, information and ideas and solve problems. Sustainability addresses the ongoing capacity of Earth to maintain all life, sustainable patterns of living, seek to meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of future generations. Let's focus on these 3 dimensions of the curriculum with a transdisciplinary example. This image from the Garvan Institute of Medical Research is a powerful tool for science education and science communication. Authentic scientific data is used to create visualizations. In digital technologies, this is a digital solution. It meets the needs to show how a drug works in the human body and biological structures that are too small or too fast to see with the naked eye. The process of planning and creating these animations requires defining needs, planning, storyboarding, and creating with digital tools in a 3-dimensional environment. The resulting product allows an audience to see and understand these concepts in a way that would not be possible otherwise.
So in addition to providing these visual representations of scientific concepts, these animations can also be used to tell stories about science. This can help to engage students and make science more relevant to their lives. By combining scientific data with storytelling and design, the combination of content from science, digital technologies and digital literacy in the Australian curriculum, molecular animations can help to make science more accessible and engaging. This can lead to improved science literacy, which is essential for understanding the world around us. Science literacy is developed through the science learning area, which includes science inquiry skills, science understanding, and the importance of science as a human endeavour to impact and positively affect change in the world. In science inquiry, students learn the essential practices of science, including identifying and posing questions, planning, conducting and reflecting on investigations, processing, analysing and interpreting evidence, and communicating findings. In science understanding, students learn to select and integrate appropriate science knowledge to explain and predict phenomena and apply that knowledge to new situations. And in science as a human endeavour, students learn about the nature of science, including the role that science inquiry has in developing science knowledge and the factors that affect the use and advancement of science. Science provides a rich context for students to apply skills developed in digital technologies as they explore ways to apply computational systems and design thinking to develop digital solutions.
Through learning in science and digital technologies, students engage with similar core concepts and related curriculum content. Both consider the ways in which we might work towards a preferred future through inquiry, process, impact, and innovation, especially as they relate to data and systems. Technologies prepare students to create solutions for needs and opportunities. In a world that is increasingly digitized and automated, it's critical to the economy, the environment, and society that digital solutions are purposefully designed to include user empowerment, autonomy, and accountability. The Australian curriculum includes the general capability digital literacy, which is addressed through all the learning areas. It encompasses the knowledge and skills to equip students to create, manage, and communicate information, manage and investigate data, ideas, solve problems, and work collaboratively in an interconnected world through digital environments. It involves students critically identifying and appropriately selecting and using digital devices or systems and learning to make the most of the technologies available to them. Together with the learning areas of science and technologies, students develop comprehensive skills in both digital literacy and science literacy. The Australian curriculum supports both disciplinary and transdisciplinary learning. Developing scientific literacy enables students to engage meaningfully with contemporary issues, evaluate different points of view, and make informed decisions. Transdisciplinary learning can enhance students' thinking, problem-solving, and collaboration skills.
Transdisciplinary learning supports developing STEM competencies that enable students to develop, model, analyse and improve solutions to real-world problems. In 2023, this includes students learning about what artificial intelligence is and how it works in digital technologies and how it can be applied for scientific purposes. In the Australian curriculum, we provide examples of science literacy in the digital era. For example, in Year 9 Science, when they're examining how the values and needs of society influence the focus of scientific research, we provide opportunities for students to explore how Australia has developed an artificial intelligence system at getting students to explore its use and prediction on the likelihood of viable pregnancies from transferring embryos, just as an example of how it's used.
If you're interested in finding out more and understanding the Australian Curriculum version 9, please visit our website, which you can see on screen now. We would like to invite you to investigate further the work that Australian school students undertake in the Australian curriculum by accessing our social media channels. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm remaining focused on the digital literacy for science. Well, this brings us to the end of this particular session where we had about 6 speakers. Half of them were online, or maybe more than half of them online. Those who are here were gone away because of one reason or the other. Only 2 are left here on the stage. But we are ready to face any questions from you. I think one thing became very clear from this session, that digital literacy has come to stay. The word is now moving very fast, towards digital literacy, and almost all the speakers talked about the infrastructure that they need to really improve. There were some also issues that need to be raised in terms of security issues, because if we really go the digital way, then the security issues will become important as well. And our last speakers talked about the science for society, digital literacy, transforming lives, greater reach. It has greater reach, quick transformation of information over there. And of course, with the introduction of AI and ChatGPT, this is going to give further impetus to the topic at discussion there, digital literacy. I think digital literacy is going all over, and I gave the examples of India, that a vast country like India, it is really going to all the corners, all the breadth and corners of the country actually, and the people are getting united. The information really flows very quick, and it is important that everybody stays educated on that. Any questions from the audience here? Either online or in the hall here? We are actually a bit late in terms of our schedule, but anybody from the audience, our Australian friends, we were talking about the security issues. What kind of security issues that you think in terms of science for literacy, the digital era and the
Yeah, I can take that question if you like. I think it's a great question, and yes, it's a very big consideration for students to learn about in the curriculum. We have, as one of our general capabilities, we teach ethical understanding, and we also, through digital technologies, teach students to think about privacy and security of data, so that they handle data ethically, they collect it ethically, and they are considering whose data it is and where it should be stored and how it should be shared and whom with. So these are all important considerations, and I think specifically when we're talking about scientific data, we have also considerations about where the data is sourced, and where, whether that's true and valid data and being peer reviewed. Simon, you might like to just add to that.
Melanie, thank you so much for coming online, because when I saw your name and I spoke about your name, I thought this is a woman. But then suddenly I heard a male voice, the Simon. And that's the impact of digital sort of impact now. I had thought that Melanie is a woman, but it was very nice to have the two of you join together to convey the point of the Australian science. Thank you so much. Any other? We had one lecture from the last session, and that was on impact of digital literacy on health. And I belong to the health side. I was very interested in looking into the whole, how the genomics could also play a role. You could have a time in the next 5 years or so, you would all be going around with your genomic data in your pockets, and that will help your doctor to know what kind of diseases that you might be more prone to, what kind of treatment strategies that can be made, because of one shoe size fits all, that era is gone. There is a personalized medicine now, and your biomarkers and your genomic-based biomarkers would help and guide the doctors to also treat. And that's the area that we are actually very fast getting into. Any questions by anybody else online? Is Dr. Viveko still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you. And I saw your slides on the Jakarta healthy reproduction component.
Yes, correct.
How is this program helping the woman to know about her reproductive health?
Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think this programs was established by us in order to empowering the women, particularly about the family planning. So by using this kind of mobile applications, we hope they know well when to start the family, when to get married, when the appropriate time to conceive, and also very important thing to the pregnancy in a healthy conditions in order to plan for the future of the human resources in Jakarta.
Thank you. And I'm sure when the patient, patient always has that curiosity in the mind to go for a second opinion or a third opinion that can now be obtained within a matter of minutes, actually, rather than waiting for days and weeks.
Yes, correct. This mobile application also provide the young women the knowledge about the healthy reproduction, sexual reproductive health and right. This is very important for young generations.
And I want to ask Dr. Johannes, who talked about the educator's mindset change and all. Already we are seeing in the class, when I go to take a class, when I used to go to take a lecture, say 3 decades ago, the house used to be all full. Nowadays, more than half of the students are not there because they think they can, whatever you're going to talk about, they might as well see in their room only, in their hostel room only. So how is this? I mean, you talked about the mindset change in the digital era.
Yeah, I think, for instance, with the flip learning, for instance, is the student is not in school. Most part of his activities is outside of the room, and then just in room they will give a kind of problem solving case, and so with the internet, I think now quite a lot of resources to have to learn something. I think the what it's called is offline things will be in decline, and people will be more independently study for themselves, and that is why, for instance, with the ChatGPT, we are as a lecturer, we are not afraid because ChatGPT is, especially until for the Bloom taxonomy, it's just aimed to 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the 5 and 6 level of taxonomy Bloom until now cannot be attained by ChatGPT, and so the lecturer or the teachers must focus on 4, 5, and 6 level of taxonomy Bloom to hold their role in educating, informing students.
Yes. We're going to have very soon, next month perhaps, a very important session between the Indian National Science Academy and the Royal Society UK. And the topic is on artificial intelligence. Of course, there are various areas in which artificial intelligence can be of great help, particularly health and agriculture and many other fields. But the school education, where you give a project to a student and the student asks the AI, write it for me. And
I think that is why the five model of learning. It is what I propose because it's more aiming to the 4, 5, and 6 level of taxonomy Blooms, and it's a problem solver. and it cannot be replaced by computer.
Absolutely. There is no replacement for in-person meeting there. Why do you think that most of us came all the way over here to meet over here? Because in person, because you guys are online and you guys will just come for 10 minutes, 12 minutes and you're gone. And
Yeah.
here we will have an opportunity to interact with each other for far too long. And there cannot be any replacement. And similarly for the students, even though AI or chat GPT might come, but for
Yeah.
them to meet their own peers and colleagues and interact with them, that's what makes them learn.
Yeah. This interaction will be more enriched using. I would say that there is no replacement, but exactly the internet help us to enrich the meeting and enrich the encounter and more efficient encounter. I think so.
Thank you. And my last question is to Aristotle here. He's from Philippines. He talked about we are what we do. Could you elaborate a bit more on that? We give you 1 minute more time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. We are what we do is focusing on now on our part in Southern Philippines on the more marginalized people because they are the most vulnerable. They have no access to almost everything from healthcare to water and sanitation to the internet most especially. And they are most of the time, but not every time, being taken over advantage by the more educated of us. And it's quite sad because they give the full trust, and Dr. Abi mentioned about trust, and it's something that we discovered while we immerse ourselves in the communities, that it has come to a point that they no longer trust the researchers because of the previous ones that have visited them and they have not come back for whatever results. Maybe they have already been published, they have been, everything for the professional and economic gain of other people, and yet nothing is returned to them. And this is how we come in. Maybe what they call magic is something that we call science. And that's the thing that we look into deeply. I can just give a very, very concrete example on this. It's one of my favorite ethno-linguistic communities in Davao City called the Matigsalug. Matigsalug is translated from people from the river, and yet their problem is water. It's too ironic because they thought that all the illnesses, the waterborne diseases that they experience are because of the angry spirits. But when we presented to them the magic of science, they understood fully, and now they test their own waters. They have been empowered. They have learned the basics of having clean, potable water through a water system. And that's the content of my book that's still available in
Thank
Amazon.
you. And
Thank
I
you.
think we can end by making one statement. Let's use this technology of digital literacy and let's take it to the rural household everywhere, for the marginalized communities and all. This is where I think the digital literacy would be very, very helpful. Since they cannot come to the classroom, maybe the digital way would be used to educate them as well. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the speakers. I want to thank the speakers who came online, and I want to thank all the speakers who are right here with me and the audience. And it's time now to break for tea. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the speakers and moderator for giving a deep understanding. And ladies and gentlemen, because we are running out of time, I have to inform you that I'm afraid that there is no coffee break in particular. So we will directly continue to our fourth session of this seminar, our last session. But during our fourth session, if you want to have a refreshment, you can leave this auditorium for a while and come back as soon as possible. We are sorry for this inconvenience. And now for the fourth session that will elaborate on digital literacy, what its challenge and what kind of lesson learned that we get from this issue. I would like to invite Professor Koike Toshio, Executive Director of International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, and also active in Public Works Research Institute, or PWRI, Tsukuba, Japan. Professor, the last session is yours.
I think all of the participants will get tired. But please find your suitable time for coffee. But we would keep our session according to the organizer's planning. Okay. You agree? Organizer, can you agree? 10 minutes break for coffee.
Okay, because a lot of audiences here is a little bit tired and need a little bit refreshment. So 10 minutes and we will back to this auditorium, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Nobody's tired, but just to gather your digital thoughts.
Recording stopped.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a reminder to be back to your seat in the auditorium because we will continue to our last seminar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our reminder to be back to your seat at the auditorium. Okay, we have Professor Koike Toshio at the stage. And we will continue to start our last session at this seminar. So Professor Toshio, this floor is yours. Oh, can we turn off the music, please?
Okay, thank you very much for your coming back. This is the last session. According to the schedule, we have 6 presenters. First one is from online, Professor Pablo Krestov, director of the Botanical Garden Institute, Vladivostok, Russia, vice president of Far Eastern branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Professor Christoph, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much for your waiting.
So I will start presentation now, probably, yeah?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah? Okay, can you hear? Can you see it?
We can hear and we can see your slide. Well.
Great, great. And this is the title of my presentation. It's Climate Change and the North. What we need to take with us into year 2070, let's say. So I'm a biologist, and I'm first time actually speaking at such conference in Association of Asian Academy of Sciences. So, and my presentation probably will be narrow and specific compared with the other presentations I have heard today. So in my presentation, I would like to draw attention to the problem that unite us all in our region. And this problem is related to climate change, of course. Recently, we have significantly improved our approaches to modeling different systems using big data. This helps us to understand the processes that are going on in our environment. It is now more important than ever to bring scientific understanding of environmental changes to the people who are making the development strategies and decisions that, of course, will affect people of Asia and their environment. And just a moment. Okay. So first, my slide is demonstrate actually our last studies on with actually involving very big data sets, and many very good global generalizations have been made on the basis of big data sets. They open great opportunities to understand the state of our global flora, what I'm actually dealing with, and to identify evolutionary patterns and trends. This particular paper is a good example of integration of big flora data and artificial intelligence methods. Perhaps this work is a first step towards creating a digital twin of the world's flora. It means that we can actually model different changes in or predict different changes in world flora using this model. It's actually a very big step forward. So this is how we biologists see biological systems actually. It is very complicated. In our studies, we focus on biodiversity structuring and try to generate big data for research on plant systems and ecosystems at different levels of their organization. The main constraints of this work actually is not actually a lack of any digital spaces or computer equipment. This is actually very few people who are able to collect data in a field. You can see here the goal. Many people work with computers, with databases, with microscopes, but very few people can do work and can collect data in the field. So we are very close to developing a digital twin of biosystems at different levels. And this gives us a great opportunity to model the consequences of our decisions as we transform our environment. So, and we, of course, trying to employ a big data concept and artificial intelligence in our studies. So, and several results we made actually that, of course, affect somehow decision making during the development of strategies for futures. And of course, this results related to forestry mainly, actually my very narrow subject. Our experience with modeling the distribution of economical valuable tree species shows that forecasts for most forest dominance are rather pessimistic. All models and current data show that growth conditions are deteriorating. Range shifts to the north, and a loss of ancient populations of these tree species in the southern parts of the ranges are projected over the next 50 years. Everything changing very rapidly, actually. This is a real restriction for establishing forest plantation, for example, in different areas. And this picture shows one of the most important timber species, which is Pinus coreensis. And another picture shows the distribution of different species of spruce, Pica yezoiensis and Abies nephrolepis. And you can see on the left is actual range of the species, and on the right the species range that could be in only 50 years from now. You can see this shift to the north. And the major problem is deterioration of growth condition, northward shift of optimal habitats, and loss of ancient populations, and actually loss of genetic diversity. From the other hand, we can have big opportunities on the north with other species that are currently distributed on the south. For example, this case study of magnolia. And we can predict a migration process of species with southern distribution, and we can calculate exact time of appearance of the species on the territory of Russia, for example. So another interesting things what we actually studied with the big data. So beside what we call climatic impact, we have other factors influenced by diversity, and we become reachable by tropical cyclones right now. Here's one of the tropical cyclones, Lion Rock, that hit southern Russian Far East in 2016 and caused a lot of damage in intact forest. We needed accurate data for the assessment of devastation, and remote sensing data was probably broadly employed to make it. And this is where we discovered the power of neural networks. We just built a UNet convolutional neural network, it's called CNN, and trained it to recognize windstorm damages. We obtained good results using ultra high resolution satellite images in the RGB spectrum and deep machine learning approaches. We published several very nice papers, which is actually cited very much now. The approaches actually appear to be applicable to different issues. For example, for identification of tree species, for identification of vegetation types, different vegetation types, for vegetation mapping, very fast and rapid vegetation mapping, and post-typhoon forest damages, post-typhoon insects outbreaks, and so on. And we have a really good and powerful tool to predict how ecosystem will behave after a strong impact of tropical cyclone. Tropical cyclones in studies of factors controlling the state of biodiversity at the regional level have appeared to be more interesting than we previously thought. Right picture shows the tract of tropical cyclones in East Asia. Everyone who live in Asia know very well what is tropical cyclone. And you can see that most of them, most of tropical cyclones affect the coasts of East China and Japan and Southeast Asia, and then they go to Pacific. Very rare cyclones penetrate mainland Russia, and here is Japanese archipelago acts as a natural barrier for tropical cyclones and protect actually us from the influence of cyclones. On the left is the annual report of Russian Meteorological Service on the peculiarities of climate on the territory of Russia. It's actually published every year, and it's possible to download it and look at it data. And the most interesting picture in this report is this: it's hazardous weather phenomena, and you can see it increased year by year. And actually, hazardous weather phenomena is the most important factors in this phenomena is actually strong wind and strong rain, which means tropical cyclones actually here. And you can see that period of monitoring for tropical cyclones is actually not so long, actually from only 20 years, 20 with something years. To make for making any conclusion from this data, we need of course bigger time term, and we use actually this is age core of trees that can give us a history of tree growth for 200 and even more years.
Pablo, could you please conclude?
I'll conclude, okay.
Okay.
Then so what we can take with us into the future actually. So first we must learn that the world is changing very rapidly, and there is a less and less time to make important strategic decision. We need to make decision in very, very short time now. Consequently, mistakes in planning will cost a lot for humanity. In this regard, the role of scientific literacy is increasing, especially for people who make strategic decisions. The concept of big data and artificial intelligence make it possible to create digital twins of control objects of control of various nature. And this makes it possible to quickly assess the consequences of decision making and avoid serious errors in strategic planning. So, and this I'm very pleased to present my research team here, who making a lot for the development of methods of applying artificial intelligence and the concept of big data in biology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The really interdisciplinary and various scale, from the very large scale to the microscope scale, the research, integrated research of the climate change impact on the North area. Thank you. I think the after the sixth presentation, we would exchange our idea and question and answer we have. Are you available within 1 hour? Christopher?
Oh yes, sure. I will be here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So next we would invite the Professor Anjana Singh, the academician. She is academician in Nepal Academy of the Science and Technology. She is a professor at the Central Department of the Microbiology, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. A presentation on university experiences in science and literacy in the digital era. Your floor.
Thank you, Professor Koike, for the opportunity. The title of my presentation is University Experience in Science Literacy in Digital Era. Next slide, please. So when we talk of digital era, I'll be focusing and narrowing my topic, only focusing with my university experience and some of the data that we have been able to extract. So what is a digital literacy? So it can be defined as the ability to find, decode, evaluate, and organize information into personal learning networks, and also to use digital devices and facilities to identify, assess, communicate, create, analyze, and construct knowledge and information, not just being the literate at using computer or digital devices. Digital literacy manifests as both cognitive and technical skills. Next. And when we talk of advantages and disadvantages to the digital literacy, students may know even more than the teachers and could negatively impact writing skills of the students. And when we talk of advantages, we can get instant answers, credibility and validation of sources. Sometimes there may be cheating and distractions also. Next. What is digital literacy in science? So it's the ability to use information and communication technologies to find, evaluate, create, and communicate information requiring both cognitive and technical skills. So I'll be mostly focusing at the period of pandemic, that is the COVID-19. So during this time, the communication boom during this time using the digital literacy, and it has become crucial, and it is important at that time to promote this digital use in the teaching learning process, to make available and healthy behavior to public by various creative approaches, especially here the students I'm talking about. And science literacy is believed to be crucial for avoiding science-related misinformation and promoting awareness within the individual and collective decision-making. However, there is no such research performed in Nepal yet, but we are trying to, and our university, they have formed a task force group working on this, and we have not been, and I'm one of the member of that committee, and we are not being able to produce the whole data and give the report, but however, I have few data. And science literacy is to enable people to become and stay informed and avoid being misinformed on complex science issues. So one of the national report, that is the Himalayan Republic report, it writes that Nepal, it stands in 104th among the 113 economics in digital environments and 111th among 132 countries in innovation. So there is much way to go to be done to digitalize Nepal. And another one, supportive digital entrepreneurship in Asian countries, which is shown by the Asian Development Outlook in 2022, that Nepal almost lies in the end. And digitalization can lead to both positive and negative consequences, and that the outcome is the result of interactions between the components of the system, according to the source Helping 2013. And challenges when we talk of is digital literacy training was really bad in our country. So at that time during the pandemic, that is during the COVID-19 time, So this, I'm talking about that, during that period of time. So most of the students, they had taken training from their own departments. That is I'll be talking most of the science department, since I'm focusing to the digital literacy in science. And they have taken from their own department during the COVID-19, almost 80 to 85%. That was also online. And few of them had online training. Few learned from YouTube, internet, and some students had not taken training at all. And however, few students faced problem in digital literacy in science due to poor network and unscheduled power cuts, and few of them didn't have the gadgets. And few most teachers faced challenge in running the online classes, and it caused brain exhaustion also for them. And however, we have from 2015, ODEC means Open Distance Education Center has been opened and established, and it has been running smoothly. But this institute, it runs only with the education subjects, not the science. In science, students, they face face-to-face classes, and some say that it is good to have face-to-face, and some few say that online classes was also equally good, but not effective due to the practical courses they have to do it on bench work. They have to do it, and it had hampered a lot. And online training was on how to use conference tools like Zoom, Google Meet, and Teams, and Whova for virtual learning were also used. And it was also in a mixed, blended form also it has been used. And Moodles also. It was really easy to be on board. Most of the students, they assume that, they say that, and also the teachers. And however, it could be because there was not only other option at that time, but now there are options. Online platforms are also there, and most of the teachers, even from 2019 to date, we've been using blended form. And however, students feel comfortable online to have discussions among themselves in the sessions. And distant learning programs, generally, it is helpful for the subjective matter, but not for the practicals. And submitting assignment or reports were easy during the digital literacy time. And Tribhuvan University, it has 1,000 constituent and affiliated campuses all over the country, having 5 lakh students. Thus, it is really difficult for us to maintain. And most of the students are in bachelor's level and a master's level. And so we are still facing difficulty in this aspect. And it constitutes of heads of about 42 central campuses of Tribhuvan University, and campus chiefs of 62 constituent campuses, and 9 deans of various institutes and faculties, and conducted a survey with teachers and students. So we have a little bit of data in hand right now. And 3 pronged strategy has been included, that is phase 1, 2, and 3. In one, that is live virtual classes, and blended mode and online mode only. So TU has purchased about 175 corporate license of Zoom technology with Nepal Research and Education Network for official meetings in TU and Open and Distance Education Center, that is ODEC, of TU has signed an agreement with Microsoft Office for 1.5 million users in IDs to use official Office 365 A1 package in TU, because this is maybe for the developed country, it may be a simple form, but for us, for the first time in history, we are having students and teachers, we are having our university email addresses. Before that, we didn't have. And according to the geographical distribution of the country, we had rural students participation about 39.43%. Semi-urban is 29.7%, urban areas 27, almost 28%, remote rural almost 7%. Participation of the institutional units is about 85% were campuses, and 14.5% were the departments that has been involved. When I say campuses, these are the affiliated campuses with the Tribhuvan University, and it's throughout the country. And when I say the departments, it is within the university, that is the central departments at the center that is in the valley, that is in Kathmandu itself. And the status of use of digital library for the faculty and students, these are like 26 to 50% of the students and faculties, they are using 10.4% of digital library, whereas more than 75% of the faculty and the students, the middle one is just the frequency that has been given, that is 8.3%, and below 25% also they are using 8.3% digital library, while 51.75% of these faculty and students, they are using 4.17% of the library. Here I'm talking about these percentages depending upon the geographical distribution that has been given earlier. So with the limited time, I'm not going to in detail. So use of digital library is about 31% of institutions reported they had digital library. That is, these institutions that is below 25%, they had 10% of the library use, and more than 75% they have 8, and similarly 51.75% 8, and 26.50% again for institutes that have been using the library. This is again according to the geographical distribution. And personal device access among the students are like, there are about 17 institutes and faculties we have within the university, but only I'm focusing with the Institute of Science and Technology, since it's digital literacy in science I have been taken and focusing only. So these institute,
Could you
yes, sir.
please
These
conclude?
institute, they have been using personal computers, mobile and internet services where the percentage has been given. And 46 females are using, while 46% of the females, they are using 34.5% of the computers, while the rest is being used by the males. And internet at home also, they have Wi-Fi networks, mobile and cable and so on. So in the institute also similar is being seen. So I'm going to shorten this presentation, that students use mostly mobiles because they don't have, all the students, they don't have computer and laptops. And faculty, they access like skills of operating computer for emails and internet, and presentation as spreadsheets and meetings and presentations and taking classes and Zooms and Teams, so on. So these almost, they are quite good compared to other students. And 92.4% teachers, they use the computer. And the way forward, that according to the system, the whole system we have taken, is necessary intervention plan is very necessary, especially for science blended mode is necessary, as the practical classes, that is the applied sciences, cannot be performed during the online classes. Besides this, some of the scientific in the digital literacy, like in genetic corrections, and then finding out the genes, and then finding out the mutants that has been taken in the genes, can be done with the softwares that has been available in the net. That is, of course, there is, but practical wet bench lab is not been possible. So in conclusion, the common concern at the international level is the greater emphasis should be on digital context, process, and pedagogical preparation at institution level is necessary. We do not have a systems study on these issues yet. However, our University Executive Council has constituted a committee to undertake the study of assessment of effectiveness of the digital learning system in terms of learning engagement and achievements, where I am also one of the members, and suggest a feasible models for the university to strengthen e-learning capacity, integrating to conventional approach, and at a time of emergency that can be shifted to online immediately, as in pandemic, and device system through which online learning programs could be offered with competing quality to responsibility to improve access to quality higher education to the mass people in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your introduction. Very important, the survey results, and also the experiences. As I mentioned at first, after all of the presentation, we would exchange our idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, we would invite the Professor Suhono Harso Spankat, the He is the director of the Smart City and
Itu sudah ada ini ya. Kalau nganu
Community Innovation Center, Institute of Technology Bandung. His present title is Digital Literacy Improvement through Living Labo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. In this opportunity, I would like to share our experience on the development, how to improve the quality of life in the in a city or village or maritime, and in regard to the digital literacy improvement. I am from the Smart City and Community Affairs at ITB, and of course, we try to looking for the technique and algorithm for the improve the quality of life. Next. In the session, we organize in the four agenda with such a background in a urban issue and also city challenges and current digital literacy situation in Indonesia. The second, we develop a living lab as implementation of the smarter living lab concept. And the third is case study. We share about our experience in area urban Bandung, Dago di Batukur, also in Ganesha, also area rural in Indramayu is municipalities, and also in maritime, Cetinggi in Indramayu. And finally, we would like to conclude the citizen engagement and digital literacy as a community's empowerment and activities Smarter World Living Lab in 2022 as our experiences in G20 last year as Indonesia as a presidency. Next. Next. Yes, the global urban population now is more than 50% stay in urban, and if the trend is the same in 2045 or 2050, nearly 70%, and the number of supporting facility in the city is very, very limited compared with the rural. So we need how to manage the area both in cities and in the village so that we can improve the quality of life. The challenges for integration to make efficient management in the city, challenge of scalability, challenge responsiveness, challenge of reliability, challenge of efficiency, and also challenge of service sustainability. We use the what, why, what will happen, what should we do as a digital technology in sensing, understanding, and acting. And then what is the role of the citizen digital literacy in the improve the quality of life. Next. This is our research and rating transformation digital in Indonesia 2021 in a level of maturity every city in Indonesia. And we have found that the situation is very far from the ideal condition. The condition is existent, everyone absent, ad hoc, existent, survival, measures and transform. The condition is inexistent. This is our measurement in the digital readiness in Indonesia. Next. And based on the kata data, the index of national digital literacy in Indonesia is 3.54 in relative from 1 to 5. And then index for the national based on the pillar in scale, in safety and culture, is a condition. And my Ministry of Ministry of Information and Communication tell about the the position of the digital literacy in Indonesia is 51 comparing for the 63 countries. Next. And what is a living lab? Related with yes, in the world now is trend in developing a smart city, but difficult to get the smart city because city is very big. So how to measure the successfully of the smart city development? So we propose, we call it a smarter but living less as an elect approach to solve the problem in small area, in street, campus, urban, etc., by involving various stakeholders. So engagement with the society in digital literacy or science is very important. With more effective, more measurable, and efficient innovative, and the impact can be directly on the citizen. Area in urban, area in rural, or area in maritime. So in the small area, we plan and then we build, we run an evaluation. Is there any anomaly or difficulty to develop the smarter or better city, better location, etc., etc. So based on the small area in living lab, we can evaluate what is the wrong, what is the anomaly, what is the difficulty to develop the smart city. Next. So in Smarter with Living Lab, we engage with the we convert with the open innovation. What is the innovation in ICT or digital, in a technology, in water, energy, zero free, CO2, and so on, and real life environments. And multi-stakeholder participant and creating together, co-creation and user engagement. Based on the 5 component, we try to evaluate of the smart city development. Next. So the urgency of the Smarter Living Lab is how to minimize the failure of the smart city solution in smart for the wide implementation, measurable and sustainable implementation approach, and how the impact is directly felt by the citizen. Not only technology. Technology is not objective, but technology is a transformer or enabler. What is our objective is how to improve the quality of life. And the communication system that allows the stakeholder to share experiences and discuss regional development synchronously or asynchronously. As a pilot area and a prototype to implement in other areas with the potential implementation in Indonesia with 540 cities testing and 500 West Java villages and 3,000 villages through Indonesia. And the objective is how to improve the quality of life, solving problem or maximizing the potential of province, cities, and rural area on a small scale. Continuous evaluation of real problem and actual condition. Provide prototyping of technology, governance, and human resource development. And also sandbox for a new startup. Knowledge center to deliver problem solving and shareable lab based on a learning hub. Next. There is our living lab activities is researching and implementing smart solution by involving academic practitioner and small medium enterprise, student, and also student. And we have a smart Merdeka Belajar Merdeka Kampus Merdeka, students from various campus and department. And the government provides support in implementing Smarter Living Lab in Bandung City Government, West Java Province, and Indramayu District Government. And the community actively participate in supporting a living lab and participate in living lab activities, literacy. Next. Next. And there are 3 case studies. In the urban area, in my city, in Bandung City, the problem is how to improve the economic and keep the environment and develop the society. The proposed solution using technology and also platform, small medium enterprise digitalization, telemedicine, safe and secure, smart waste management, stakeholder management, and also digital literacy is one of our component. Next. The other area is in Indramayu, in West Java. The problem is in how to improve the economic in the village area by optimizing the potential of resources in the sea area and minimize village, marine and coastal environment problems such as garbage, waste, and environmental safety. Number 3 is facilities fishing community in carrying out daily activity, fishing, fish marketing, logistics, and safety. And there are 7 solutions based on technology, include digital literacy. Next. And finally, I would like to share about the citizen engagement and digital literacy as a part of Living Lab. Next. Citizen engagement is a relationship between government, academia, business, and citizen. Citizen engagement is a form of the interaction between citizen and their government. This can occur at any stage of development of implementation of government policies and public service delivery, or be triggered by event occurring in the local area. And digital literacy is defined by previous speaker. There are okay, 1 or 2 more. Next. This is our community's empowerment, including phase 1, awareness and behavior formation toward the conscious and carrying behavior, and phase 2, capability transformation. Phase 3 is the state of increasing intellectual abilities and skill. Next, 1 more. Yes, this is our activities in the Smart Urban Living Lab, smart maritime activities. Next, 1, 2 more. Yeah. This is for the in a street vendor survey living lab in Bandung area, digitalization of economic survey. There's very good, a big gap. There's a technology and the digital literacy in the citizen. 1 more. Yes, this is activities in environmental situation. So this international conference is very important, how to minimize the gap between the initiation of innovation and the people or citizen literacy. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Your introduction to the big challenge.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, from the laboratory to the actual application. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we would like to invite Mr. Firuza Radiani, actually, pandemic for the UNICEF Indonesia. Could you please? Oh.
This. Good evening. My name is Filza Radiani, representing UNICEF Indonesia and our platform Pandemic Talks. Selamat sore Bu Vinarya, terima kasih. Okay, the title is a bit different with another speaker because I am a communication practitioner. The importance of science content, social media. The importance of pop science content on social media. You all guys can follow me in Instagram or Twitter, Filza Radiani, @FilzaRadiani. Next. during pandemic, me and my colleagues and I create social media platform. The name is Pandemic Talks. Pandemic Talks is an information and educational media platform that discuss the topic of pandemics, health, especially One Health, climate crisis, environmental issues. The difference is from the perspective of science and pop culture. We started with a zero budget, and look at now our digital asset. We have for 446,000 followers. The demography are area 30% Jakarta, gender 70% woman, age it's 51% millennials people. Total posts 4,000. Average we post three until four content per day. The good is our reach. We can reach 3.9 million people in Indonesia per month. Okay. You all guys can follow us at Pandemic Talks. Recently, 2-3 weeks, we talking about air pollution, how bad air pollution in Jakarta is a hot topic in Indonesia now. Next. What are the challenges of providing science information in social media? Next. Let's see. The difficulties of providing scientific information on social media now, especially in Indonesia. We have to take a look social media behavior in Indonesia. First is people come to social media is to get entertained, to get entertainment, not to get to be more smart, just like us in this forum. Second one is a netizen do not like content full of words. The third is netizen, we call it netizen reading stamina is not as strong as a scientist. They tend to give up at if the content is video, they tend to give up if the 5 first second video is so boring. Next is algorithm. No. I mean, the fourth is algorithmically science content will lose compared to gossip, politics, sport, and content. So basically, we always lose. The last one is there is a noise and hoax in social media, in digital media. Next. Okay, the truth is in Indonesia, especially, experts provide scientific education to social media like they are writing a thesis. This is the visualization of two different pyramid. Experts and scientists should start to learn that the structure of education through social media content is different from teaching on campus, where the netizen prefer that at the beginning the educational content has been shown that what the essence of the content is. The left pyramid is the usual communication by scientists. If scientists and experts want to going through social media, they have to use the inverted pyramid in the left one, not the right one. Sorry, the right one, not the left one. Okay, next. Okay, there are 3 pillars in scientific literacy in Indonesia. They are government, expert, and of course the public. Due to the communication links that were not going well between the 3 pillars, the intermittent connection were filled with hoax, anti-scientific, and conspiratorial information. See it. Okay, next. Okay, what effort should we make to encourage netizen to be empowered regarding scientific information. Next. We suggest we have to give pop science to content public, or in my team, we also call it pop science or fast science. That's why we put burger and French fries in there. Easy and down-to-earth content packaging so that is understood by the local community. Also important, don't make content that is too complicated so that it keeps people away from science. Next. We have to add the storytelling to science content and make it science more pop. It's easier for people to understand science content if we can package it more attractively. So they feel not they feel we tell them a story, not the data, not the scientific article, just like their teacher in the campus. Next. Okay, I think this is the last one. Two, three last one. Hoax. We're going to the hoax. Okay. Hoax clarification or scientific information content must be able to arrive and be consumed in the main hoax battlefield, which is WhatsApp group Indonesia. Our experience, pandemic educational content or scientific educational content should not only be spread on social media, but must also reach a WhatsApp group where the hoaxes are rampant massively. It is also necessary to convert educational content into WhatsApp style content so it can be shareable through through WhatsApp. Okay, I think this is the last. Next. The good thing is our platform, Pandemic Talks, already have, I think, 5 or 6 class of science communication through doctors, to doctors, to to scientists in Indonesia. The Besides of offline, we also held the class through online class. Sudah, terima kasih, thank you. Bu Vinaria, terima kasih. Semoga bermanfaat untuk teman-teman Aipi juga. Selamat sore, good evening.
Thank you very much. The very important.
Yes.
Finding and gap identification and try to fill the gap.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I had the last presenter will not be available, so that's why the Dr. Zulfa Zakia, she is a finalist in this session. And she is a fellow of Indonesian Young Academy of Sciences, State University of the Salamang. Her topic is the literacy and scientific temper. What is missing? What can be improved? What does it take? Yeah,
it's not konnichiwa. It's I don't know. Thank you. I forgot. Right. So thank you very much, Professor Keiko, and thank you very much, Ibu Vinaria, for the invitation. It's been an honor to be able to stand here and involved in this very critical conversation with the Asian Academy of Science, both young and ever young, I would say. Right. When we're talking about science literacy in the digital era, there are 3 main keywords in the title. That is science, literacy, then digital era. Is it? Let me check. Okay, so this one is okay. Right, okay. All right, I've been sitting there and listening and absorbing a lot of information from our scientists here across Asia, and many speakers focus on digital literacy. But then I would say I'll go against the grain. I'm Zulfa. I represent the Indonesian Young Academy of Science. And what I'm going to do today is trying to connect between what we're doing within the Indonesian Young Academy of Science and with the title of our topic today. So why do I go against the grain of the digitalization of science? Is because while we or I acknowledge that digital literacy opens up a lot of avenues for alternative discourses in public policy, especially when it is related to evidence-based policymaking, and to open up science for the greater good and for public. So to really make science as a public good, I'd like to reflect on the Indonesian condition. We've been listening to Professor from Aipi from Aipi just now about the condition in Bandung. But then the problem is with Indonesia, the root of the problem in digital literacy is redistribution of resources. So when we're looking at the data of internet penetration, for example, 75% of internet penetration occurs in Java, this island that we are now standing on, and Sumatra. The rest are located and they are spread out across the archipelago. That's one indicator. The second indicator is that if you are flying over the archipelago at night, then you will see, or you, well, perhaps not flying, but when you look at the data from NASA at night, then it's only Java, Sumatra, and Bali that will light up, but the rest, they are dark. So that is what I mean by unequal redistribution of resources and infrastructure. So what I'm going to do today is that to address that issue of digital divide and trying to go to the root of the problem in digital literacy or in science literacy, that is scientific temper, because that is the vision and mission of the Indonesian Young Academy of Science. Next, the first slide, please. Yeah, okay, this one. Thank you very much. So I'm going to look at literacy as not merely pedagogical, but also socio-cultural competence to identify, understand, create, and communicate symbols across disciplines. And what we're going to do is that we're going to identify what is missing in our national policy, and then what can be improved from that kind of condition, and what does it take to improve the condition. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is actually the literacy rate that we've been very proud of based on the survey of the government, that in 2017 we only have 4.7% of illiterate people, which means that people who cannot read and write. And if we look at the more updated data, then it's only perhaps 0.8% of illiteracy rate. So this kind of figure has been claimed as achievement by many, that Indonesia has been progressing through this movement in literacy rate. But, this is the bad part, when we compare this diagram to another diagram, next slide please, this one with the PISA reports that evaluate not only literacy but also numeracy and critical thinking, then where is Indonesia? Push the button. Yeah, so Indonesia is located down there, which means that 70% of the Indonesian students have very low critical thinking and literacy and numeracy skills. What this kind of contrasting data shows to us is that I think, is that what Mas Mirza, the previous speaker, has explained to us. Thank you so much, Mas Mirza. So although we have, each of us has gadget and we can access social media and we can actually find some solid resource, science-based kind of podcast, for example, Pandemic Talk, but we would tend to go to Lambe Turah, for example, so it's like a more gossip-based, or during the pandemic, for example.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. During the pandemic, for example, we tend to go to infodemics rather than pandemic talks, for example. So this is the problem that we have. Although these two contrasting diagrams shows that there are two ways of understanding literacy, so it's critical literacy or just conventional, traditional literacy in order to be able to read and write and do the exam. But the problem is that these two contrasting diagram means that being able to read and write is not automatically related to high reading and thinking ability. Next slide, please. Yeah, so what is missing? So in response to the problem, the Ministry of Education and Culture, Research and Technology actually has made a very progressive movement in initiating the national literacy movement, or Gerakan Literasi Nasional, started in 2016 by, for example, mobilizing billions, around 200 billion of rupiah, to distribute books across the archipelago to address the unequal distribution of books. So the movement aims to strengthen synergies across literacy actors, as well as improving public involvement in building literacy culture. However, within this national movement, there is an absence of science literacy. And this is very much indicated by, for example, the very, textbook way of teaching science, for example. So what is missing is scientific temper, which I think is very much popular in the Indian policy discourse. Because it is popularized by Jawaharlal Nehru. So scientific temper is really central when we're talking about science literacy, because it really enables or fosters scientific inquiry and observation. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we're talking about literacy, then trying to connect or move from conventional literacy, being able to read and write, then we have to move what the students, what can the public or the students do with their ability to read. So moving from learning to read to reading to learn. So this is the literacy continent, the very basic one. And here, when we're talking about reading to learn, then we can actually integrate this with science literacy, as I think the colleagues from the Australian curriculum have very vividly explained. Next slide, please. Yeah, and I think our Australian colleagues have also given some examples about how to frame or how to design science literacy through project-based learning. So we can ask our students to identify the problems that they find daily. For example, why do you spend your time reading, Lambetura or gossip pages or hoax-based Twitter or social media, for example, rather than following, or reading narasi or pandemic talks or other kinds of science-based platforms. So that is actually a problem that we could ask our students. So it's not always hard science. It can also be social science for this kind of problem. So this is an example from identifying the problem, formulating the problem, designing the project, writing up the report, up to how to get our students to present the findings. This is the systematic stages to enable that kind of scientific temper in our students. So bit by bit, but it really will, shape their scientific thinking. Next slide, please. Yeah, and it's not also, it doesn't only happen within the classroom. So that's why I say it's not only pedagogical competence, but it's also socio-cultural competence, because it really requires the multi-sector collaboration. I think Mas Firza also addressed this. It's not only the government or institution but also the public that will need to work together to create and to build that science literacy. We need scientific environment that ALMI and Aipi is part of. We need social environment, the family, the neighborhood, the algorithm of our social media, and as well as the school environment to build that science literacy. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is what we do because that is our concern by the Indonesian Young Academy of Science. We have 4 task force actually. The first is Frontiers of Science. The second one is, next please. Yeah, Science and Policy. We have 4 task force. The third one is Science and Community, I guess. Next slide. Oh, Science and Education. Yeah, and the last one is Science and Society. So each of these task force in the Indonesian Young Academy of Science, we run several projects, and one of which is by creating a podcast, for example, Easy Science. Well, it's not that easy, but we make it, digestible by the public. So I still remember the first time I joined the Indonesian Young Academy of Science, and it was the time where we're trying to produce vaccine, for example, and our one of our members explained about how to create and produce vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines. And then by the time we're moving, we just realized that producing vaccine is as difficult as getting people vaccinated. So there are 2 kinds of problems here, the hard science problem as well as the social science problems. Well, I think this will balance the work of these 2, and that's why we need to collaborate across multidisciplinary. So yes, this is what we do. We do a lot of workshops, and thanks to digital literacy to this extent, because during the pandemic, we can still do a lot of programs in communicating science to the public so that it will inform the public what is scientific temper is and what is scientific decision mean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You provided the very excellent learning framework for improvement of the science literacy. Thank you very much. So we have a very excellent the 5 presentation from the integrated climate impact assessment research, university experiences of the e-learning, and the last three presentations related to the collaborative work with society, identifying the gap and then try to find a solution and implementation. So very good to the input. Do you have any question or discussion or comment? From my side, I would ask the Professor Sofono Harso Spankat, the 2 young the colleagues introduce the how to identify the gap in the society, and also the try to fill the gap and try to solve the problem. The Professor Stampat, the live living lab, how are you working together with the society? Professor Skampat. Can you understand my question? Okay. Okay. Yeah, the after your after your presentation.
Pertanyaan apa, Bang?
Yeah. After your presentation,
Okay, thank you. Yes, our experience in the smart city living lab is how to engage between the society and also the innovators. This will be, of course, we set up with and we invite the, for example, in small medium enterprise people. Then we make a question: how about our innovation in the digital payment in a small medium enterprise, and then we try to understand the level of the literation of this all the people, and then we organize a small training. We explain what is our innovation and also how to implement, but not so easy because the education of the small medium enterprise player is very low. So we must be carefully explain about our innovation, our technology in real life. So we must, yes, this is our challenge, how to connect with the people as an engagement, our innovation becoming smarter and smarter. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for example, as Dr. Shakia, not Zakia, Shakia.
This is one of our
Mentioned she proposed the learning framework, very excellent learning framework for for fostering the scientific tempo.
Yeah,
that is maybe a very important the point for your living labo. Do you have any similar experiences or any solution for fostering the scientific tempo in the community?
Yes, of course, the gap between the people and our, as a translator in our city is based on the education of the player in a small medium enterprise, and also the government as an authority is also important to make a policy for the shaping the region of a small area in a smart city. So between government, innovator, and also the society as implementation, this is must be make better communication, but also the government literacy to implement, to deploy, and also adopt the technology is also many gap for the region development. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Professor Christoph, are you here still? Are you still here?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So thank you very much for your very excellent integrated research on the climate change in the North area. How to share such integrated scientific knowledge with community?
Yes, it's actually I was not ready to this theme actually of conference. This is why I presented just a very narrow topic, but it is very interesting because now we all focus on resources we're going to spend in nearest future, like in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, but if we take a longer period, then we become dependent not only just material resources, but also climatic resources. And these climatic resources can change all resources we usually use in our life. And I think this idea must be delivered to society. And what we do actually practically in this aspect, we of course trying to trying to enhance educational programs in at the different levels of education, like at school education, at university education, and so on. But most important, I think, is in this aspect, in this respect, to deliver our ideas, our findings, scientific findings, to governments, not only national governments, but to stimulate international relations between different countries, because we all in Asia live in the same ecosystems, which is changing now. And change of ecosystem can affect actually nations, different nations who live in Asia. So in some places, for example, agriculture will deteriorate, or conditions for agriculture will deteriorate. In some places, it will be enhanced. And we must think in advance how we can make resources, make vital resources available to all nations, to support all nations in this actually integrated ecosystems, which we call Asia, our home actually. So this is actually most difficult and important task, I think. But in case of society, we always try to deliver our findings to society and try to make people thinking about what will happen if climate goes to one or another kind of side, whatever. So this is what I wanted to say about this.
Thank you very much. Professor Anjana Singh, thank you very much for your report of your survey of your university. In your slide, the student, response, the face-to-face is more effective. That's kind
Yes.
of the comment I included in the. Yeah, for example, we have this face-to-face discussion, and after our experiences of the web-based conference, and we recognize, this live in-person meeting is much more fruitful than
Easier.
online meeting. So I think how to solve this problem? Through your experiences, do you have any idea or any comment to fill the gap between the online and in-person?
Thank you so much for the questions, Professor Koike. As you say, yes, most of the students, they say that it's almost 50%, I should say, not most. 50% of the students, they say that when it's on the online teaching method, they say that it's better that it had been face-to-face, because they faced a problem, especially in my case, in our case, is that the power cuts were often, and even the internet was poor, and university didn't have the internet itself, and they had to use their mobile data and use their own personal internet system. So it was not that strong enough to catch up with the Teams app that has been given from the university to use it for the teaching learning process. So that is one problem. And second thing is that sometimes, like if the students like we are like here, if it is face-to-face, it has been more effective, because that you can see the expression and you can also talk right in face that what was the problem, especially the students, they feel there's more problem in compared to the adults. Though the university students, they have been grown up also, but still they are in the molding stage. And third thing is that sometimes in the science, especially I had focused, especially the talk titled with the literacy in science, not other subject. Science is a practical applied science, specifically the subjects are all applied. So it was difficult when we drew the drawing and they are not being able to see it properly. And some of the like biochemistry and all these chemical structures, in one go we see in the book text, but when we come in the physical class, the drawings has been done step by step. So they understand the portion of it properly. So this was the problem. And sometimes that when we talk about the practical approaches, we show it the equipment in front of them and do the demo experiments before they do the real one. So this was getting hampered. So because of this, students say that it is mostly if it has been done face to face, it has been much better. But of course, for the discussion sometimes among themselves, with the faculties also, if the reports has been supposed to be submitted, or some of the articles and manuscripts, if it has been shared, then it was easy with the online system. Thank you. I
Thank
mean
you
to
very
say
much.
digital.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative experiences. We have the climate research and the university experiences and living level ongoing activity, and then two relatively young scientists, they introduce their work with the society, identifying the problem and try to find the solution and the implementation. It's a very, very encouraging talk. I would express our sincere thanks to these five presenters with a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Koike and all of the speakers. And now we are in the end of this seminar. And to summing up our discussion this whole day, I would like to invite Professor Manoj Kumar Patairia, the President International Science Writers Association, New Delhi, India, and also former chair of Share Communication, to summarize the day one of the seminar.
Very good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this wonderful program on science communication, the ASA, AIPI, IAP, and its National Library of Indonesia. I also wish to congratulate and thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to summarize today's proceedings. As we may be aware that in the mid of 20th century, one of the philosophers, C.P. Snow, he gave a thought that most of the miseries of the people faced across the world are because of the conflicts between two cultures. He mentions these two cultures are, one is the culture that is followed by the scientific fraternity, that he calls the scientific culture, and the other, the rest of the people. So he suggests that if we are able to inculcate the scientific culture in the minds of the people, so that they will be enabled to take right kind of decisions, addressing conflicts, addressing number of miseries of the people, and will help the quality of life. But by and large, the process is still going on. As a matter of fact, a scientist, Carl Sagan, he was a physicist and he started writing science fiction. So a scientist turning towards communication, popular science communication. At the same time, we have a Nobel laureate, Guru Deva Rabindranath Tagore. He was a literati, he wrote poetry. At the same time, he wrote a wonderful book called Vishwa Parichay, an introduction to astronomy. A wonderful book translated in most of the world's language and Indian languages, the most popular book on science, on science of astronomy. So this is how we can bring the scientists to the fold of communication, and communicators or people from humanities to the fold of science. So this bridging is required, and for which we are assembled here, and that is the objective. Digital as a means of communication. We are using it for enhancing science literacy, for really achieving the goals set by all these people, our forerunners, and we want to realize their dream. I'm very happy that someone just recently has presented a paper on scientific temper. Scientific temper, incidentally, uh, is a kind of theory given by India. And as per the Indian constitution, I would not like to take much of time. Tomorrow I will be covering some of the aspects of that. So I am very happy to see that is also going through all around the world. Today's program was divided into 4 sessions plus 1 plenary, inaugural session, where 3 dignitaries uh, have shared their views on various aspects of this program. First of all, Professor Dr. Setrio Somentri. He is president of the Indonesian Academy of Science, AIPI. By Dr. Ahmad Nouri Yurdusev, president of the Association of Academies and Societies of Sciences in Asia, ASA. Introduction was given my colleague and present chair of ASA Share Communication, Dr. Finaria Ligo. So I am very happy to share some of the aspects of this various sessions which are happened over here. In the beginning, Kavita M. Berger, she has given a wonderful insight on how to tackle fake news, especially in science communication, followed by Professor Ziyang Ping from China. He has presented his research on various aspects of that. I am very happy to see that in the beginning he has mentioned that the Chinese science literacy was 4% in 2006 when the project was taken. Now he reported it has gone up something like 10%, above 10% above. And in US, it is something like 28%. And no country claims that they have the 100% science literacy. So a lot of scope is there for developing science literacy. And I hope this digital media can really a boon for that. Then followed by a number of other presenters. None of them is less than other one. But for instance, I would like to make some of the highlights. One of the presentation was on developing smart nations. So that is really wonderful, how we can be smarter with the help of technology. And we are becoming day by day smarter. But one thing I would like to remind, that humanity is above all. It has to be the human behind the machine. Machine cannot overrule the man. So man is always supreme. So that has to be taken into consideration. And that was the objective of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. You must have heard the name. He is always for the humanity. Dr. Japta Khan Sinwari has gave a presentation on science communication, especially in Pakistan, and with supported by very good quality data. Then there were a number of other presentations. There was a highlight of book launching. The book was launched, and the name of the book was Mem Bangan. Sorry for if I say wrongly. Ben Bengasa Sardas, and my colleague Dia Ratne, she told me that the meaning of this is developing smart nations. So that is really, congratulations to the authors and editors and the publishers as well. And I would suggest that everybody should read this book. That is very interesting and must be very informative. Number of moderators were something like 4 moderators were there. First, Dr. Cheryl did not turn up, maybe for some other occupations. The other one was Professor Anjana Singh, academician from Nepal Academy of Science and Technology from Kathmandu, Nepal. The other moderator was Japta Khan Sinwari from Pakistan. Professor Narendra Mehta, Vice Chair of Indian National Science Academy, INSA, he chaired a session. He also made a presentation, Digital India, very interesting and very informative presentation. And some of the countries also made, like my colleague from Vietnam, she has also made a presentation on efforts of promoting digital coverage in the country, Vietnam. And some of the other countries also made such kind of presentation. Some presentations were made online. They were very informative and very effective, supported by a number of data. And this climate change was really wonderful. I have a couple of observations to make. Number one, the quality of presentations were very good. Number one. Number two, we must encourage youngsters to take up more projects. Maybe the institutions like ASA, maybe the institutions like AIPI or IAP can support such kinds of research projects in various member countries for research on what is the status of science literacy in these countries, how it can be enhanced, and that can be reported in annual meetings or something like that. One more thing I would like to, one of my observations, out of something like 24 presentations, they were made by 25 people, one presentation by 2 persons from Australia. Most of the presentations, they were online of the theme, but some of the presentations, they deviated from the theme. So maybe those who are screening the papers can just take care of that. But one advantage of that, the participants of this workshop can get acquainted with some new information. At the same time, the people who are presenting, they also come to the fold of science communication. So there is advantage and a little disadvantage that can be ignored. And I think with these words, I once again congratulate all the organizers, all the participants, all the presenters, and thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the conclusion, Professor Manoj. And I also would like to invite Ms. Diah R. Permatasari, the CEO of Dr. Rabbit Science, to share her finding throughout today's seminar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this seminar, day 1, and I would like to deliver our gratitude to our speakers and our moderators who has shared their best practices and experiences in science literacy in this digital era. We hope that our seminar session will give all the audience new perspective to the importance of research and education in digital literacy. Thank you again for your participation and attention, and we would like to apologize for any inconvenience that might have occurred during the seminar, and we hope we can see you all again in the day 2 seminar tomorrow, still here in the National Library of Indonesia, but in the 17th floor, not this auditorium. And after this, we will continue with dinner. So thanks again. I will see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to ask you that we are going to have dinner. The dinner is not too far from the hotel. So we gather in the hotel, in the lobby of the hotel. So what do you think that you'd like to gather? Is it for 7 p.m. or 7:30 p.m.? So I offer you, what time that, do you need a rest for, a little bit? Or are you going just go to for the dinner? Because at the moment is Jakarta time, it's 6:30. Yes. 7:30, gather at the lobby of the hotel. Everybody is welcome. Okay, right. And also the Indonesian speakers, you are all welcome to join our dinner. So we are going to Kunstring. Kunstring is not too far from here. That is the old building of immigration, during, no, yeah, by car. Okay, see you later. And thank you so much for attending up to the end of this seminar.
The way we create and consume information has changed significantly in recent years. But how can we make sure that all information is used for public good? Learn more about media and information literacy and how it can support citizens to think critically and think wisely on and offline. UNESCO has launched the second edition of the MIL curriculum for educators and learners. Media and information literacy empowers people to think critically about information and use of digital tools. Media and information literacy helps people to make informed choices about how they participate in peace building, equality, freedom of expression, access to information, and sustainable development goals in general. UNESCO supports and champions media and information literacy initiatives across the globe. We do this through actions such as capacity building for various stakeholders, developing curricula for educators and learners to aid the integration of media and information literacy in all levels of education, assisting governments and institutions to formulate national media and information literacy policies and strategies, training journalists to promote media and information literacy to build trust in media, strengthening international cooperation and raising awareness through the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, supporting youth organisations to integrate media and information literacy into their policies and operations, and become peer educators online, offering a suite of online media and information literacy courses, including ones for policymakers, undertaking research with the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy and Intercultural Dialogue University Network, organising the annual Global Media and Information Literacy Week. With this holistic approach and rich resources, we can help foster media and information literacy among people and communities across the globe. Here's how you can get involved in UNESCO's media and information literacy initiatives and make a real difference in society.
Recording stopped.